Labor Day.
Yeah. So it seems like a coordinated effort. And Labor Day here, like honestly, it's like a day for sales, right? It's like Martin, yeah. It's a day for mattress sales, more than anything else. We don't even with like this idea of Labor Day, we don't discuss like the importance of it, right? Like it's just a word. I remember growing up, I didn't know like labor, like I didn't understand labor as like a societal framework. I don't know if maybe this is the term I want to use here, but you understand what I mean, right? That labor means a very specific thing in this context. And that never was taught to me at all. We didn't discuss that, right? It was just a day off, right? From school or from like work or whatever. And today, like most Americans aren't really gonna engage with it, and that's the way they want it. That's the way the bosses want it. That's the way Lactoid wants it. Because it would be a problem otherwise.
That's pretty much how it's been. Well, that's pretty much how I viewed it up until pretty much up until recently. I didn't know it was actually like associated with like the labor movement. Like for me, for the longest time, well, especially when I was in university and whatever doing my bachelor's degree, it was like the Labor Day is like that's the sign of like university starting. It's like either your university either starts before Labor Day or after Labor Day, and like that's it.
Yeah. Labor Day for us is like the end of summer, and then like on presidential years, like that's like the marker. People say that like the populace starts to pay attention to elections after Labor Day, right after Labor Day weekend. People start like getting it up in their minds because now like they're out of the summer mood. They realize fall is happening, and like we have only so much time to elections. People started looking around. But again, that's not focused on labor, obviously, right? Which is interesting because those labor should be making demands on those politicians on the behalf of.
It's interesting you say that because the people that make the most demands on labor and talk about Labor Day the most are generally the people that don't actually do any labor and to act like 40 hours a week should be considered a full-time job. Like that's who's usually most.
Wait, are you saying you do labor?
I mean, I work. I put in like 80 hours a week normally. Like,
what is labor to you?
Listen, I got a white collar job now. I haven't always had a white collar job, but when I had a blue collar job, I still was doing more than 40 hours a week. I'll tell you that, and I was happy to get those hours. I wasn't over here bitching, going, "My life's too hard. My anxiety stopped me from getting my second job. I need Labor Day to give me some brief respite from my misery."
I don't know who you're impersonating. But
just don't worry. People have heard. Say these exact words.
Okay, so like you're quite so as long as someone's working 40 hours, like they're doing labor, like that's enough labor for you.
It's gotta be more than 40 hours, but for me,
why does it have to be more than 40 hours?
Yeah, 40 hours ain't enough.
According to whom? Just you?
I mean, according to anybody that actually had a real job before.
You said you've had a real job?
Yeah.
You're making that claim. How do I know that? What's a real job to you?
So I mean, any job's a real job if you put enough work into it. Time.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Well, sure. But already not job is a real job. Then why are you complaining that some people who don't work
exactly
like physical
but
labor?
they'd be working like 30 hours. Like, oh, I worked so hard this week. And I'm like, oh yeah, did you? What'd you do? I put 35 hours in my part-time job this week.
It seems like exactly.
So like, yeah, what's your cutoff? Like, so if it's above 30, like that's fine. Like
no, it's gonna be like, I don't know, like we gotta get some overtime hours in there, 60, 80 hours.
No, okay, that's what he wants from his workers, and except for the overtime part, he doesn't actually want to give that out.
I'll give overtime if they want to work overtime. I'll give overtime. Fuck yeah, I'd rather have someone wanting to work a bunch of hours than some little bitch than someone sitting at home like, I gotta work 2 big jobs.
And so, how do you view the people that work less than 40 hours? Like, well, like what label are you putting?
They get fired.
I'm not talking about like whether they're employed by you, but like you're just like looking down on them.
Yeah, I look down on them.
Why?
The peasants.
Listen, can you elaborate?
Poor people doing poor people shit. Don't do that.
Well, can you be more specific than that?
I mean, I feel like that's pretty selfish. Listen, all right. In the words of Foghorn Leghorn, this is 2 weeks ago. I had to quote Foghorn Leghorn. Two half nothings is a whole nothing. They got a whole lot of nothing. Like that's what's going on right there. You putting in less than 40 hours a week. Sorry, I don't feel bad for you.
So then if someone's working like 45 hours per week, then they're entitled to something, right? Then they have cause to complain.
I mean,
right?
I guess I would probably say that's not enough even then, but that's what y'all like socialists over here want to hear.
Socialists like Lactoid, absolutely. He's on
nobody. Hold on, real quick. Nobody's entitled to anything. But of course, you can complain if you want. It's like, who cares? Like, yeah, you have people who work like 1 or 2 days a week, and they're like, "Oh, I don't have enough money." Yeah, I think I know why. I think I know the problem.
Yeah, a famous emperor once said, your privilege is the dirt, and your birthright is the losses you're gonna take. I'm just saying, if these guys did it, maybe they know something.
Gibbs has it good. He's got it right. Yeah,
I like that quote. That's actually a pretty good quote. I like that actually. But Doopy's in here. I want Doopy to actually join in as soon as he's ready, because I'm actually really curious as to his thoughts on this as well, specifically actually. But I think that we just kind of stumbled on the history of Labor Day, but that's important, right? Like how labor is viewed in this country, right? It's important. I think it's shifting, in my view, a positive sense, but I imagine differently here, right? I think it's interesting what Admiral Gibbs just did, right? This whole thing, this is the imitation thing that he just did, right? I imagine that that would give a good laugh in conservative circles, that this kind of view of labor and those of the workers really is at least common, and certain sections of conservatism, right? Because so many of conservatives are working class people for some fucking reason, right? And I don't think they would have found that very entertaining at all. But under a certain cohort, they love that, right? Yeah, sure, that's how they all act. That's what they sound like. That's a funny thing among us, the bosses, right? Which is why I want to get Doopy's opinion on these things. So first of all, before we do that, thanks all for being here. Thanks Gibbs, Corey, Doopy, Ghosty, and Lactoid for being around. I really do appreciate you all. We'll have some others join as well, but it might be a while. But this is a perfect topic to get started off with. So for our friend Doopy, right? Because you just jumped in. We were talking about Labor Day, right? And I was just finding out from our friend Corey that Labor Day is also Labor Day in Canada, right? Which I thought was interesting. And I was thinking because it might be because the labor movements are linked. But actually, the more I'm hearing about this from him, I think it's the history of capital is linked between these two nations. Because Labor Day is a way to sabotage, right? The U.S. Labor Day is a way to sabotage International Labor Day, which, as many Americans don't know, is May 1st, right? May Day. That is the day that the rest of the world celebrates. Corey put a graphic in chat that tells us this. One of our presidents, I don't remember which one it was, moved the day there, right? From May 1st to today. And the point was to break up this idea of international solidarity. That's the story that I've heard on this. And we were talking about how labor movements, at least here in the States, we don't know the history of that. That even as a child growing up, I heard the day Labor Day, but it literally meant nothing to me. Literally nothing to me. And I didn't think about it, certainly any sort of class dynamics, some sort of social framework, or power dynamics, certainly not, right? And I don't think any of my friends did, right? I think most people just don't really engage with it. Even if by the time they're old enough, they're they know it's connected to workers somehow. I don't know if they know.
Eisenhower put it on.
Was it Eisenhower? That makes
Yeah,
sense.
because of the communism during World War II, there was like a murder, and then they declared it Law Day, and then they changed it into like there were like anti-work protests during the Eisenhower administration. He changed it to September, and then May 1st Law Day.
That makes sense. That makes sense. But anyway, yeah. So I'm bringing it to you, Doobie. First of all, are you there? Hopefully, I didn't say all this to like an empty chair. Okay.
Empty lily pad.
Yeah, empty lily pad. So anyway, like as a boss, like what do you think? I'll start here. What do you think of Labor Day in general? Just like I'll get your general thoughts.
I think it's good. I think
Okay.
that I think the holiday is good. I think it's good to have holidays and good to give people breaks. Not just in like the shortening the work week by week by a day, but like breaking the monotony. I guess the same thing over and over again, the same schedule over and over again. I think just having little breaks in that line is helpful to people. Whether it's for a holiday or it's just like some kind of into-play appreciation day or something, right? Like it's a little fucking pizza party or some shit. All these things I think are good to improve like morale, keep people feeling like they're human beings and not just like fucking mindless worker drones that are gonna crash out and die when they're 50.
But it's interesting that's like your response to that, because that seems, I mean, like your answer like almost directly says that like this day is kind of interchangeable with any other day that like
I don't think the actual meaning for the holiday, any of the holidays actually matters. I think all of that's kind of, to most people, I think, well, I say most people, to a lot of people, it doesn't matter that you're taking days off for fucking Thanksgiving or Christmas or whatever, right? Name the random ass federal holiday, right?
Yeah.
Most people with President's Day, they're not sitting at home thinking about the presidents. Okay, the Memorial Day, they're not sitting at home thinking about the veterans. They don't give a fuck, right? They're using the
not thinking about the president.
They get shit done they couldn't get done on the work days. Like it's that. So it doesn't really matter.
Side note: President's Day is bullshit, right? We came up with President's Day because there's a bunch of presidents had their birthdays like around the same time, and they just like consolidated them to President's Day because it was too many days off for work from work. So that's why they did that. So you only get one day when before we got multiple days. So that's bullshit. And I actually want to get Lactoids. I definitely want to get Lactoids view on all this as well.
We first need a leg check first.
Oh, yeah. Are you? What's going on, buddy?
It's getting better day by day. I'm scabbing, which is good. And it's been leaking pus ever since. So we got probably 1 or 2 more weeks, and then I think we'll be in good shape.
The solution for that is more dirt.
No. Please don't.
Doobie, you haven't been here in a while, so I'm not sure if you knew that. Yeah, our friend Lactoid took a spill, unfortunately. Maybe you did know that.
No, I actually haven't spoken to Lactoid in a long time.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But
I'm alive, though. I'm alive.
He bought a motorcycle. A poor decision.
And then I entered a construction area. Another poor decision.
I would never get on a motorcycle, fucking ever.
Yeah.
They're crazy.
You just don't live that rock and roll lifestyle that I do, Doobie. That's the problem.
White people should, okay?
Rocket, can you
I have seen black people on motorcycles.
Show us that rock and roll lifestyle, taking a walk. Strut around with that rock and roll lifestyle. I just want to see what it looks like.
Give me the old Ric Flair. You give him the old Ric Flair.
What's more rock and roll than a limp? Come on. All right.
Okay. The impact of the ground didn't like make him smarter, right? Like somehow, I don't know. But anyway, of course, we're happy that our friend Lactoid is still here with us. But yeah, no, I want his opinion later on. But yeah, Doobie. So in terms of like, well, let me ask you this before I get there. Your thoughts on like Labor Day? Like, did you ever like know the meaning of it? Like, did you ever think about it? Or
I don't think I've ever looked into it specifically. I I figured it was like to celebrate something about labor, probably the formation of the 40-hour work week or something. Some shit like that. I have no idea. I never bothered to look into it because I don't care. I think most people don't care.
I think so too. What I was saying previously to our friend Corey is that, internationally, like May Day, May 1st, is a big fucking day. Like I've seen it for years on certain channels, not on like MSNBC. You won't find this there. But in more leftist spaces, they'll cover what the things that happen on May Day internationally. Big day. You
That's
got
you get drunk
What'd
on
you
May Day. You get
Like-
drunk on May 1st, yeah. Oh, no, that's the
no, that's May 5th.
Jeez, I have no idea. This
Wait a minute.
for that,
Yeah.
that reason then.
Wait,
It's
wait,
literally
wait.
fucking nothing.
Wait. Hold on. You're
Cinco de
fucking
Mayo.
Mexican. You're fucking Mexican. How did you not know?
Okay, I'm not Mexican. I'm just British. Okay, fuck you.
What the fuck?
I was ready. He's fake Mexican.
You must know some
I heard you say
Spanish.
first, and
How did you-
I heard you say for some reason. Okay, don't ask questions. I think for some reason May Day would be important to anybody, or May 1st would be important to anybody, and I can't think of a single reason. Like, why would I care about this?
I'm sorry. Like, I know you have relatives that speak Spanish. It's a good thing none of them watch this show. Okay. I'm sorry. We're going to move past this. We're going to move past. All right. So, May 1st, right? Was it Cinco de Primera or something? I don't know what's first in Spanish. I would ask DB, but he doesn't know either. But
You just said 5th of the 1st.
Yeah, that's what I was.
no, I said first.
Yeah, I was
One with an O.
So,
Basically, all Spanish letters.
Primo de Mayo.
Primera de Mayo, would that be a first?
Primero del Mayo, yeah.
De Mayo. Yeah, there you go. See, I was.
One O de Mayo.
What?
Yeah, it's real great.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, this has already been fun. Already been
I
highly
think
entertaining for
the
me.
1st of the 5th will forever be a holiday now. I'm just not sure when it would be.
we're working on it.
Both days to be safe.
So Ika, and just to catch up quickly, we're talking about Labor Day, and how, specifically and on purpose, how the U.S. Labor Day, and apparently, as I'm finding out, also Canada and also Australia and also Japan, their Labor Day is disjointed from the international May Day, which be Primera de Mayo, right?
I see.
Yeah, May Day. Yeah. So, fuck. What was the question I was going to ask before? If he made me laugh.
I don't know, but did you see how JD Vance spent his Labor Day?
Is it? Do you know why?
He actually
people care
went
about
to
May
an
1st?
auto
Is
plant
that it?
with striking UAW workers and tried to say hello to them like he
Iko,
was on
you're
their
muted
side.
in Discord.
Oh,
Oh, fuck. That's why his thing was off. Yeah.
sorry.
there we
So
go.
he went to JD Vance went to like an auto plant where there were some striking workers, so that he could like shake hands with like union members, like he was one of them, right? And Marcy Kaptur was there. She's in Congress, and she said, "Oh, is this your first time here? First time ever to visit an auto plant in Ohio, where you are senator?" And he actually said, "Yes, it's my first time."
Mm.
It's honest then.
Yeah. He was on. Yeah.
Because he works for the bosses, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, so back to DB. And I'm like one other people's opinions, right? Because I'm like curious as to like their thoughts on labor in general as a concept, and as a day, right? To be to action. Oh yeah, so what I was saying is May Day, right? On May 1st, internationally, there's like huge protests, movement strikes, like demonstrations that happen all around the world globally. And if you go to those other countries, They know the history of May Day. They know it started in America, right? It started as a part of the labor movement here in the States, right? And then they're always shocked that Americans have no idea, have zero idea about that history, right? But they know it very well. And so like
it's the day to get cheap mattresses, right?
It's the day to get cheap mattresses. I was saying this before, exactly, right?
Bought something on sale. I know that.
Yeah. So it seems like this history was stolen from us. So Doobie, would you be in favor, right, as a boss, right, of a mid-sized business? I think is yours counts, right, as a mid-sized business. Like, would you prefer if American students were taught the history of labor? Like, what would your thoughts be on that?
What do you mean by that?
Like,
what is that like the meaning, like the history
of the labor movement, of the American labor movement?
Yeah, but like which part of it? Like, what do you mean?
All parts, as many parts as we can get in. I mean, there's a long history. I mean, I guess if your point is that there's a huge amount of history, I would agree. Yes, there's a lot to learn there.
My point is that when you, I guess maybe because I'm American, I associate the word labor with like socialism and shit. Right? Like socialist or communist movements popping up and attaching themselves to the workers, quote unquote. So I feel like we already kind of do that. I feel like if we had like specific things dedicated to labor, quote unquote, or lessons dedicated to labor, quote unquote, and learning about that, this might just be a way that people indoctrinate people into these ideologies, and I'd like to avoid that.
Well, that's not my goal with the hypothetical I was putting forth, but it's a positive goal, which I would indeed support. But
I think I'd be in favor of it if it were like, and again, this is why you need like, tell me what you mean by labor or the Labor Party, because when I hear that word, I just think socialists, communists, etc. Right? So those movements.
Sure. Okay.
Well, have no fear. Boss's Day is October 16th. It's coming up. All right.
Is that a day I didn't know?
Yeah, I really need
that. Yeah. We teach that one in the schools. How's that?
But yeah, so all right, let me try to be a bit more specific, right? The history of unions in general, of labor strikes, of organizing, right? That's the thing that was done and like revolutionized here in the States, right? We were trailblazers at some point in time here when it came to workers' rights, right? And limiting to that, right? Doesn't have to say necessarily that, workers need to own the means of production, so they won't be coming for you.
I think that's fine,
right?
As long as you don't get to the point where they're like encouraging people to go out and protest for shit. Like that they prefer due to their like political ideologies or whatever. If you're just learning about the formation of unions, how unions work today, how they worked historically, you're learning about like union busting, and about what that is and how that works. Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay,
they already teach that. That's like high school history.
Yeah, I think they already teach that though.
Yeah,
but they don't.
That's every U.S. history class had that. Like,
no, it's not. It's not. It's not.
I mean,
don't
at
say
least
that.
I wasn't taught about Labor Day.
Well, you also not U.S. to be fair. I mean, but like we learned that like in middle school and high school. Like that was normal history, not even like AP history.
No, it's great that if your high school did that, that's fantastic. And I mean, I can't argue.
There was like a whole section of those like thick ass history books that were like the primers you'd read. It was like union busting under Teddy Roosevelt. Look, Tammany Hall, like
and shit.
Yeah, like that was the thing.
Yeah,
and like I know it wasn't just Texas because Texas, like they make the books for Texas and it goes out to like a third of the U.S. So like this is like a standard history book. But at least a third of the U.S. was reading. Like,
sorry, your sound is a little fucked up, and you sound like you're mumbling or something. I don't know.
I don't know.
Like a lips or something. I don't know. You sound a little off. But we can understand you. We can understand what you're saying. You just sound a little different. So, like,
you should switch to the Discord audio, like I do.
So it seems to me that, like, yes, you can find them in history classes, but okay, here's how my classes worked in general, right? Not just history, is that we had a syllabus, right? And the syllabus doesn't perfectly match the textbook, right? Well, like the textbook is like everything that we could be learning, right? Because that'll be the material that we're using. But it's not that everything that we do learn, because we have a limited amount of time and we're teaching towards the test. You know, when I was growing up, we were doing a lot of standardized testing. So like plenty of things got cut out, right? I was the type of person who actually looked into other parts of like the history textbooks. I would sit there and like read it myself, you know? But like in terms of instruction, we, at least in where I was, we never got that level of instruction. We heard a little bit about like the Union strikes and Union break or something, but we didn't talk about like the Triangle Factory, right? Like the Triangle Fire that happened. Was it?
Is that the
Triangle Shirtwaist Fire?
Yeah. Sorry.
The textile company that where they like locked the or chained the doors shut.
Yeah, basically, and then like 100 or so women died.
Yeah, I remember that.
It was awful.
Yeah, I feel like it is. I mean, at least here in California, it was taught. I imagine there are many places in the country where these things aren't taught. But I think it's fine to. Obviously, I think it's beneficial to learn about those things. I think my fear is just that I wouldn't even call it a fear. I think that it's fun for people to learn about like different ideologies, and even to be like for a class to try to convince you into an ideology, into multiple ideologies as the class goes on, right? Try to like encourage you to see things from that perspective and fully understand the ideology. I just worry that because it sounds like we're talking about like elementary school, middle school, high school. I'd worry about this being used as like a vector to like push ideology on kids. But if it's not that, then I think it's totally fine.
Yeah. I think again, and then I'm gonna like kick it to like Lactoid and here go where everyone else their thoughts on this. I think that what's manifest as to why this, even if people know about like the what are they called again? The strike breakers, Penda specialty. You said it before. The
Pinkertons.
Thank you. Pinkertons, right? Even if people are familiar with that word, and they're still around. Pinkertons was actually an organization.
I think Gibbs is a Pinkerton agent, if I'm not mistaken.
I wouldn't be surprised, actually.
I wouldn't be surprised at all. That would make sense, complete sense. But yeah, even if people know those words, they aren't connected, like manifestly within our politics. The people aren't connected to the labor movement. They don't know the history. Like we're talking about it now. We don't know that. A lot of people don't know that May Day is a thing, right? And that like America started that. They don't know the they don't know like what unions did do, what they could do, what organizing could look like, right? Even if they don't support it or not, right? That's one thing if you actually support a labor union. But they don't know even like the power of labor unions. Of course not, because like this history is not being very well taught. I think people walk out of school knowing that unions exist. Yeah, sure. But like, have they actually really engaged with that history in the way that we do in other parts of it? I would say no. I would say like the fact that no one has any, at least with the people we're talking to here, like didn't engage with what Labor Day actually even means, right? I think that's evidence of it.
That's itself. Fake news. Hold on. You said that, and you didn't even know the history and the lore. I was the one who knew that Einstein's the one who made Eisenhower's the one. Yeah, Einstein was Einstein. No, I was the one who knew it was Eisenhower. And I knew the communists and the murder. Right? You didn't know that, and so you're sitting here saying that we didn't learn. We learned all this in high school. Labor. And then just while we were sitting here talking, I just Googled what the Texas high school history books up and the U.S. history, and they have massive sections in the books on this right here on the progressive era context module, and they go over who's the major people in the progressive area with Teddy Roosevelt and all the other people. Like I didn't.
That doesn't contravene.
Like it covers all this. So everything you're saying is just a lie. What are you sitting here saying?
What you said just doesn't contravene what I said, right? Because I said
we don't know the yeah, it's exactly the you're saying we don't know the context.
I think most people actually don't and I don't know all of myself either, right? I'm a victim of this myself. That's what I'm saying, right? But beyond that, what I'm saying is that even if you have it within a textbook, like what they decide to teach isn't itself a political decision, right? What does your local school board say? This is, you're allowed to focus on this, right? What's on the standardized testing? On your standardized testing, is it asking you about the labor movements of the past, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that a focus? Okay. Again, I don't know what you had, but that never came up with my standardized testing. That absolutely never came up. It was never a focus. In my learning. So I can't speak to what happened in
where
Gibbs'
were
past,
you?
right?
Where were you living?
But,
I mean, it happened in my past, and it's currently happening, at least in Texas's past. It looks like it's happening nationwide based off the nationwide history books I've read.
You're extrapolating. Yeah, you do realize, okay, this happens at university. I can hold up my biochemistry textbook that has 50 chapters. That doesn't mean in Biochem 1 that you cover all 50 chapters. I don't know if you're aware of that. Of like,
yeah, but whenever they have like whole modules and attach that, where it's showing module on module, like when I look this up and I just pull up, like I can literally here, I'll just drop a module in here, like just so you can see. This is the stuff they're uploading for the oh my god, this is
no, but that's what they do. I'm saying, like, that's what that happened all the time. Not just the labor movement. That happened all the time for all kinds of things. Not just in history and mathematics, right? You'd have a big math book, but we wouldn't go cover to cover on the math book, right? The teacher would have a syllabus. These are the areas they're going to hit, right? And then nothing else. That's like what all classes do. Aiko, we have a teacher here, right? Am I incorrect in my summarization of how this works?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things you have to ask is what are the texts? We have something called text, TEKS in Texas. And these are the areas that are in the textbook that have to get taught because the STAR test, which is our standardized test, will ask those questions. So, I haven't taught AP Lit in a long time, but at some point you would have, actually, that would be a difference because that would be AP standards that would teach that. We taught the progressive era pretty strongly, but that was a national standard, not a Texas standard. The Texas standard would be called text, TEKS. I can, if you want, look up the text standards for history in Texas and see how much of that is progressive.
Well, that actually proves my point right there. What Aiko said, he says they taught it pretty heavily because it's a national standard.
It's a national standard, yeah.
So yeah, that seems like the Americans are getting their full dosing of the labor movement history. It seems like Prime is just having selective memory on history.
No, I'm not having selective memory here. And again,
well, you would have to have taken AP history in order for that. APUSH. Did you take APUSH?
Me?
I take
yeah.
I took the STAR. Well, at least in high school, I took STAR classes,
right.
Which is not AP, or actually no. Did I take AP history? Actually, I might have. One of my classes AP history.
APUSH is AP US history.
Either AP World History or maybe AP US history. Actually, I don't remember.
So AP US history would have had to have had a section on progressivism.
Yeah, I don't know. One of the. I took a STAR class, and then. Do you know what I mean by a STAR class? Do you have any idea what
well, we have something called STAR here in Texas, but it may be different from what New York has.
So, do I go up in New York? I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, whatever. Any other state.
Who knows? But okay. But STAR class is basically an advanced class, but it's not AP. Like maybe like some sort of accelerated learning class. I'm not sure what the exact definition is, but it wasn't regular.
Like an honors class or something.
Yeah, I guess. And then I took also one AP class. I did take one AP test, but I don't remember what it was, and I'm pretty sure I failed it. But like, I'm pretty sure, I'm almost certain it was a history course that was AP. In any case, right? But again, this doesn't. My larger point is that people don't have a connection, don't feel a connection to labor. They don't feel a connection to the movement.
That's true.
And that this is a sense of history that they're a part of, right? That their parents were a part of, right? We're just literally a generation removed from like unions being, well, not a generation, but like 40 years or something removed from like unions being like a powerful force in American culture, right? But yet people don't know what unions are. You can there are polls on this. Like they don't know what unions provide, right? It's not like they've looked at these things and like, okay, well, this isn't for me, right? That's one thing. It's they're not understanding like what exactly they provide, and how that would integrate within their own work force, right? Which is why when unions do come into a place of business, right? They have to educate people on these things, right? So you guys can tell me, hey, well, this is some sort of national standard, but like, well, whatever it is, it's a poorly met national standard where people actually aren't engaging with these things. So I don't know. So I'm gonna leave that there. But hold on, before then, I'm gonna go to Lactoid. Lactoid, hi.
How you doing?
Hey, friend. As a person who works for the bosses and supports capital.
That's what all workers do, right? All workers work for the bosses?
Yeah, well, I mean, you support the bosses. You support capital and things that would benefit capital, and you actively work against.
I celebrated Bosses Day, is what you're trying to get at. Yeah.
You celebrate Bosses Day, all right? And you protect corporations, even within your within like your work environment. You protect corporations from the consequences of their actions. So, as a person, a libertarian, who is skeptical of like the labor movement in general, like, would you be for let's say a deeper discourse, right, in schools about the labor movement?
I don't know. Just because the question is for what purpose, right? You only have so many hours in the day to teach kids things, and there's probably other things that I prioritize over that. I looked into it. I read the Wikipedia, so now I know everything I need to know about this. The history of Labor Day in America really does have its roots in September. That actually was like when it the initial founders and like the initial thing got started. It was in September, so that's the most American date for a Labor Day. However, there were a few ne'er-do-wells who were proposing it be May 1st. And there was a movement against it because of a fear of socialists and anarchists. And so instead, that was replaced with May 1st was replaced with Loyalty and Law Day. I don't know if you guys know this. Have any of you celebrated Loyalty Day? May 1st, Loyalty Day. It's a real thing in the United States. It's where we celebrate loyalty to America. And then there's Law Day, in which we celebrate rule of law. I thought that was hilarious when I first read that today, because I've never fucking celebrated Loyalty Day, and I never fucking celebrated Law Day. This is not a thing. This is crazy. I was also being a little bit silly when I said, like, I celebrate Bosses Day. I've seen some people do that, and, like, I'll go along with it. But, like, it is pretty, like, on the nose. It does feel a little bit like what Prime would say, bootlicky, a little bit, right? I'm not a huge fan of it. So, I don't know. Celebrate what you want. If you guys want to do that shit, do it. But there's other things I'd rather teach kids first than about what? A bunch of like if we're going to teach them about labor unions, we also might as well teach them about blacksmithing, right? Because both are becoming quickly obsolete. Look at union membership, right? Union membership has fallen to single digit. We're in the low single digit percentages when it was 20% in 1980s, right? I mean, unions aren't yeah, they exist, but they are absolutely like a remnant of their prior self at this point. So sure, I mean, maybe like in an ancient history course, we could include that in there. I guess I don't know.
It's because the war on crime has been so successful.
I really like what you said about like ancient history. Actually, I really do enjoy it. I think it's useful because I actually was going to say something of that as well, because I think that's how we engage with labor, right? I'm looking at the syllabus our friend sent us, right? And labor unions comes up once here is 20, once in here. Analyze economic issues such as industrialization, the growth of railroads, the growth of labor unions, farm issues, cattle industry boom, the growth of entrepreneurship, and the pros and cons of big business. I think, at least the way I have viewed it, and maybe other people have different experiences, right? Progressive era, oh my god. But maybe other people have different experiences. But like, I always looked up as unions as a thing in the past, right? Like like, oh, we had a big union era, right? But that's the thing in the past. My parents weren't in a union, right? My parents didn't discuss unionizations. I think a lot of people's parents didn't really discuss that with them as well. Like, it seems like a thing that, you know, like it's like the civil rights era. I think a lot of people aren't connected to that moment at a time, right? Like, you look at that through the lens of footage, right? Black and white footage, and that's like signals a long time ago, rather than like an active struggle that persists today, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? That people don't integrate that, like, history at some point ends and then today begins. Do you understand what I mean by that?
I think you're just arguing to have it more in the current consciousness, right? This is part of what you want to teach kids. I understand. I just don't particularly.
I hear you.
I also want to object to something real quick. Aiko, the thing that you posted, why are those political parties listed but not libertarians as third parties? Why isn't that specifically mentioned?
Well, I didn't search for libertarians, but I certainly could, and to see if they're in there. But I'm just saying the reason why those parties are listed is because this is a section on the progressive era. And the reason it's called the progressive era is because progressives pretty much took over both parties for decades around the turn of the century. TR was a progressive and Wilson was a progressive, but they were one was a Republican, one was a Democrat.
But he doesn't have to worry, right? Because there's one line in here that says the student understands the effects of reform in third-party movements in the early 20th century. The student is expected to, then it goes into the progressive stuff. But yeah, parties. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, this is it. And so everyone understands, right? Because it's in the syllabus here, right? Or not, or whatever this is. I'm not exactly sure what, but like, because it's in the standards, right? Well, everyone understands that, right? Everyone understands like the role of third parties because it's in there, right? It's listed there. And so clearly Americans must know it.
It tracks.
No, I just don't. No, I know this lesson plan was designed by leftists because look at which parties are specifically mentioned and which ones aren't.
This is Texas, isn't this Texas? No, this is the United States. Sorry, excuse me. This is the United States.
Also, I mean, even Texas
okay.
is gonna...
No, this is Texas. This is Texas.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. The socialist Texas, right? That
in the school system, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Socialists are overrepresented.
Keep in mind, this is the same school board. The state Texas Board of Education took who did take Jefferson out for Enlightenment thinkers, is into the category of Enlightenment thinkers, and instead inserted Aquinas as an Enlightenment thinker.
This
Jefferson, of course, being a secularist who wanted
this was the school board. If I'm correct, I don't remember this exactly, so hopefully I'm not getting anything wrong. But wasn't this the school board, Texas school board? That there was that controversy over African slaves being like workers rather than listed as workers.
That was a textbook. That was a textbook, not a Board of Education.
Yeah,
thing. But yes, there was a textbook that described them as like volunteers or unpaid workers or something like that.
But it was a fight in the school board as to whether it should be included.
When
if I
was
remember
this?
Correctly.
Right. When was this?
This was a few years ago. It wasn't recently. It was a few years ago. So yeah, I mean, like,
I'm sure they got rid of that quick. I mean, I don't think you got to be progressive to know to get rid of that pretty damn quickly once you find out.
Once it became a national trending topic, then it became
a big thing. Yeah. Anyway, but I don't know if there's a lot of socialists on the Texas school board.
I found an article for it already.
I promise you, they are disproportionately.
It's in there now.
Represented compared to the number
Texas
of socialists in Texas.
I mean, technically, they were workers, right? They were people who did work.
Yeah. I mean, just like Lactoid, and Juby does work too, right? I mean, he does do work, certainly, right?
Juby is by definition a capitalist, right? Like by Marxian definition, by anybody's definition, he is the owner of property, right? Productive property that he profits off of.
I apologize.
And the person.
It was Houston. This was Houston area 9th grader that complained about this.
let's go. Let's ask around. So, like, Ghosty, your thoughts on Labor Day and your education. So, like, your thoughts on it, and like, what did you learn? Because maybe I'm an anomaly. Me and Corey, right?
No, so
maybe everyone else knew all about it.
I agree with you. I don't really remember learning much about unions and stuff like that in school or the history of Labor Day. I know in elementary school, I specifically we had May Day where we took off and we did we didn't really take off, but it was like a fun day and we had like snacks and we did like races, and it was basically a big competition between like all the students. Like there was all these obstacle courses and stuff. I guess nobody else had that. May 1st, May Day?
No.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. Yeah, so that's how I always knew what May Day was, but I never knew like what it meant. Mostly my knowledge of unions comes from my dad working in a union as a construction worker his whole life, and from like mafia movies. Pretty much that's like it. I don't really remember learning about it in school, but I never took any AP classes. So I think it'd be good for people to know about unions, except I guess they are becoming less and less popular, but like I don't know if we'd be able to bring them back, or
well, they're coming back. They are starting to come back. They have been
right
for the last couple of years.
So if it is an option for
NLRB.
people, I think it would be good for, to be common knowledge for everybody, because I think lots of people did like the unions and they do provide some benefits, I think.
I think it'd be
For
more
workers.
useful. I think it'd be more useful to so obviously I agree that people should learn about unions and the Pinkertons and all these things, right? But what I think that we actually don't spend enough time learning in school, or at least I didn't, was about workers' rights today, right? Modern day workers' rights, modern day fucking citizens' rights, right? Like what can you and can't you do as a citizen, or as
All of
what
that,
your employer duty or not duty? Like all these things, I feel like we don't get enough.
Wage
of that.
theft.
Yeah, we get. I don't remember learning anything about that, right? So, and you go to like most job sites, they'll have like they're required to have something posted up somewhere in the back corner somewhere. But it's just most people have no
behind the fridge, right? The break room fridge.
Technically, it's supposed to be in a easily visible place, or whatever. But yeah, it's usually in the back somewhere, or in some corner nobody ever goes to.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that would be beneficial, much more beneficial than learning about the history of the labor movement.
But that's the thing. I don't think these things are separate, right? Like these things aren't separate. Like what was the labor movement doing? Was fighting these things, right? Like talking about wage theft, right? This isn't new to America, right? This is all part of a continuous movement, and that's what I was. This is what I was saying to Lactoid, right? At some point, and this isn't just about like unions, right? But like at some point in people's minds, history ends. At that point, that was a history thing. That's a historical thing, right? Rather than what's happening today, right? There's a disconnect here. People don't realize, well, this is a continuation of that history. What's happening today, the wage theft you're talking about, the workers' rights they do have, or the worker rights that they don't have, right? All that's part of the labor movement, whether you engage with like the topic of unions or not, right?
Yeah,
right, maybe. Okay. Yeah.
Most wage theft, by the way, quote unquote, is just bullshit. Just so we're clear.
Okay.
Seriously, it is. The vast majority of it is like
people have moved more to like mixed or hybrid models of like employment, like in or out of the office or whatever. Like maybe 2 days in the office, rest out of the office, or 1 day of the week in the office in a lot of cases, or no days in the office. I feel like the majority of wage theft is on the part of the employee pretending to be working when they're logged in, but not actually doing shit.
That's true.
But I totally accept that, right? I get that this happens. My employees definitely do this. You can always catch it because I usually require people to be on teams, right? To have their teams open. So if somebody needs you, they can message you about something. And there's always that one person who flashes away really quickly, then comes back. Flashes away really quickly, and then comes back.
They move the mouse.
Sitting there, just moving the mouse, or moving it on the phone or something. I know it, right? But it's fine as long as they're getting the shit done. It's fine. What do I care?
There's I want to hear what Lactoid has to say, but like there's a device, a line where that like automatically moves the miles. It keeps it moving continuously. That came out during the pandemic era, but that's good stuff. But yeah, Lactoid, what were you going to say?
Yeah, I mean, just so we're clear, like when we're talking about wage theft specifically, like when that's being referred to, they're referring to things like that. I would disagree should be laws anyway. So we can go right down right here. It's going to be like minimum wage violations. That's a lot of them, right? The second most cited one. People not getting paid minimum wage. They've agreed to some lesser amount. That's a violation. Overtime violation. They've worked a certain amount. They should be paid more according to the law, but then they're not. Off the clock violation. They're asked to work off the clock, or they do work off the clock. Okay. Meal break violation. They are working and they're not provided the meal breaks at a sufficient level or time. Worker was subjected to an illegal pay deduction. I would actually agree this is wage theft, in my opinion, which is only 4.7% of workers surveyed so that have experienced it. So according to this one survey I'm looking at. So, I mean, that's a problem. We can punish that. But compare that to 25% the minimum wage violation, 58% with the meal break violation. Other 1.6 tips being stolen. I think that's a problem too.
Sorry, hold on. So I didn't understand your point at first. What you're saying here is that you disagree that other stuff is wage theft.
Yeah, the only two categories of things that I think is actually theft would be worker being subjected to pay deductions that they didn't agree to, and tips being stolen by an employer or supervisor, both of which are the lowest percentages of all the quote-unquote claimed, and they're the only single-digit percentages, too, of what's claimed to be wage theft. The rest of it's, things that workers agreed to do, but technically it's illegal for them to agree to do it. They
agreed to do it. Oh, okay. The boss, Doobie, right? Sorry, I'm just going to use your example, friend. Sorry. The boss, Doobie, who controls my livelihood, right? My ability to pay for food, right? And to keep my kids clothed. Like he asked me, hey, I need someone to work over the weekend. I need someone to do these things. And yes, it's not part of your contract. But someone we need team players here, right? Doobie comes to me. He talks about how we need team players within this organization, right? And that's the only type of people we want here. And so a team player would help out over the weekend. Right. And
skip all meals.
Skip all meals too. Right. Yeah. A team player would do that. And so I agree, being a team player or understanding that the implication I might lose my job if I'm not a team player. Right. But Lactoid says, well, you agreed. You said yes. Right. Right. You pressured the girl into sex and she said yes. And so she agreed.
No, that's not the same. No, that's not the same. This is bad negotiating. This is bad negotiating your time. You know what you're saying? You're right. There is no I in team, but there is a me in team. So unless you're going to pay me more for all this, I'm not going to come in this weekend.
Yeah,
because I got to look out for me in this team.
Or you get rewarded with like an extra vacation. There are 2 extra vacation days.
Yeah, like you come to some arrangement.
You negotiate.
Yeah. If you were in the position to do so. Right, especially if you're in a.
They're asking you. You're in that position.
If you're one of those quote unquote disposable jobs, I think we talked about that last.
No. See, it's called you scratch my back, I scratch yours.
If you are in a position where you can be easily replaced, well, then we don't have to negotiate with you, do we? Right, especially if you're only one negotiating here, and not with your other fellow workers behind you. So if you aren't a team player.
Well, you got them by the balls. What are you replace somebody with your job that's already been trained for the week by the weekend?
They do it literally all the
time. Won't. No, that you're wrong. That's why they're asking you.
And there's some employers who that's their model is to get rid of people. Amazon's model is that they get rid of people, right?
Sure.
Walmart's model is that they get rid of people. That's a churn that they have constantly. We're getting burnt out.
That's their model. That's baked into the business.
literally their motto
not
is
the
to get
model.
rid of people.
That's why they
That
keep
is-
so many people for so long as well, though.
They
Like that's what you're
don't.
missing.
In
What's
fact, they
easier?
actually
You can't
don't.
train somebody
don't.
on a Saturday. They're gonna have to have somebody that knows what they're doing, even if it's
Or
like
they'll ask
McDonald's
someone
or,
else. Let me
like,
say that you're
Walmart.
the only worker there. If you are the only worker, if there's
Could they
one
will
worker
ask
and
somebody
one
else,
employer,
like,
well
they're not
then
gonna
yes, you
fire
do
you
have
for
a
that.
good, you have a strong
You have the
bargaining
negotiating
position.
power.
But there's
there.
one
You're just a bad
worker,
negotiator.
and then
Be an
there's,
adult.
one employer, and there's 20 workers, or there's 50 or 100 workers, right? And they're asking you to do a thing, and you say no, you don't want to do the thing. Well, you might keep your job that day, but now you're in a more precarious position. Like that happens literally all the time. If you don't understand that, it shows that you're a boss and not an employee. Sorry,
No, I did both.
Well,
But
I
even
guess-
when I was lower, I still was like, okay, you want me to do that? Then I'm gonna need you to get sweeten the pot because I know that I would be much more convenient, and you're paying for convenience here. Like for me to come and do this, then have to get somebody that doesn't know what they're doing over the weekend. So make it worth my time. You have some power here, and they will reward you like accordingly. I've like never worked in any position where that's not been the case. Like maybe they don't do it every time, but you're like, hey, what we can do here? Like they can't fire you. I'm glad it always works out. It's called being an adult. This is part of the normal adult like process.
They literally
Yeah, I mean, sure they can.
Many
There
states
could be
they
a
can fire
flying
you for
spaghetti
any
monster behind
fucking
the moon.
reason.
But that's like
Fine.
not likely.
Wow. Okay, so I'm just gonna have to leave that alone for now. So I lagged it. Will you?
I think maybe the one of the reasons why like I have difficulty empathizing with this is that like I am a team player, right? Whenever I do jobs, right? So like just like a couple weeks ago, I had to get up at 1 o'clock in the morning to handle something for work, right? And I got up and I did it. Now I'm not part of that category of employees that they provide these protections to, right? Where you can't agree for some reason, like if you're a certain group of employees, you can't agree to work at those times. You can't eat through a break or quote unquote break. You can't eat through your work if like shit needs to get done right immediately. So like there's been plenty of times in which I don't have there's like a deadline and there's like something that just came up and I don't have time to take a break to go get food. I'll either eat while I'm trying to like get the shit done, or I'll just get the shit done, and then when it's over, then I'll go and eat food. I'll take a break and eat food.
Mm-hmm.
I just the idea
But you
that
bill
like
for those hours, right?
So no, when I'm so first of all, just to be clear, when you're an associate attorney at a firm, you bill the hours, but you're not getting paid the hours that you bill, right? You're salaried. So you're getting paid biweekly a certain amount.
Oh, you're salaried. Oh, well, yeah. Okay. Wage theft is literally impossible if you're salaried because you're trading.
Exactly. Wage theft is impossible when you're salaried, right? And so,
Right.
Well,
but
depends.
this
Well, they
is
can actually deduct
Because it's not a wage; it's a salary. This is just a wage and a salary.
right.
Like literally, the words. That's what they mean.
No. I
mean,
get that.
guess.
I get that. But like, I fail to understand why, with the wage, it's wage.
You're a salary man.
Why it's wage theft to ask somebody to work at 1 o'clock in the morning. But it's not like, what is it, salary theft for me to work at 1? Well, no. And then you're gonna say no because the reason is, well, you agreed to that arrangement, and then
Because you're paid by the month or the year or whatever it is.
Yeah,
Did you agree to that?
and yes, I did. When I signed up for the job, I agreed that I was going to be paid in those
That's
kind
true.
of installments.
He's right about that.
And so, why can't a wage worker also agree to work at 1 o'clock in the morning?
Oh no,
He can, but he's got to be paid for it because he gets paid by the hour.
Yeah, exactly.
He doesn't get paid. Someone who gets a wage gets paid by the hour, and
So
therefore,
explain to me why is it required overtime for a wage worker, but not required overtime for a salary worker who might work more than that wage worker?
well, because that's literally the agreement.
Well-
If you sign up for a salaried job, it works the other way too. If you work fewer hours that week, you still get paid the same amount of money because you're on salary.
No,
you're
I get
getting
it.
paid by the week or by the month or whatever.
Right. I get that. What I'm saying is, let's say you're part of a job, a career. Let's just say in which you're never working less than 40 hours a week. Okay, it's just like every single week you're working more than 40 hours. Why is it okay for a salary man like myself to agree to that? Oh, it's a contract. We agree to that. But like a wage, even a high pay wage earner, right? Let's say, why can they not agree to like, okay, overtime is not a thing, but you're going to get paid this solid wage per hour, and it's going to be a lot, right? Why can't they agree to that and just waive overtime? Why is that considered?
You're almost describing a salary.
Yeah,
I'm not
You say that you're
necessarily describing
describing to be a salary.
I'm not necessarily describing.
If they agree that they're going to work a certain amount, and it may be overtime, and whatever they do over is not going to be in addition to what they're getting paid, then that is a salary, even if you want to call it a wage.
No, I know, but let's say that they agree to get paid a certain amount per hour, Why can't they agree with the employer to waive overtime? Why can't they say we're gonna ignore overtime? It's not a thing anymore here. Why can't they just agree to that? Since we already let salaried workers agree to work more than 40 hours or 50 hours or 60 hours and get paid a same amount. Why can't a wage worker agree to okay, we're not going to get paid the same amount every month, but we're going to get paid the same amount per hour, no matter how many hours I work.
But you're not getting it per hour because you're adding hours without adding money. So some of those hours are $0.
No. If you're
You work for
salaried,
free for some of those hours.
Yeah. He's talking about if you're waged.
But if you're waged, you're getting paid per hour.
I know why. And this is related to something I was going to bring up, right? Because in France, right, the situation that you described is illegal. So Lactoid talked, and maybe I got the details wrong, so you can correct me, of course. He says that he had worked a day, right? Was this on the weekend or was this on a weekday?
This was 1 o'clock on 1 a.m. Saturday, so technically late Friday night.
Late Friday night. Okay, yeah, that works. Yeah, so he worked a day, from his 9 to 5, right? And then much later, he gets contacted. Imagine someone contacted you, reached out to him, and said we need this thing to be done, right? That's illegal, in most cases in France.
Right,
that the bosses. Sorry.
I'll just say, sorry to interrupt, but there's a growing movement of a right to disconnect, as in after hours, your boss or company cannot contact you.
Yeah. So, they can only contact you within working hours, and only under very specific circumstances can they contact you outside of that, right? Now, why? Lactoid, he's a team player. He said so. He's a team player. He would have loved if he was a team player. Yeah. If he was living in France, right? He would love to get that email right at 1 a.m. It made him very happy. To get that email.
I was so pissed. Just to be clear, I did the work, right? Because I'm a team player, but it fucking sucked. I'm not gonna lie.
Why not just turn off your device or whatnot, or your notifications? But you don't know that if you turn off your device.
Well, no, come on.
My boyfriend works salary too, and he's in IT computer security stuff, and this happens to him all the time. He'll have to work overnight, or he'll get a call at 2 a.m. The server's down, and it's very important because it's security for a bank basically. So he needs to constantly. He's basically always on call, and it's salary. But some salary workers, I don't know, it can be worth it for the pay, but some salary workers, in restaurants, I knew managers who started, they went from being a waiter to getting tips, whatever, and then they thought being a manager and working salary would be better, but it's really not, because manager work is really fucking hard, especially in restaurants. So sometimes it's worth it and sometimes it's not.
I was a manager in college for restaurants. So I worked at a Wingstop. And guess what? Even there, you can negotiate your pay and benefits. So I negotiated out a cut of the sales with it. So this is all your thing. This is the whole thing it keeps coming back to. If you're in salary, it all comes down to your negotiating skills. And if you can't negotiate, I don't feel bad for you.
I'm sorry. Even if you're on a wage.
You don't feel bad for anybody, Gibbs.
Sure, I feel bad for some people.
You can't even, not even in all jobs can you negotiate your salary, right?
Absolutely.
No, you absolutely, you're agreeing with me, right?
No, you can absolutely definitely.
Government jobs. Government jobs might be the one.
There are big corporate jobs, right? Because I worked a big corporate job. It's effectively a corporation, big corporate job, and they had a pay scale, basically, right? This is basically a way to avoid being sued for pay discrimination. But they had this pay scale, and these jobs, right, within this category, got paid this much. That was your starting salary. They got paid this much. Now, I don't know if at some point you maybe after employment you could renegotiate. I don't know about that. And I think actually some people managed to do so afterwards, but they're this is non-negotiable. This is the starting salary. This is what everyone gets at this point in time. So not on every job you can do that. But in any case,
yeah, but once again, even then, there's different benefits, like competitive benefits. So if you don't want to work for that company, you don't like their starting pay, and you're starting out somewhere, you can go work for the competitor. There's got a better benefit cash.
I also want to point out that it's the laws that you advocate for that make it impossible for that company to actually negotiate their wage with you.
That's a good point too.
Let me finish this point, then we can explore that. So you were asking why can't workers negotiate away overtime, right? And so I was relating it to the French laws, right? And so I'm not an expert in French labor law, so if I could say something wrong, please excuse me, right? But I know that for most jobs, I'm sure there are probably exceptions, like what Ghosty was talking about, for on-call jobs that require someone to have to answer at late times. I'm sure IT workers must have that exception there. But the reason why it's illegal is because if you don't make it illegal, well, then bosses can pressure you, just in the way I described previously. Bosses can pressure you to say, hey, are you a team player? Because all the other people seem to be able to answer their emails at 1 p.m. or 1 a.m. And you aren't, right? You want to spend time with your family or have a life outside of this? That doesn't sound like a team player. And so because of that, they say you simply can't do it. It's not even an option. For overtime as well, if you can negotiate away overtime, well, then there'll be pressure, right, to negotiate over that overtime. And then at the end, the bosses will say, well, they'd agree to it. They said yes, right? And yes equals consent, right? Yes and consent are the same thing. And so, sure, there's no problem here. And you'll see overtime decrease nationally. I think this was a discussion a few months ago about exactly this conversation. I don't remember the contours, but trying to change, I think it was trying to change labor law to allow for exactly what you're saying. But yeah, this would be the result, be the destruction of overtime pay. But go ahead.
No, I think that's a violation of the freedom to contract. I don't like the way France does it, if that's what they do. And I think it's a great argument for not teaching kids in school about the labor movement, because they might come away with anti-consensual ideas, like we got to mandate that workers not be agreed with their workers, employers with their workers, to contact them at times that they agree to. Ghosty was talking about her boyfriend who needs to do this kind of work, and I think that's perfectly fine if you agree to get paid a certain amount to do that kind of work. That's the situation that I'm in too. I work at a lot of different hours, but obviously there's a give and take where there's some times where it's not that busy, and it's not hectic, and maybe it's even less hectic than like a general than other comparable jobs. But then there's some periods in which it's incredibly hectic, right? And then that's like when that's where the premium comes in. That's where why you're paid what you're paid. And I think it's fine. Just like it's fine, I think, for a worker to come in and ask for the moon and say, I'm not going to work unless you pay me $500 million an hour, or I'm walking over to a different company. Of course, they should have the right to do that. Just in the same way, an employer should be able to say, we're paying you $8 an hour, and we're going to call you 8 times at 4 o'clock in the morning. And if you don't like it, don't accept. Don't sign the contract, right? There becomes a market for labor, and literally the labor market. Unemployment is relatively low. There's the people who are in the job market are competing, and there's I guess when unemployment's low, that does kind of give bargaining power to the employer, because supply and demand. But that's not always the case, right? We saw during the pandemic, right? You had employers who were just being walked on, right? Like Doobie was talking about people not even really showing up to work. Technically they're working online, but they're not doing any work at all. And you can't even fire them because you can't find anybody to replace them, because that's the way the market was at that point. Nobody cried then, and I don't think anybody should cry now.
To back up what I was saying previously, in 26, I'm reading a paper from the Library of Congress blog, right? It says, in 2016, the French government adopted a labor law that, among other provisions, included a right to disconnect. Thank you, Corey, for that phrase. I didn't know it. This right, which took effect on January 1st, 2017, refers to employers' obligation to stop encroaching on their employees' personal and family lives with calls and emails. Under the right to disconnect, employees do not have to take calls or read emails related to work during their time off. While it was confirmed by the 2016 law, the concept of the right to disconnect was actually born several years earlier. With the court, you don't need the rest of that, but yeah, that's a real thing. Just wanted to get that out there. And I think it's a good thing. Though I'm curious again. I don't know the details of it. I think it might be different when you're at least first getting the job, right? Like it might be. I don't know. I have to think my really gather my thoughts on this because I've never put thought into this particular topic. But like when you're first negotiating a contract, if you can negotiate, because not everyone can, obviously, but whatever. But if you are in a position to negotiate your contract, then maybe like you could negotiate that part away for higher pay. That I think I would be fine with that.
Where would you be in a situation where you can't negotiate?
But I have to think
Define that situation.
I just did. I talked about my own employment.
Yeah. Okay, so you're telling me there was no other firm like that you were working for. There was no other possible option for an employer that offered an alternative pay entry structure. Everyone had the exact same entry structure nationwide that was offering.
I didn't have a bunch of offers nationwide. Oh, yes, I did a nationwide search because my meager means I can work for any job nationwide.
Yeah, bro, there's LinkedIn, nationwide. There's like Indeed, like there's a million job hunting websites.
I could have said like, hey, let's look at. I live in the East Coast. Let's look at California jobs. California job is just as easy to access as a local job.
Yeah, if you go on Indeed or whatever.
I might have to give up my social network, such as it is.
Oh no,
I might have to.
I might have to, man, that's tough. Sounds tough to me. You got to make some sacrifices.
Oh, wow. Amazing. God, you're, I mean, like, again, Gibbs, I love you because you never pretend to be anything that you aren't. And what you are is a capitalist.
Employers are just people. They don't owe you anything.
I love you for that.
It's crazy, though. What you're saying is just so crazy
nationwide,
to me.
Sorry, nationwide is insane, so I'm going to ignore that because that's such a dumb fuck argument. Nationwide.
Oh! Yes. Oh, listen, if I got offered a job opportunity, it was worth it financially.
Why not international? What if it was on Amazon?
What if it was international? Hell yeah, Amazon. What if it was on Mars, bro? Fuck yeah,
let's go. Right? I did have a passport at the time, right?
No, if they're going to pay me...
If I got a job offer...
Especially if you have children.
Listen, yeah, but he don't got... Listen, if they offered me $10 million a year to go live on Mars for 10 years, I do it. Right? Like, you know, make a sacrifice. What social network you have there? Like, goddamn, bro.
Hey, Prime, if you're getting offered $10 million
to live on Mars, you know, like whatever. Like, let's make some moves here, bro. Like
would you move across to a different nation?
We get some sacrifices. I would. Social network you
have there. If those were the offers that I was getting, I can assure you, right, as you can see from my opulent background, that I was not getting those offers. So that's not part of the discussion. We can move on.
Sounds like just bad negotiating, bro. Never bad negotiating, bro. That's what this is. You could have called up, maybe called up like the next person. There's got to be more than one where you live.
Especially.
East Coast, it's all the same. It's all one.
If you have children and or elderly parents or just like people that you need to stay, like not everybody can just pick up and move. Like you have schools that your children or you have family that you have to take care of. Like it's not always that easy.
But is that the employer's fault? Right? Is that their fault? Because the question is like, the mindset here, I think, is like there's a sense of entitlement. Where the employer,
that's exactly what it is.
The employer has to accommodate your lifestyle and your children and your social life and your area, et cetera, et cetera. But like, why shouldn't somebody who is more willing to move, dedicated their life to their career as opposed to like having kids or et cetera, and like doesn't have these obligations? Why? Of course, that person's going to be more competitive. Why shouldn't that person be more competitive in the workplace? Because what this law does is it basically cuts out that person from being more competitive, despite the fact that they are, right? The market demands that they be more competitive. And so, and then what happens is not only is it unfair to that person because, you know, they've lost the thing now that makes them more competitive. But like, what if shit needs to get done at 1:00 in the morning? Like, oh, you think that call that came in was just something I could have ignored? Of course not, because I got up and I dealt with it. So for people who actually like, oh shit, we got to do this, like, fuck, like if it doesn't get done, there's consequences for that, right? Like bad consequences. And in a like market economy, we're looking at a loss of efficiency. We're looking at potential like security breaches. We're looking at like the jobs maybe not even being posted in the first place. I don't know how Doobie fucking deals with it. I mean, Doobie, how do you deal with hiring people? How do you deal with hiring people in this fucking day and age, right? I mean, it can't be. Is it profitable really? Still, I don't even know.
He's a millionaire.
We have to
so
do.
yeah,
we have to
it's
do.
probable.
Hold on. Wait. We have to do. Just to be honest with you, I was reading some nonsense going on my server. That I was on with while you guys were talking. But
The one rare time that nonsense goes on your server
reminded me of something. So we do like we have to do like so like yearly or bi-yearly. I don't know. Fuck remember. Like complaints with like harassment and bullying in the workplace and sexual harassment in the workplace and all this kind of shit, right? And so I was going through it. I want to see like what the fuck is in here, and I swear like every single person that they showcase in these videos, giving their stories on the bullying in the workplace thing, was like a trans person with like blue hair. I mean, like it was very fucking. There's I guess a non-binary person with pink hair and a beard.
Send me these
But it
videos.
looked, I can try. I don't know if I can download them from the thing. It's like proprietary, like what's it called, Easy Llama or some shit. I can try to find the actual video for you. But yeah,
Okay.
like very fucking weird, right? Like specifically, like this is a very obviously like LGBT coded person, but not even just that, like a fucking hard coded person. like if I saw this person,
Hard-coded.
I'd be tempted to bully them, right? Like it's that bad. I don't know. It's just, and all the examples were like centered around this. All the examples were, oh, this is, like even the fucking like racism example. Oh well, somebody said, asked me, what was it? Somebody asked me if I know how to do this math equation. And they were like, oh, why did you think I would know how to do this math equation? Oh, because you're Asian. And that was like something that should be reported to HR, according to these people. Right, like some little fucking thing like this. So I don't know. It's like, it just seems like everybody's
That's a lawsuit.
Yeah, it's like everybody's hypersensitive.
I could
Everybody's
defend you.
prickly. Just
I
waiting.
mean, that is a
waiting
really
for,
stupid thing to say, but like,
No, but it's
obviously, I
like-
don't know if you could get, yeah.
Just
to
have
call
AI
that
work for you.
bullying
It's
or
never gonna fuck with you
racism
like
is,
this.
is fucking stupid.
Not
right?
yet.
It's just, there are stereotypes. They exist for reasons. It's not that crazy. I don't think you need to get an HR involved because somebody assumed you're good at math. Like, be real.
No, not to get. I mean, it's just a dumb. I don't know who the fuck would ever say that though.
You
but
should
like,
ask the black guy if they stole your stapler too, right? I mean,
assume that Prime is,
stereotypes exist for.
So if I
For
had to guess
reason.
Prime's like preferred music, I'd assume rap, because he's black. Honestly, right? I just would. Like that's just how it is. Like I'd assume Lactoids is like either like a rock or country, like some sort of alternative.
It's rap.
emo rock
It's
or country.
rap.
It is
Only
right.
only white rappers though, so kind of
No,
close.
only the white ones. So like,
Like
I
a
don't
lot of
know.
Vanilla Ice or
I just
what?
feel like everybody's hypersensitive.
Conservative rappers.
It's
I'll send
very
it to you.
fucking weird. I really dislike it.
Fucking Lactoid.
Well, it better not be
God.
Mac McDonald or whatever that guy's name is.
First of all,
The
Tom
Mac
McDonald's
Miller?
is okay, but I listen to a lot
Yeah, there you
of a lot of Tyson James. You ever heard of Tyson James? You'll check him
No.
out. He's really good.
I think I've heard of. I think I know what you're talking about. And if it is, like, shame on you.
He's got a
Lactoid.
song called Rittenhouse. It fucking slaps. Check it out.
Oh, I think I definitely know what you're
God,
talking
bro.
about. Holy fuck. Any which way. And we're gonna move past that. But anyway, through all this, Doobie has been making a profit, so we can acknowledge that.
Oh, hold on. Well, yeah, it's very profitable. Like we do. I mean, you just need to, hire the right people. I think is the right way to put it.
I agree.
You can't. It's very difficult to communicate that to the people doing the hiring. So I'm not doing the hiring in most cases. But I think
You have recruiters, or sorry if you don't have
No,
to answer
I-
if you don't want to, but
No, I've got different departments, and each department has a person in charge of hiring for that department. So it's people submit their resume. You do either the in-person interview if they're local, or you do come in like a Zoom or Teams meeting thing if they're not. And you can kind of tell. I don't know how to explain it without sounding like fucking bigoted or something. But there's a type of person that you're gonna say no to every single time. It's just, it is what it is.
What
is that, Jimmy?
type-
Why is because it costs you more money. That's the reason why.
They're like walking fucking
time bombs.
Yeah, it's like you can tell that they are just walking around like an open fucking wound, waiting to be offended by something, waiting for somebody to fuck up around them, and this causes like a massive fucking problem. Like I just don't want it.
And you know how you learn this is you actually, this is how you learn this is you hire them, and then you find out that they're time bombs, because you don't start off like, oh, we're gonna like reject this person out of hand, they're qualified, right? And then you hire them, and it's a certain type of person every single time, it blows up in your face, and then you just stop hiring this type of person.
Yeah, and to be clear, Prime, I'm not saying like it's gay people, or it's not like a racial thing, or like it's like a personality type or something. It's like a vibe
it's definitely a personality type
you get from a person, right? It's nothing to do with their race or their sexuality or something. It really is some kind of like I have like a radar for this. It's like a person.
Like people that are contrarian
in a sense.
Oh, I hear you. I hear you. Like there are personality types that are good for, well, being social, right? And others who aren't, right? There are people who are okay. I mean, like, consider even this, like what I'm doing right now, right? Like, I think one thing, not that I'm super successful or anything like that, but like one thing that is necessary for this is that like to not easily get offended and to be able to listen to people, different perspectives, right? I don't take it personally. I like to like thinks my ideas are crap, but like that's okay, right? But if I were the sensitive type, and Diva, you've been here long enough, like you've seen the sensitive types come through this panel, right? We know the type that don't last very long here. So I understand what you're saying, Diva. So I do. I'll just leave it at that, I guess.
We just can't have them.
Lactoid would be my ideal employee. Somebody who says, "Hey, if I needed to get up at 1 a.m, I'm not going to pay any extra. I'm not going to give you anything." But
you want someone who falls in line, all the time.
That's the ideal employee.
Every boss wants that. The employee that's going to fall in line and not question anything.
And he'll ride over on his motorcycle, so he'll get there faster.
And he's not interested in organizing. If anyone, he'll do it by himself, individualistically.
Why is it? Because Lactoid already agreed to it because he negotiated something that would be worth him waking up at 1 a.m. in the morning. Like,
well, I think that was the difference. It was like, it's different if we're asking people on a wage salary to do this, right? Versus like if you're asking people on wages to like start working at 1 a.m, it might be a little different.
Why though? They're getting paid for that work. Why can't they agree to, get up and do work whenever?
Well, because they also agreed to like a 9 to like a scheduled hours, right? Like, I mean, I understand if like maybe there's like.
No, in my experience, the specific reason that you do go salary is so that they can have you after hours. That's the idea. Like you're not breaking your contract at that point. You're fulfilling your contract. Sort of like how Ghosty told us we'd have a more interesting background behind her chair next time, and she delivered. Right, so now
I did.
Now Prime has to pay her twice what he usually.
I was
pays.
going to say something. I'm marking it as like background number 8 or 9 or 10
of her mansion. Right, she must have a mansion. Like she has so many backgrounds. It's unbelievable.
It's never the same room twice.
What's her salary?
I'll tell you, next time she's gonna be lounging by her pool.
That this is all shenanigans.
Listen, there was a TV show I saw once. I don't know. I wish I could remember what it is, but it was set in the 1920s or turn of the century, somewhere around there. And there were these people. There was a flapper and like a businessman, like capitalist guy. They were sitting around talking about business, and somebody had mentioned this new French term called employee that no one had ever heard of before. But an employee, and he was explaining how no, that's not a worker, that is an employee, and he was sort of like denigrating it because it was like a French idea that he didn't think would catch on. this word employee. But employee does sort of imply like an ongoing relationship, right, with your employer, right? You as opposed to a worker who you might just hire one day and let go the next. And I think that's the distinction. There's a certain expectation of security going into the future that people who make salaries are assuming that they have. Now, it's not a lifelong one like we used to have in the 1950s, but it's still a more secure relationship than if you're just like working on a building that one day will be done. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you work if you're in construction, you might be working in that spot for 2 years, and at the end of that 2 years, there's no guarantee that you'll get the next job or whatever. And as an inducement for you to continue working there and to put in extra hours or whatever, you get things like time and a half and other things that maybe your union has negotiated for you.
So I remember when I was working, like, I got in. Well, okay, so I don't remember what my contract said. This is a long time ago, so I don't remember exactly. But I got in trouble because I was arriving it was like 5 minutes late or something, right? And my boss had a problem with this, right? Didn't like it. Okay. And so I was like, hey, you got to work 8 hours. Okay. And so I did, right? And I always made sure to do that. And that I would have at least four. In fact, I would have more than 4 hours. I would actually work longer. I would do that oftentimes. But in any case, so I would make it up. If that happened, I would make it up at the end of the day, right? Like it's stay 5 minutes longer, accomplish literally no work, right? Because 5 minutes, right? And also I'm curious what Doobie feels about this, actually. I'm really curious what his thoughts are on this part. My boss got really butthurt about this 5 minutes, right? This 5 minutes where literally nothing accomplished. The first 5 minutes of the day or the last 5 minutes of the day, I guarantee you nothing's getting done. Unless there's like a big fucking emergency happening, right? But there was this other worker, a slew of other workers, a category of workers who regularly took breaks, right? That would equal a half hour, right? And that was just kind of allowed. That happened, right? Those were the smokers. The smokers would just fuck off, every few minutes, every 20 minutes, right? When I remember one lady, she was an avid smoker. We would see her out there all the goddamn time near the exit, right? Smoking away, right? I remember having meetings with her, conversations, right? She's like, I gotta go take a smoke break. She would just fuck off in the middle of the meeting and go take that smoke break. Be out there all the time, but she just never got dinged for that 5 minutes or that hour at least.
I tried starting smoking cigarettes for that reason. Because they got extra breaks for no reason, and I was like, I gotta start smoking cigarettes.
You guys, really? You actually tried that?
Yes.
Definitely a real thing, right? I know
did.
a lot of places I worked. All of them, that was a thing.
Well, you could just pretend to smoke cigarettes then. You don't actually have to
get those candy cigarettes.
We have to sit right out front of the store. And
you just start saying you have to go
windows.
for a break and just start doing any kind of substance for you'll be fine. They'll let you go for that break.
Yeah,
I gotta go take a little upper break real quick and come back.
Is that why you got a vape right now?
This is productive, so it's totally worth it.
Did you get hooked on nicotine because of that?
No, I didn't. This is recent.
Okay, all right.
But yeah, no, I hate cigarettes, so.
So Doobie, what are your thoughts?
You're also trading away years of your life, not just 5 minute breaks.
On smokers,
I think the way that
Terrible.
I don't really care if people are taking breaks, if people are actually because we have a hybrid model for most people, right? There are some people who are just 100% remote. But I personally, I don't really care if people are sitting at their desk the entire time they're in the office. I actually want them to take breaks if they feel like they need a break. If they feel like they're hungry, go get a fucking snack or something. I don't care. Go do whatever you got to do to be productive. So if that means you need to clock out for 2 hours at lunch because you just really need to get something done, that's fine. Just make it up later. What do I care? Just as long as work is getting done, you're productive, you're happy, everybody's happy. I don't care if there's that 5 minutes at the end of the job where everybody or the day where not much is getting done, or people are taking smoke breaks or coffee breaks or just wandering around to each other's desks, talking and chit chatting for a bit. What the fuck do I care? Like, I feel like if you're fixated on that kind of thing, you are probably not doing well as a business. It shouldn't be that stressful to work. Right? Like everybody's there working toward the same goal. If people want to, you should encourage people to talk to each other, to take smoke breaks together, and form a connection, form a relationship within the workplace, to have like friends within the workplace, like all that's beneficial long term. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with everything you just said. Like, that's how we do our like employees here. I mean, I try to like also to inspire competition between them. Hey, this team did this. What y'all gonna do over here? I mean, I don't know. That's the other thing. But otherwise, like healthy competition, don't be going over there and burning their shop down or something. But like, outsell
them. But
Prime, I feel like that's usually something that happens with people in like middle management positions, because they feel like they feel like they need to, their team needs to be, fucking tip top shape all the time. The boss comes around, that if there's something wrong with the team, that they're gonna get shit, and that just seems like it's a cultural problem, right? The boss is probably is on his ass, right? Probably is talking shit, making him feel like he's not doing a good job. So he takes it out on the people beneath him because he sees them as the reason this is happening.
My particular boss was a how do I put this non-gently, right? She had her nose up the ass of her direct supervisor, whatever the fuck she was, right? She would actively take on jobs or activities, whatever, right? Workload. Take on workload, like for the department that wasn't like the departments. So I worked at a hospital, right? And
an unscheduled break there.
And you'll be docked for that. I can assure you.
That's one demerit.
It's one demerit on a pile of demerits. Watch your ass, Psycho. I've told this story before, and Doobie might remember it. I'm not sure if I've told Latro this. It's been a long time since I mentioned this before, right? So, like I said, my boss, right, being like the brown noser that she was, always her nose deep in the ass of her supervisor or whatever, right? Wanted to prove she is a super team player, right? And by that, she means she would take on workload that the people under her would do. And there's a list of these things. One of them, were these. I forget the name. Name's escaping me now, right? But these were these intra hospital agreements, transfer agreements, I believe they're called. Right. So, like, think of a major hospital in your area, right? Like a big hospital, right? Get that in mind. That hospital has a bunch of agreements with smaller facilities, right, and larger facilities around the country. It dictates how, what the rules are of like taking a patient or sending a patient, right? A transfer agreement, it's a contract, right? It's a contract. And my hospital was a major hospital. And so it got to dictate those terms. It didn't have to negotiate with people, right? Unless it was like a hospital of like equal stature, I didn't fucking negotiate with them. It's like, okay, well, this is our transfer agreement and you're going to sign it if you want to be able to do business with us. And so my department, the social work department, right? My department took on this responsibility. Remember, the social work department, and to manage these agreements. These are contracts. And who was doing that? That was me, the IT guy. So what I was doing, I would call these different facilities, and I'd like, hey, like I'm a representative of inter major hospital, and some city here, right? And we have a transfer agreement, and like we need you to sign this. And then what they would do, right? They would get their lawyers on the phone and like, oh yeah, we've received this transfer agreement, but like we have some problems with this, right? And I'm like, I can't negotiate with you, right? And they would ask me my qualifications. Oh, I do computers, and they'd think, oh, am I being hacked? Right? They thought like this was a phishing scam, like a really poorly planned one. Where like, because why would a person who's doing IT be doing contract work for a major hospital? That's because of my boss who took on this workload. And then so I would call these different fucking hospitals, right? Around the fucking country, I would call these things. I have to manage them because it would expire at different points in time, right? I had to call these hospitals, right? And convince them, because they would ask me, I didn't lie to them, right? They would ask me, like, who are you? Because you're calling our facility. And I'd tell them who I was, and they'd hang up on me all the goddamn time, right? They'd but we had to get these transfer agreements done. So I'd be managing this, right? And then once I was done, I had to, like, the completed hospital agreements, I'd had to, like, take this work. I walked over to our legal department, right? And I had to hand them to a specific person, a lawyer. Well, one time I asked, hey, these are contracts. Shouldn't you guys be handling this? And the look of derision this woman gave me, like, no. No. Why would I do that? Like, nah. I don't know what to tell you guys. And so I just stopped doing them. I literally just stopped. This is an integral part of hospital function. I just stopped doing them. And then eventually no one asked me about it, right? And I don't know. We just moved on with our lives, and hopefully everything is okay. But yeah, I just stopped doing them. They weren't taking them seriously, so I wasn't going to take them seriously either. This is a true story. I swear to God, this is a thing that happened. I was doing contract work for a major goddamn hospital with an entire, it had like a whole built out, very well paid legal team. But okay. Fine. We can move on.
You just weren't a team player, Prime. That's the problem.
I wasn't a team player. I wasn't a team player. I wasn't a team player. Like,
you didn't get fired for this or anything? Like, just nothing happened.
Nothing happened. They just like.
Prime, I want to get back to the conversation you were having with Lactoid on this, because there's something interesting here.
Before I do that,
okay.
I will go straight to you, right? It's like, I just remember there's this one lawyer. I called this one facility, right? And she got fucking irate with me, right? I'm like, lady, look, like, and I told her from the beginning, like, hey, I'm just an IT guy in the social work department, right? And she's like, these stipulations are unfair, right? And like, I should be able to change these stipulations. Like, lady, like, I'm told that these are the contracts. And I asked the lawyer lady that I talked to for my hospital, right? I asked her about this. Like, she's arguing with me. She's like, no, these are the stipulations, and she has to agree to them, right? So I go back to this lady, like, I'm sorry, right? And she's like, well, give me the email to your legal department. And like, all right, okay, like, I'm gonna forward this thing, right? And then I get yelled at by like the legal team. How dare you do that? How dare you forward this to us? It's a contract negotiation. What? I don't know. And this she wrote like this whole like angry email, right, about the failures of my facility, right, and then puts me in it. Lady, I'm sorry, but I don't know. Sorry, I'm okay. I can move past it. I'm having flashbacks. All right, go ahead. I go.
Oh yeah, I think Ali's here.
Yeah, let me in, Prime, please. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
I just wanted to get back to that question that you asked, because I think it comes down to, like, you can always find like individual instances that where if they're asking you to do a little bit of extra work and they don't want to pay you for it, like, it might not sound that egregious in the moment, but if you allow that as a principle, because this is what law is, right? Like, Lactoid knows this. Law isn't about every single instance in which the law is applied. Law is just a way it's a way to be more efficient, right? So you don't have to make a judgment call over every single thing that happens. You just have a rule, and the rule says, if you're working more than 40 hours a week, then you have to get paid time and a half. Instead of having to adjudicate every instance in which that happens, you just have one law, and it's very clear, and you just follow it. And there are disadvantages to doing that, of course, because you can always find instances in which the law properly applied does something that's bad or makes things less efficient or whatever, but that's the reason why it's there. And so then you have to look at the other end of it. What happens if these protections aren't there? And the first thing that comes to mind is something that I used to teach in APUSH, which was the company store. All right, that was one of the units in my textbook that I taught. And the company store was, of course, whether you think it was by design or that it sort of evolved naturally, whatever the reason, these workers were put in a situation where they literally couldn't leave, couldn't go anywhere else, and their only way that they could buy their goods was at the company store, and the only salary they had was the salary that the company was giving them, and so the company was making it so that everything they made went back to the company store. And they weren't exactly slaves, but they were like somewhere in the neighborhood of that. And these are the things that the labor laws that eventually came because of strike after strike after strike after the progressive era, which we just saw, it gets mentioned once in all of text history teachings. They end up eventually coming up with the set of rules that we have now. Because if those set of rules aren't there, it's not really just an employer asking you to do an extra 30 minutes of work one day for your entire career. It's gonna get pushed and it's gonna get pushed and it's gonna get pushed until really what the incentive is I can keep you at least fed and clothed, but in exchange for that, I'm not gonna pay you what you're worth. I'm not gonna pay you anything above that. And that's what that's what the employer has over the worker. And there are extraordinary periods of history, like now, where unemployment is really low, and that doesn't work. And that's one of the reasons why unions, I think, are getting stronger, because people just don't want to fire people because it's hard to find workers right now. But during most of history, unemployment is above that, and it's harder to find workers. It's easier to find workers during most of history.
Well,
right now it's a little bit difficult to find workers.
Well, Iko, that was the whole thing you missed earlier, that we were talking about how I kept saying that, you don't want to fire people because you don't want to replace them. So the power that people have negotiating power, and Prime disagreed with that concept.
Well, no, I'm saying that it's exceptional when they do. We're living in a time now where they do have that power, okay? But they didn't have that power 10 years ago or even 5 years ago, not to the same degree that they have now. Because unemployment is exceptionally low right now.
I don't know. I got to be honest, and this is just I'm just gonna throw the baby out with the bathwater. This sounds real fucking soft. I'm sorry. I had a job, and I worked. I'm not gonna say who the law firm was, but they were a leader in their field in the city of Houston. Right, they're like the top firm. And about 2 hours to 3 hours a week, the head honcho, the head lady in charge, would find time, if you were a department head, to come and get you, and you would go to her office, and she would scream at you for an hour straight, telling you about how only a little dick, dumbass, a lot of other choice word, motherfucker would do this mistake, and then ask you to clarify every mistake for the department, and just berate you the whole time. And I mean, saying the most terrible things. And then she'd be like, "Now get your ass out of here, get to work," or whatever. And no one ever complained. You know why? Because she paid fucking good. You knew what you were agreeing to when you worked. The first day she sat you down. She goes, "This is the environment. We're not a family here. We're get shit done shit here. Listen, you can't agree to this, then just go ahead and leave. Because we're not whatever." And listen, you knew what you were getting into. Yeah. But it was terrible. It was the worst job I've ever had. That I ever had to do either labor or mental, because you left home every day going, "Wow, I hate my life." But guess what? The money was good, the benefits are good, and you agreed to it because the prestige was good. After working there, you could go work at any firm in Houston. They're like, "Oh, you worked at that firm? Oh." You instantly hired, right?
Gibbs, let me give you an example that also proves your point, but it's from the other side. It's the opposite.
Sure. Oh yeah.
Do you remember Fry's Electronics? Anybody remember Fry's? It was this terrible electronics. It was like a really janky Best Buy, okay? but you could get things there that you couldn't get anywhere else. Like they actually were amazing for getting like computer parts and stuff like that. But I always wanted to work there because I wanted access to all that stuff, right? But on the first day, I was put on the this is when I was a kid. I was put on the sales floor, and they started doing this thing where they're all standing around in a circle, cheerleading how great Fry's is. And we were supposed to all like give me an F, give me an R, give me a Y, that kind of bullshit, right? They were just going in a circle, and people were like doing these ridiculous like breakdancing moves and shit, trying to psych each other up, right?
Australian breakdancing moves.
Yeah. It was like that, and so it finally came to me, the new guy, right? And I just literally like took off my like store like jacket or whatever, and just put it on the floor and said, "See you later." I walked out the door. My first day was my last day because I could not frickin' do that. So I was negotiating, I suppose, in a way. Like, don't humiliate me, or I'm gone.
Well,
you didn't last a day at Fry's.
Well, there's similar.
I know companies that do that. It's fucking terrible.
Yeah, unbelievable.
A similar situation, actually. I went through ICO. I was going to work for a meat processor factory, third shift, and I was going to do it. And when I went to the orientation, like before they had everyone there, like the way they were talking to us, I thought was like pretty disrespectful. Just and the how blunt they were being, and I think honestly how rude they were being. And the thing that got me was like, one of them said like, you know, which by the way is, I don't think this was legal for them to say, but they said it, which was, you know, make sure you clock in, and if you don't clock in, well, you just gave us free work. You know, we're not gonna, you know, even if you can prove that you were here, we're not gonna pay you. So first of all, don't say that. But second of all, I got up and walked out. Like at that point, right?
Yeah.
Because of just like the way they were, like the level of demeaning, I guess they were talking to us. And I think, Aiko, when you were talking about like the law being based in simplicity, I almost don't disagree. But wouldn't you agree the most simplistic law here would be if the contract says it, that's the rule. So if the worker agrees to it, then they agree to it.
But you would agree that there are things that can be in a contract.
How much more simple than that, Aiko? Right? You don't have to like, you know, look at all these fucking. Someone is gulping right now. But
mute yourself on StreamYard.
But no, like instead of having to like go through the fucking textbook and like find out which fucking law. Oh, well, they agree to that, but technically that can't be allowed in the contract because statute, you know, 33.04, you know, subsection 8 says that you can't do that. And then here's like 18 case law, you know, sort of cases that indicate that you can't do that. Instead, why not just, oh, look, this says this, therefore we're good.
Well, so
yeah, well, you do, but other laws, but there are other laws that exist, right? You wouldn't say the contract is the only law that should exist. Like that,
it's more simple.
There's other laws on top of that. The more you make
it the contract, right? The fewer laws you have surrounding the ability for people to negotiate contracts, the more simple the law is. You're talking about one of the goals of law.
But you wouldn't allow a contract that says, and I know you wouldn't allow this. I'm not trying to put this on you, but you wouldn't allow a contract that says, work for me for this amount of money or I kill your family, right? I mean, there are things that are illegal, right? They cannot be in contracts.
Well, right, but then the simplistic rule would be like, is it a contract, aka like basic contract law, meeting the minds, et cetera, consideration. And one of the things you can't do in contracts is have one of the bases of one of the terms be a threat to something that somebody else has a justified right to. So you don't have a right to threaten my family. That's against many other laws that don't have to do with contract law. You can't do that. And one of the bases of contract law is it can't be illegal. But that's not the same thing.
But isn't this a long-standing disagreement between you and Prime, which is whether or not like the threat of starvation because you don't have a job is a threat?
Well, first of all, in America, there is no threat of starvation when we have food stamps. Second of all, I think that when you this is a long-standing disagreement, sure, because I think that the idea of starvation is simply deprivation of something, and so the question is, do you have a right to that something? But even if you
right,
even if you did take like the positive rights kind of argument into effect, There's nowhere in America where where this argument holds, because you can get free food if your income falls below a certain amount anywhere in America.
You would disable. Sorry,
I would get rid of it, but as long as that remains, this idea just has no merit. Now, if I win the presidency and remove food stamps, now the argument, now we get into like the deeper disagreement about whether or not.
Well, this is perfect, because the Lincoln Douglas debate topic for the next 2 months is resolved. The United States ought to require that workers receive a living wage. So this is literally the argument that we're discussing now, right? Is what do workers have a right to?
Yeah, and how bullshit
who should they get it from?
Because you see like Bernie Sanders like keep reposting the same meme like 18,000 times in a row, which is like, you can't even live in these states on a minimum wage. Asterisk 2-bedroom apartment. Like, what the fuck? Minimum wage.
The study that we're operating on now has concluded. Now, there's multiple studies that have done this, but the study that we've been like using as a working basis for like the assumptions for the debates are that a living wage is, for a family of 4, is $28.53 an hour.
See, here's why like the term living wage, and it sounds cruel, but it actually like logically makes sense. The concept of a living wage doesn't make any sense, because if you don't pay somebody a living wage, they die, and then you don't have a worker. So, like, all wages, like, without welfare, all wages must be living wage. Otherwise, your workers die. So,
because we know about that, everybody remembers that story about Walmart, about how there was posters on the wall talking about how you can apply for food stamps, right? And then employees would then get those food stamps and spend them at Walmart. So it's kind of a circular, like, benefit.
Or sell them for drugs.
So, yeah, they're getting a living wage. They're able to keep themselves alive or whatever. They're getting a living wage, but it's through government subsidy. It's not just through the wages.
And if you remove the government subsidy, then Walmart will have to pay them more.
And also, as long as you're alive, the quality of life.
I mean, didn't we live through that in the 19th century? Like
Walmart,
the Gilded Age.
Walmart owes you a quality of life. Yeah, the Gilded Age, when we saw the greatest expansion of technology.
Walmart does owe you a quality of life, 1,000%.
Oh, really? Okay, well, why? Why do I, a private citizen, or Walmart, a private entity, why do they owe you anything? Who died and made you their king?
In like literally, like in actuality. For the same reason, if all of the workers decided not to show up, Walmart would be fucked.
And they have the right to do that. They have the right to do that.
Wait.
Then the pickets come in and make sure that
they have the right, not the ability to.
No, every worker at Walmart tomorrow could quit and then go on food stamps. This could happen. Yes.
Tomorrow.
If they organize. Yeah. Corey. Before we do that, Corey has.
Well, I mean, maybe just to clarify Lactoid's position more, or at least flesh it out more, because like I think
I think Lactoid just made the argument for unions.
But okay,
I'm not necessarily opposed to unions as long as the government's not involved.
Right.
No, as long as the government's not involved.
So you're a big proponent of contracts, which like so am I to some degree. But like I think even you probably recognize that like, or maybe you don't, and that's where the disagreement is. But like, you can't like bake everything and cover everything in a contract. Okay, just as and although maybe in your mind it is, because like you're for like you advocate for certain marriage contracts and everything should be stipulated and explicitly stated.
Yes.
But like. So
you gain 10 pounds, you're out the alimony.
Right? Yeah. So right. So in your contract, okay, I'll obviously only share what you're comfortable in sharing, but like
sandwiches every day, 6 p.m.
Is it not in your employer contract currently? Like, is it stipulated that your employer you're on call, like they can call you on the weekend? Are there any hours dictated? Like this is your salary for 40 hours per week or 37.5? Is that stipulated?
Yeah. Well, so in America, most contracts are incredibly simplistic, so including salaried contracts. So my contract doesn't specify that they can or can't do anything regarding 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, but I'm a salaried worker, so they can.
That's why I'm also trying to so, but also in your salaried, are number of hours specified of like we're paying you this salary for this number of hours? Okay.
Nope. They could work me. They could work me 24 hours a day for 7 days straight. 365 days a year while giving me like meth injection. Well, not meth.
That's a fundamental. Yeah, sure. That I think that's generally a fundamental difference between that because, like, in Canada, generally speaking, it is
And I
stipulated like
quit.
this is the number of hours. So, like, you're paid this salary for 37.5 or 40 hours
Sure,
per week.
well, and I'm not necessarily opposed to those kind of contracts, right? If an employer and an employee, like if an employee, like the star employee, right, says,
Sure.
"Look, I'll
But-
agree to this wage, but you specify that I'm not working more than 40 hours a week."
As Aiko alluded to earlier, at least generally in my experience and the experience of, let's say, my colleagues and whatever people that I know that are salary workers, like that's typically used as the excuse for employers to like pretty much like work you to the bone. Of like they, if employees actually track their hours, like I advocate for my friends to do this. So like, are you actually working 40 hours per week? And then your employer doesn't have a right to like ask any more of you. Where it's like. You should be paid for the work that you do, but like generally speaking, like employers will take advantage of that contract. Of like, yeah, you're a full-time salaried employee, and it says 40 hours in your contract. But since nobody's tracking or paying you a salary, well, now we'll push you to 50 hours, 60 hours, 65, and then yeah, they're
wait.
like,
Keep track of the time.
unravel.
If you can prove, like, keep track of the time, you can prove, yeah, I worked 40 hours, I'm done, and the contract stipulates that you can only work 40 hours. I am perfectly fine with enforcing that. And if the company the company like threatens you against the terms of the contract, then you should be able to go to court.
Yeah, no surprise. Many companies don't have proper timekeeping tools accessible to
Sure.
their
Well, hold
employees.
on. Well, if we're talking about like that, I can get behind like punishing companies that don't follow their own contracts. I'm fine with that. It's part of the reason why I'm okay with like certain kinds of unions. Now, under the Labor Relations Act, there's issues, but let's assume that they don't have like the legally protected right to strike. I've got no problem with like a bunch of people like organizing together and saying, look, you fire one of us, you fire all of us. Totally. That is a contract between the workers. I've got no problem with that.
Lactoid, question then. First of all, Ali, thanks for being here, friend. Glad to see you off in a different state, but you brought the camera that keeps focusing and refocusing.
Yeah, I gotta get a
look
new
into
one.
that software. That
There's no software for this. I just gotta get a new camera. There's like three new other cameras here. I'll just use
He
one of these.
changed everything but the camera. The state, the background.
That's a lot of purple, is what it is.
A lot of purple. This is a lot. But Lactoid,
You need a mansion like Ghosty. She's got that servants' quarter right behind her, where everything comes out, like all of her snacks and whatever she needs. I hope she pays them well. That's all I'm saying.
There'll be some more orange coming soon.
When you weren't paying attention before, she clapped and with a tray of cheeses that she
A charcuterie board.
charcuterie board. But Lactoid, what did you think then about the story that I told very forcefully about the contract law, right? Because I was hired to do IT, right? And I can tell you, I don't remember exactly my contract, but I can tell you in no place was contract law included. What'd you say?
You're probably at will. An at-will employee is they can tell you what to do and they can change what you're doing at any point for any reason.
Texas is an at-will employer state.
Okay.
The vast
majority
are
too.
The vast majority of U.S. workers are at will.
Yeah.
So, and what are your thoughts on that then?
I got no problem with that. There's nothing, even in an at-will state, there's no problem with you like agreeing with an employer. I will work for you for this wage, but I require XYZ stipulations. I need this particular day off. I need, the XYZ occurring. I personally know a lot of people who have like stipulated, like, I'll do the job, but I need to have off like every day at like 3:30 to 4:30 because I got to go drive my kids home. And almost
or you're Muslim and you need to pray 5 times a day.
So,
well, then, but the problem.
Wait.
That's
the contract that the contract that I did agree to did not include contract law though. But I was asked with like, the force of an employer that an employer can bring to bear to do contract law asked.
I would need to see the actual contract that you signed. Like if your contract was like very specific of like, no, you can only like this is what exactly you're going to be doing, and we're not going to ask you to do anything else.
No, but yeah, and again, here's the sneakiness, right? So what I do remember of my contract, I wonder if I could find it. And that might be actually in my email somewhere. I'd be willing to share that with you. But it like listed like the certain number of responsibilities that I had, right? I had to deal with like these databases and whatnot, right? And fix computers. But underneath all that was like another unspecified task, something along those lines, right? this is what employers do in general. They put that line, another unspecified task, which literally can be anything.
Yeah, send it back to them with that red line.
And I wasn't in a position to negotiate, right? Like, but and this is the thing that I have a problem with, like with libertarians and this type of thinking, right? And Gibbs as well, who's not a libertarian, is that like not everyone is in a position to negotiate, and you don't seem to understand that.
No, I fully understand that. I fully understand that some people are not in the ability, like not in the position to negotiate. But like I think I brought this up multiple times in stream before. Like there's a lot of incels who are also not in the position to negotiate. There's other people out there that can do the job at the specified requirements, and they can do it better. It's just the marketplace. It's the labor market, right? And so if you are being outcompeted in a particular field, sorry, like I don't know what to tell you. It's because other people are doing the job as the employer wants. And if the employer can't find anybody to do it like a certain job, which is the case in certain professions, like a lot of professions actually, there's a reason why you don't have like workers or you don't have employers like putting like the fucking moon in each of their fucking contracts. It's because then they won't be able to find workers. There are places with high turnover and there's places with low turnover. And turnover is expensive. When you spend a lot of time and a lot of money training somebody and hiring somebody and getting somebody established, like getting rid of them and then taking the time to find somebody else and training them and everything, it is not cheap. It's not a cheap endeavor. So they're only getting rid of workers when they think they can make money, and there's they're really only going to make money like under certain circumstances.
I would say it's depending on like the workplace. Some workplaces have to such an extent have atomized the job and made it so like each individual worker is so replaceable that they don't have a problem burning out employees, right? They know we can just treat them badly, right? Treat them as we want. And we'll have a high turnover rate, but because we can replace them so quickly, right? And we've got it down to a science that we will just do that, and that'll be part of our business model. Well, again, Walmart, again, Amazon. These are places that have been doing exactly this, right?
I think UPS. I think UPS had a problem with this, especially during like the holiday seasons. They had all these workers who kept like getting hurt, or maybe it was because they couldn't find other workers. I forget, but like there was these people. They were like getting hurt during the job, and then there was nobody to. Or never mind. Forget what I just said.
But like, so like you understand then there are people who aren't in a position to negotiate for whatever reason. And there's plenty of reasons why. You're saying someone is outdoing you in the marketplace, or maybe you need the goddamn money. You have like let's say you need health insurance and this is the job. You can't wait.
That is somebody else outdoing you.
Oh, okay, great, sure. Understood, libertarian brain. So I just have to recalibrate myself.
Let's change this from an employment. Let's remove this from an employment relationship. Let's talk about like a romantic relationship. What if a guy like can't get any girls? What if a guy can't get any girls? And like you talk to him and he's like, this is not fair, right? Like I have problems talking to girls. Like they should know this and date me anyway. This is bullshit. Why won't they just date me? Why do they keep breaking up with me? This is bullshit, right? I've seen this one girl. She just kept breaking up with guys over and over and over again. This is complete bullshit. She should get one guy and it should be me, and then she should stay with him. Like why is this fair? And the reality is it's fair because she can date whoever the fuck she wants, and she can break up with whoever the fuck she wants. Just like an employer should be able to hire whoever the fuck they want and fire whoever the fuck they want.
And also that guy can get girls too. He just can't get the girls he wants.
Yeah, and the worker can get jobs too, just not that particular job they want.
Wasn't hiring or firing. This was, I already had this job, and then this employer was adding work that had nothing to do with the job.
This girl,
right?
She wasn't bitching in the beginning, but then she started bitching halfway through the relationship. It's bullshit.
She gained 50 pounds.
She gained weight. She shouldn't be allowed to do that.
That part's fine. I know you feel that way. But
I would put it in the contract, okay? And I wouldn't. Without a contract, I wouldn't just assume that a girl's not going to gain 50 pounds halfway through, because they often do.
Hold on, but like I'm a little confused as to your position. And sorry, actually, fuck, we're actually over time. Damn, I actually want to hear more of this, but I want to get to the next topic. So we can talk more about that later, and we'll get everyone else involved again. But the battle will rage on between Lactoid and I about whether workers should be treated fairly or his thing, right? All right. But anyway, guys, thanks for being here.
His argument only works if there's government subsidies, which he's against. If he's against the government subsidies, if you remove the government subsidies, if you remove all of that, then you would have to say that you'd have to pay people a quote unquote living wage in order to keep workers to begin with, right? That's your argument?
Well, yeah, I'm saying that if you did get rid of all welfare, like businesses would have to pay you a wage to have you survive. Otherwise, they wouldn't.
No, that's not what a living wage is, though.
No, I know. There's this expectation that they owe you an iPad.
Because the second question would be, does quality of life come to the living standard that you think payment is? Does quality of life matter when they're talking about living wage?
Are they breathing? Are they sleeping? Are they eating?
Who owes you a quality of life? What does quality of life even mean?
Yeah, okay.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
So then, once again, my only admittance I need from you guys is that to understand that American companies can only thrive off of slavery, otherwise they just don't thrive.
Slavery?
Yeah.
What's slavery?
Bare minimum pay, no quality of life.
It's racist, actually, to compare this to slavery. Okay.
No, I allow it.
Denigrating slavery. I'm going to stand up as the white guy who listens to white rappers. I'm going to stand up for black people.
As an Arab who knows slavery was never only.
Hey, the Arabs did the most slavery, if we're being honest.
Exactly. And I know. And so, I'm just saying, if Americans would just admit that you guys only thrive off the system that we invented, as off the system that we invented, just admit that you guys can only thrive in that way. And I'm fine. Just admit to that, though.
This is fake news.
It's fake news. There's a difference, right?
Because
slavery,
you're saying these companies
slavery.
You know what they're mischaracterizing hard work and with slavery, because their only value is laziness and sloth.
True.
They want to be able to sit at home, and they want to be. That's what y'all are saying.
They want to sit at home and then jork it. That's all they want to do.
I'm sorry, Prime.
I had to handle some contracts for
another
department. It's so terrible. It's so terrible. I can't live.
We do have to move on. We have another topic, and let's just do the thing. But don't worry, we'll have this battle again. Lactoid will continue being wrong and awful, so that won't end.
These workers just jorking it all day, and I'm trying to stand up for businesses, but okay.
God, he's great. I really like Lactoid. In case you guys didn't know, Lactoid's great. Before we do that, guys, if you've been enjoying the content so far, consider supporting the channel. We do actually really do need your help out there. If you haven't done so yet, actually please help out the channel, sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. We're in a new month, right? Brand new month. And also this is September. So if you get a sub, or you buy a sub or you gift the sub, then it is cheaper by a certain amount. This is 25% for one sub. I think 5 subs also 25%, and then I think 10
subs is 30%.
Yeah, 30%. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
But if you get that 30% on all 12 subs, then you'll never pay full price for a sub. Right? Can you buy 12 in advance?
12? Oh, you mean you can actually buy buy them in groups,
advance,
right? Yeah, right. Buy advance. So you can buy a 3-month personal sub and then a 6-month personal. I don't know if those are subject to discounts as well. I mean, there is an inherent discount in them, but I'm not sure if there's an extra discount during September. That's a good question, though. I don't know. Someone give it a try. Sub for 3 months, 6 months, and let us know if there's a bonus.
Run the experiment many times.
Naritas, thank you for the 300 bits. But yeah, guys, we do need your help. If you're out there, if you like this content, then help us out. Use your Amazon Prime, just Prime Gaming. We do need your help. So if you're out there, I see a lot of unsub people. Consider subbing to the channel. I know you guys come back all the time. I know you enjoy the content, or you wouldn't be here, right? Other places, other things for you to do. So consider supporting this community, or we can't have this community, right? We don't do as many shows as we did before, but we don't get as much support as we did before, right? So consider supporting the channel so we can keep doing all of this. So sub to the channel, gift bits, or gift subs to support what we're up to here. And if you're on YouTube, if you're on, shut up, Corey.
You're on YouTube, you've forgotten.
If you're on YouTube, consider a super chat. And I, of course, have been checking for super chats the entire time. Of course, I have, right? And I resent that Corey always implies that I haven't been doing that. But if you are in YouTube land, you can become a member, right? Members are great. Membership is great. Membership helps out. Or you can become a YouTube, or you can do a super chat. And we have had none of those, so it's not even a problem. Why even?
Corey.
Yeah, Corey.
My bad. I take it all back.
Corey, if you were doing your job, you would have known that there were no super chats.
I'm a
To
bad
point
worker.
out.
No one should hire me.
He's not the type of employee Doobie will look for. But
Too much blue hair and all that stuff.
all the blue hair. All the blue hair. If you give a super chat, we will read and react to the super chat. Especially now, Corey's finally on the job looking for them. But sub to the channel, gift bits or gift subs. Hey, this is Mad Villainy. Thank you for gifting a sub. First time you've ever gifted a sub. Thank you. First time I've heard your name. To Wolf Glen 99. Who's been around here for quite a bit, actually. I hope they're still around here, actually. But thank you for that.
Okay, I have a question. I think I've earned it because I just bought the 6 month in advance to see what would happen. I don't think anything happens. I think it just every month it'll tell me that I subbed and I can send it. I think that's how it works. But now I'm curious, what's the difference between do you get any special emotes for being like tier 2 or tier 3, or are there any special benefits to being tier 3?
Yeah. There are emotes you can get for I don't remember if we have tier 2 emotes, but I know we have tier 3 emotes. But yeah, you get
Remember, you used to have tell somebody to shut up once a month or something like that, right? For 20 minutes or whatever it was.
Oh yeah. It's really difficult to do. And that's because I know. But that wasn't well, actually, it was something. You could get a certain amount of subs.
I think that was for open panels only, if I recall.
Yeah, it was for open panels. And it got very complicated, but still, it was also be profitable. We have less than a minute left. Help us get to this hype train, which is almost here. Because there's a substitute channel, getting bits of sub. It's weird that your resub didn't show up. That should have showed up if you did it for 6 months.
Because I was already current. I'm not due for another resub. I think what happens is now for the next 6 months, it'll say I subbed again when really I just subbed in advance.
Yeah, if you send a resub message, yeah. But anyway, guys, consider helping out. And thank you, Mad Villainy, for
but I do want to join the train, so I'm going to do a little bit of bits too.
Okay, well,
because I don't want to lose all those emotes that I never use anyway.
You should. Finger, thank you for resubbing with your Prime Gaming. Hey, thank you so much. Starting ourselves on a hype train. Aiko for gifting 100 bits. Thank you so much, Finger, for being kind. Finger's been here for a long time as well. 36 months at the very least. Thanks so much. We're at 46% of a level 1 hype train. Help us get to level 2. Hype train, haven't had a hype train in a while. Sub to the channel, give bits, or give subs if you're in YouTube land. Help us out so that we can continue all this great content. You get ad free viewing and you get our emotes, and you'll be helping us out.
With Corey, I think channel points something. He'll attempt a handstand on his channel. That's what he does.
I will do that. I can do that.
Yeah. Will you do that for Prime? If we get level 2 hype train, will you attempt a handstand? This is my challenge to you.
The way I'm currently dressed,
Then definitely, whatever it is, then
It must be
definitely
worth more. Now we need a level 3 hype train so we can find out.
Then this will be the last hype train you ever have.
Well, then,
What did I
then
tell you,
level
Prime? These
100
fucking workers just jorking it. That's what's happening.
Yeah, help us save this hype train. Subs to channel, give us good subs. So I'm gonna introduce a topic, and hopefully by then someone else will have helped out the hype train. And again, if you're on YouTube, consider giving a super chat or becoming a member. All right. So the topic that I picked out for today, especially for all of you all, in 2021, Matthew Taylor Coleman allegedly murdered his 2 young children. It seems he is schizophrenic and, through the influence of QAnon, came to believe that his children had snake DNA and were a threat to humanity. He has been arrested and is currently awaiting trial. While in prison, he was repeatedly tried. He has repeatedly tried to mutilate himself and end his own life. He is being medicated against his will to prevent this. But what responsibility does the state have to keep prisoners from killing themselves? Should prisoners, especially ones that have been convicted, have the right to end their own lives? Do you feel like their lives are no longer theirs while they are paying their debt to society? Or do you think that, as a society, we have an intrinsic interest in valuing their lives? So, yeah, it's not a great story. Not a great story at all. This individual, father, he drove down to Mexico and then took a spear hunting rifle and he shot his 2-year-old and 10-month-old, killed them. And again, he thought that they were actually snakes, lizard people. He, under QAnon's influence, he came to believe his wife had snake DNA and that she had given this over to his sons or his children. And so to save humanity, he murdered his children. Really unfortunate situation. But again, he's in prison now and he's like trying to hurt himself or trying to kill himself. Not over guilt, because apparently he still doesn't actually understand he did anything wrong. He's just out of his goddamn mind. And the state is doing everything it can to keep him alive. But should it have to? Should we care? Again, especially if they're convicted, which he is not, as far as I know, yet convicted. But especially if they're convicted, does it matter if they serve out their time? Once they're under custodial support of the state, does that mean that they need to stop a person from dying? So I will ask around. But before then, guys, help us save the hype train. Minutes, less than like 30 seconds left on the hype train. Consider helping out the channel. Now is a great time. We'd love to have your support. Can't do this without you. If you value this community, please consider helping out the hype train. We do need your help.
Ruby will show you his tongue.
Lactoid.
That's an incentive.
Yeah, so I think they should be prevented from killing themselves, actually. I think that, I've talked about this before, my idea of criminal justice would be that the people who commit a crime have to work off their debt, quite literally work off their debt to their victims. And them killing themselves
13th Amendment.
Yeah, exactly. There's a very specific exception in the 13th Amendment that I think is a very good exception, and we should be utilizing that more often. And if you kill yourself, or can I say that on stream? If these people end themselves, which I highly disagree with, I don't think people should do it. But if they do, then they can't work, right? And that's a problem. This is a very tough case because the dude's mentally ill, pretty seriously. And a concept in law is that when it comes to things like this, mens rea is important, where you got to show that somebody's not insane when they commit a crime in order to hold them responsible. And I struggle with this one because I don't know if he really knows what's going on and he really knows everything about him. So would I, in this case, I don't know what I would do in terms of holding him responsible to begin with, right? Or if he should be put to work, or what that work would even do at this point. But the answer for me is still easy for him, which is that since I'm against prisoners generally ending their own lives until they pay off their debt, I'm also against children or the mentally disabled ending their own life, because I don't think they can qualified consent to that action. And this guy he falls into either one of these camps. Either he's of sound enough mind that we're going to punish him and prevent him from doing it, or he is so far gone that we were going to prevent him from doing it anyway. So we should stop him from ending his own life if we can.
Thank you, Chabazite. Chabazite? I'm saying your name wrong, I'm sure, for subscribing for 1 month. Thank you so much. Enjoy your emotes and ad reviewing and being. Thanks for being so kind as to support the community. Much appreciated. Let's go to and also, yeah, we can say, suicide, blow your brains out, whatever, right? As long as we're not encouraging it, right? I'm not telling people to do that. Shouldn't do that, actually. I think ! Suicide in chat for the national. That's not okay. That's then I spelled suicide wrong. I'm going to try it again. I had a command for this. I thought it was ! Suicide. Okay, I'll work on that. There's a command that gives the national not to do suicide. To get the hotline number. I had a command.
Prevention hotline.
Prevention, suicide prevention. I had a number for that. It's not the national suicide. Not they don't assist you.
Not
with
the
suicide.
assistance.
They prevent. They prevent.
He's in Canada.
Oh,
I had a command for this. I don't remember the name of the command, but in any case, right? We don't encourage it, but we can talk about it. So, Ghosty.
Okay. So definitely not until after somebody is convicted. I think if somebody is waiting trial, especially in something like a murder trial or any crime where there's like a victim, we need to keep these people alive because we need to get justice for the families, and we need to find answers through trial and have them serve their time and stuff. Also, for people who are convicted to anything that's less than a life sentence, I think the jail would have a responsibility to take care of these people in a manner, or at least make sure they're not ending their lives, so that they can hopefully rehabilitate and serve their sentence and then go back out as people. As far as people who have like a life sentence or a death sentence, I honestly can't really think of a reason to care. It might save money. The only reason I would be against it is because it's kind of an easy way out, and I want these people to be punished. I don't want people to be able to think that they can commit heinous crimes and then just go to jail and end their lives and be done with it and kind of get away with it. So that's kind of how I feel about all of it right now.
Okay. Thanks so much. And Corey.
Well, yeah. I mean, definitely, it's a very harrowing story. Yeah, I'm as of right now pretty conflicted. So, like my friend Lactoid, I'm in Canada. Okay, and we have medical assistance in dying, and so that changes things a little bit, slightly. In my estimation, where so I'm generally in favor of medical assistance dying in Canada, and I think we are on the brink, or potentially on the brink, of approving it for mental health conditions. And if in fact this person is schizophrenic, there might be a world where they would qualify for that. But then, if they're in prison, assuming I would ever advocate for the current prison system, but whatever, assuming they exist. Basically, yeah, the way I currently fall, it's like I don't think we should be expending that many resources to keep someone alive if they're determined to actually kill themselves. Where I would, generally speaking, I err on the side of respecting their right to kill themselves. But again, I'm sort of on the fence on this. But I'll leave it there for now.
Okay. Let's go to who's the next one? I go.
I can imagine being on the fence, like if I had a different set of values when it comes to this topic generally. But even if I did, I couldn't be on the fence on this one. I mean, if he still doesn't understand why killing his children was wrong, then it seems to me, of course, I'm not an expert, I can't diagnose him, but it seems to me very likely that it would be difficult to prove in court that he's of sound mind. So even if there was a pathway, something similar to MAID, but for like people in prison, or the way MAID may one day be, which is mental health conditions and things like that, he would have to be of sound mind in order to make the request to begin with. Otherwise, we're just talking about some third party deciding that he should die, like without a trial or anything, right? Just determining that he's made a request and now we're going to give it to him because I don't know, he saves money for the state. I mean, I don't know what the benefit would be, right? Other than his request. So I almost want to say we would have to like add the condition that he's of sound mind before this even becomes debatable. I don't think anybody thinks that someone in his condition, in his apparent condition, should qualify for a request like this, even if a request like this were ethical.
Do you be? If you're there? I guess not. Let's go to Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, let me tell you a harrowing story of my own. I was listening to some of y'all talking about harrowing stories. I got a harrowing story. It's a story about my tax dollars. Yeah, and it's a very harrowing story. And I've sat here. I've been doing while y'all have been talking. I've been doing some research on the MechWarrior clans. Let me move on.
Your research skill.
It's good research. I promise. You're gonna be.
That's
impressed.
how you got your double doctorates.
That's how I got it. I'm the ultimate research king. All right. So did you know that lethal injection? It's the average cost right now is $1,286. The United States, via a quick Google search, my source, spends between $30 and $95K, depending on the state. The national average is about $60K on a person in prison. And I'm just sitting here going, holy shit, that's a lot of money. So the United States spends $81 billion on prisoners every year, housing them. We got a lot of people in prison. I gotta be honest. Let me give you some numbers though. A cleaning kit for a Glock is $50. 1,000 rounds of 9mm is $200, and you can get a Glock for $600. That equals out to about, I don't know, less than $1,000. Like, you know what I'm saying? So less than $1,000, we can have these people solving our problems and not being a tax burden anymore. I don't know why we're not giving them a Glock and a whole clip of ammo the day they go into prison. Because every one of them that's getting rid of themselves for us is one less tax dollar going to a wasted individual, and we're actually using those tax dollars on allegedly productive members of society. Like were these people living high on the hog? Have you seen what these people got in prison? They got cable TV. There's like some of these places are like the rich, like the real ritzy, like minimum place ones. They barely got walls. They just go around it. They got a track. They're getting 3 meals a day. They're going out there getting the best workout, and it's like a spa treatment, or it's like a summer vacation at boys camp for a year or two. This is ridiculous. And we're sitting here going, "Oh, these prisoners have it so tough." Like it's total bullshit. You know what they should be getting? They should be getting like rice, beans, and a cell with no windows. It's prison. It's supposed to be bad, and instead we're giving them $60K a year at average per prisoner. Outrageous. Except, and there's one exception to this: if I own stock in them, then maybe I could see a different way. But I don't own stock, so fuck these motherfuckers. They're taking all my tax dollars. Whenever we can solve the problem for less than $1,000 with each prisoner. And you know what's even crazier than that? Well, it wouldn't be $1,000. It'd really just be the ammo and the gut cleaning thing, because we could just reuse the gun after they use it every time. Problem solved, and that's going to save us even more money.
I love you very much, Gibbs. Let's go, Tali.
Yeah, so I've said this before. Outside of like the reasoning, outside of the fact that we can't guarantee that the conviction is 100% correct, I'm like all for the death penalty. If you killed someone, I don't really care if it was that you weren't in sound mind or whatever it may be. You killed someone, the penalty should be death, because I don't think prison is meant to be like just housing for murderers and rapists. I think it is meant for like rehabilitation for like small time criminals, and I don't think you're rehabilitating these type of people. So I don't know why we're keeping them alive. I guess it's until he's convicted. Then do whatever you got to do. But yeah, I don't see why we would like spend any money to try to keep them alive unless we were putting them to work. And like, yeah, the only reason I wouldn't want to let them kill themselves is because like, yeah, you don't get an easy way out of, like, I'd like to make money off of that type of prisoner.
Do we know? Do we know? Like, obviously, it's not guilt, right? Because he doesn't think he did anything wrong. So, do we know why it is he has? I couldn't see a motive in that article. Maybe I just missed it. But I don't. Is he doing it in order to avoid years in prison? Is he doing it?
The article isn't great because it doesn't even say, like, it just says that the physician at the prison believes that he has criteria for unspecified schizophrenia. It's like, it's not even like guaranteeing that this person is like schizophrenic or has any like real mental.
Right.
He believed his kids were lizard people.
Okay,
he doesn't seem to feel guilt for what he's done. That's the evaluation that we've gotten so far.
So him believing that his kids are lizard people, like he could be conspiracy brained, right? No.
Conspiracy brain is you think the government is run by lizard people, and that's already a little bit wacky. He believed his kids were lizard people.
And also, I came across an article, obviously I don't know how true it is, from the New York Post, where it's like, he doesn't even seem to recognize, as in he still thinks his children are alive still.
Ooh.
Well, he said he thinks he saved the world. The mother of his children had lizard people DNA, which gave it to his children, and he killed them to prevent them from becoming monsters. And he said so what I heard was, he said he knew he did the wrong thing, but he had to do it to save the world, and so he thinks he saved the world, essentially.
Because they might grow up to become Democrats.
I always thought whenever
it
I hear
appears to be. I mean, based on what we're hearing, that's not outside the bounds of possibilities as to what being a lizard person means to him.
I whenever I hear like stories like this, I always wonder, like, what if he was right? And now we're like deciding to punish him, but like he did save the world. Oh shit, we don't know.
Well, first, I need not to make light of the situation, but we all have lizard DNA and snake DNA in our DNA. Just a little FYI.
Don't we share like 48% of our genes with a potato or something, or a banana or something? I don't know.
Banana.
Just also FYI, we all came from the current theory and accepted fact is we all came from one singular cell.
We all came from one singular entity, and his name is
God.
God.
We would have to have, right? Like, it seems. Yeah.
Why would we have to? You could have multiple single cell organisms develop independently.
I don't want to go
independent evolution.
You don't
think
time
in the same
the
place?
kids were not lizard people. Okay,
maybe,
let's get that first established. They were not lizards. This was a horrific crime. Should we really be? I think there's enough here for us to like credibly challenge this person's mental soundness to the point about what should we really be holding, like, and how responsible is this person for his actions? Because if I genuinely thought that like I was saving the earth, I mean, Jesus, like, I mean,
wait, hold on. Are you arguing though? Hold on. Even if this guy is like loony, like cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, like, are you arguing that? I want you to really argue this to me, that my tax dollars should not only go to like helping this person who's already trying to kill his kids, but also keeping this person alive because they might be mentally unsound. Like, hey, maybe he's doing us a favor. You ever think of that? Like, that sounds cold, but maybe we don't want this guy breeding no more. Maybe he's the lizard person, right? Like, at least he's got lizard brain. He's got lizard brain. I mean, I'm just saying, maybe let's just let him go. Like maybe some genetics don't need to be passed on. Like,
I'm not saying we let him like have kids again. Obviously,
I'm just saying, if he wants to do it, why do you want my tax dollars to go to pay to keep this guy?
Well, because
alive?
we can make more tax dollars. We could make more tax dollars making him work, right?
But we're not going to. But we're not going to. In the system that we have, though, it's only gonna. That's what Gibbs is arguing. The system that we have, though, it's just a money suck. Like, there's really no.
In the system that we have, we're not gonna let him die, right? So like, it's become the whole conversation becomes moot.
Well, no, that's what we're arguing within the system that we have. Should we continue to like let these people like do this, right? Like, obviously, if we want to change the whole system, like, then
I don't know. I think that when you have somebody who's like mentally ill to the point where they can't consent to actions, like, would you guys be okay with a kid in juvenile hall doing this thing? I wouldn't be okay with that.
Well, no, I don't think this person. So that's what I'm
Well-
saying. When we say mental ill, it's like this person didn't do anything for clearly like the majority of his life. He was able to have 2 kids, right? He was able to just it's not like the mental. I don't know if like the schizophrenia snapped at like 10 months after his second
can
kid. Like
happen.
I don't know. But even if that was the case, which I don't necessarily think it was the case, I think he was maybe just a little stupid and just believed the conspiracy. That's what I'm saying. I think he just believed the conspiracy. I don't think he has like if we want to qualify that for mental illness, then I'm going to say that like religious people are also mentally ill, which I don't. That's
No.
I don't agree with that. So like I think this person believed the situation, and so like. Yeah, even if he was mentally ill or snapped at that case, I don't see why keeping him alive would serve any benefit to anybody.
And I just want to, I guess maybe recognize the point that iCal made in his opening statement. I think actually largely addressed to me in terms of, and this might be also, the fundamental.
Because you're a monster.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll accept that. I'm Canadian. You mentioned, I think the particular wording was like of sound mind. Okay. And
Right.
we have, I think battled a little bit when it comes to MAID. And so it's like,
Sure.
I've certainly asked myself the question of like, can someone, let's say severe depression, consent to their own, assistance in dying? And so is that like, you're of that opinion of like, let's say, like, as in Canada, they should not go down the road of like no mental health condition should qualify of like either severe schizophrenia, severe depression, severe whatever, severe Alzheimer's. Like that's out of the question for you.
Yeah, I know. I'm not. Yeah, it kind of is, because when it comes to the mind, you're talking about the very mechanism that is supposed to be able to make like an evaluation of itself, and I think it's just very difficult for to be able to trust that evaluation, especially when you talk to people. Like I understand there's some people whose depression will never leave them, and they may never see value in their own lives, like for the rest of their lives, and now they're suffering forever. But maybe I'm biased by the fact that I had depression for 5 years, and it was all of those things, and after there were things I did, and that may or may not be related to this, but for whatever reason, at the end, my depression was lifted, and I haven't had a bad day since. And I'm not. The thing is, I'm not saying that's true for everybody. It's absolutely not true for everybody. What I'm saying is, I have some doubts about being able to predict with accuracy whether or not that's the case. And certainly, a mind that is itself potentially not sound, or maybe you can be depressed and sound at the same time. But to me, that's just so fuzzy.
I agree with you.
I can't rely on that. Yeah,
that's why, like, I'm not entrenched in my position, but like I can see a world, okay, of like the person with like severe Alzheimer's. Like we can see, on an MRI, like their brain is Swiss cheese, okay, but they're requesting to die. It's like they have that, at least that much. That, let's say that's all they can say. There's like, please kill me, over and over. Like, do I really want to deny that? And they can't take care of themselves. Okay, they don't know where they are. They don't recognize their family.
Okay, now you're talking about things that go beyond just mental illness, right? Like the brain is a physical organ. So if you're seeing things on an MRI, to me, that would fall under the category of what MAID currently is.
Okay.
And remember, my objection to MAID is not that it exists as an option. My objection to MAID is that I believe that it is encouraged inappropriately. That's the problem I have with it. So people do make decisions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So based off what I heard, in terms of like, well, okay, I brought up like brain scans that we can see. There's something we can evaluate, objectively. If we get to the place somewhere in the future of like depression, as in like we can scan your brain and maybe we now know more of like we can make some predictions of like you have the type of depression that's just not going to get better. Like you have misery for the rest of your life.
We would have to know. Yeah, we would have to have that level of like clinical certainty. And if we did, then I could be moved on that subject. I still would not want to encourage it. In fact, under the model where I would prefer to allow it, I would want to discourage it multiple times before finally allowing it. Right? Like I feel like there needs to be some level of resistance so that you can like sort of means test what it is. Because there are plenty of people who make in impulsive decisions, and I know even MAID has like some internal barriers to it, thresholds that you have to cross. You can't just say, I want
One
to self-delete
suicide
and you're
plea.
gone that day. Yeah. It's not like it's not like the Futurama of Suicide Booth, right? But I would say we don't have that level of certainty yet, and I just want to err on the side of caution.
No, I understand, and I would generally, my guiding principle, I want to discourage it. But even, I think even your example, which I recognize, like, yeah, there are people that experience depression, and then for whatever reason, they recover and they don't experience it again, which I always hope the case for you. But to me, that's also like, in my mind, that's somewhat analogous of like, well, they can find the cure for your cancer like tomorrow, right? You never know. And like, but I think you're even on board of like someone who's like with terminal cancer, particularly terminal cancer. Like that's not a good enough argument to like prevent them.
Well, to me, yeah, because to me, like life is a very high priority. It kind of has to be because I'm Catholic. But at the same time, there is one priority that's even higher, and that's consent. So at the end of the day, if the person does not consent to live, like who am I to stand in the way of that, right? I just don't want the government to encourage it or to benefit from it or to have like any conflicts of interest. And I think MAID is chock full of those things.
Fair enough.
One quick aside here. One, I don't know where that command went. I know I had a command. I swear to God, I've used it a few times. Unless I'm making this memory up, but I know it's come up a few times. Unfortunately,
maybe it's suicide exclamation point.
It's, but it's it's not that.
But when you type that and then nothing happens, that like makes it worse, right? You're just like saying the word for no reason.
Yeah.
Hey,
but
guys.
I did create a new command here, right?
Okay.
And I did learn something because I was I was like, oh, I gotta find the number again.
Can you see a list of commands?
Yeah, I did, but I can't. I swear to God, it was there. It's not in the list, but whatever.
Okay.
But anyway,
maybe an old mod took it out.
Maybe that's actually a possibility, I think. But anyway, I learned something. There was a change in the National Suicide Prevention Hotline. This happened apparently 2 years ago. It's now called the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, and you can simply dial 988 to access it. And this puts it in line with Canada. So in the US or Canada, you don't have to dial that long ass number, which I can never remember. Dial 988 if you are having suicidal thoughts, or I think in general, if you're having some sort of mental health crisis, acute mental health crisis, you can dial this number 988. So now you know. But I don't want this to be bogged down just by this individual's specific mental health issues, because that's it's like Lactoid said at the very start of this, does this guy, does he have an idea what's going on? Is he fit to stand trial? It feels like he is not. Not an expert, of course, but feels like he definitely is not. So it limits the conversation. Fair enough.
I feel like there's really no ground for the other side except for maybe Gibbs's point that it's fun to kill people. But
no,
other than that,
it's fun to kill. Well, hold on, that's not even the point. The point is, listen, I hear the left, and I hear a lot of y'all. I sit here and talk. Yeah, they're fucking with my money, really. Like they're sitting here, they're talking about societal good. All the tax dollars proscribed for the societal good. Bullshit. There's no societal good coming to this. Even if this guy is nuts off the rocker, I don't see one good reason why we should be sitting here trying to keep this man alive. What is the societal good coming from this? There's zero societal good.
This is interesting. So does this mean you're pro-MAID? Because one of the points the Canadian number crunchers made, which was sort of scandalous. I think you remember the video that I'm thinking of, Corey, where there was an accountant who basically said, "This is how much money we will save if we can get this many people to do the program."
Well, here, and part of that is because Canada is
that could be your tax dollars if you were Canadian.
Well, that's because they're living in a socialist hellscape. So I guess it's an improvement. But here, I don't think we're at that point. But I tell you what, if we're keeping them as a prisoner, especially if they're a death row inmate, or if this guy who's clearly batshit, and maybe what's worse, he might convert other people to a stupid lizard cult. Who knows? Sometimes they think crazy people are smart. I've seen stranger shit. We had David Koresh down here in Texas. Remember him? I could just wait. We could see that happen. It could be worse. So the idea that he's going to go off himself, I think is wonderful. Like, it saves his money, and I don't know why we're not encouraging more of this for like death row inmates. Like, I don't understand the problem. In fact, I would even argue that we should just make that the easiest way to do the death penalty. Just hand them like a noose, like whenever they walk into their cell, and we don't have to have the death penalty anymore. Like, that'll solve a lot of the problems. Like and the money.
Look, I think the main reason they haven't done it yet with this guy is Hillary Clinton was unavailable.
So,
if
like,
you knew something about the Clintons,
so-
you would be dead for sure. Yeah,
All right, wait. So
Well,
okay.
Hillary
So
Clinton, two of her lizard offspring potentially got.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Yeah.
wait. So what about
Let's
like
get
then
avenged,
all the
yeah.
people? Then like my worry, not even with this case specifically, but then all the people who would like identify as QAnon, right? Or maybe like they have the posts, whatever it may be. Then they probably share these same beliefs. And to like to Gibbs's point is like these people already have multiplied, right? If this person isn't actually schizophrenic and is just a believer of whatever, and that's its own mental condition, right? Like being a believer, this type of believer of like a conspiracy. That means like a lot of these people are walking around with like that mental condition. And like, yeah, so then do we start pre-prescribing people? Like if you're just walking around with QAnon, which would be, QAnon is like the Trump team, right?
On average, probably.
Yeah, I think
QAnon is Trump.
this is a false equivalency. That's not.
I mean, I don't think it's a false equivalent. I'm just saying. So
Trump is not QAnon, but QAnon is
QAnon is
MAGA.
Trump. Yeah. So I mean, to get to this point, they already are. Yeah, QAnon
One is a subset of the people who love Trump and vote for Trump and want Trump or whatever.
Sure. Some QAnon people like Trump.
QAnon is a subset of that.
No, QAnon.
Yeah, because he's defending them from whatever the reptilians or whatever. I'm sure. He's
Yeah,
figuring
yeah.
out,
Right.
Exactly what it may be. So then, like, are all those people then also schizophrenic? Like, is QAnon like held responsible for convincing this person?
So you're
that
talking about
QAnon
Minority
is evil?
Report, like they might do something in the future and therefore just like
Well, no,
Yeah,
I mean,
but hold on.
rid of it
Even if
now.
they're
it sounds-
QAnon,
it
most
sounds
of
like
these
they
people aren't
it sounds
acting
like
out
they have
on it.
little sleeper cells.
I live
That's
in
what it
QAnon
sounds
headquarters here. Like this is where the whole the movement started about JFK Jr. being alive and going to be the vice president and all that stuff. That came from here.
I think there's a difference
QAnon.
between like there's a difference between you have somebody who's believes in some kind of delusion, right, and somebody who's like actually like mentally gone to the point where they can't be held responsible for their actions.
Mhm.
I agree with you that like there is a line here, and it's not exactly clear always where this line is. But if he is schizophrenic, and like if he's under complete misunderstandings about the world, and his thoughts are scattered, and he doesn't hold the same opinion today as he does yesterday, and he doesn't understand why he's in prison, and he doesn't know what he did is wrong, or maybe he doesn't like even fully understand what he did. Like those are kind of the you're starting to check the list down, the check all the check boxes on the list of serious mental illness, right? Serious. This person doesn't know what they're doing.
So all I have to do to get away with murder, and then being like so serious, is not understand like what I was guilty of, and just claim that I thought it was lizard people, and like in accordance to like kind of like not in what you're saying, but you're kind of defending it.
Well,
So I
be
I
good
don't
enough.
even know what I'm in jail for. Like, what happened? I didn't do anything
Right,
wrong.
but
He's a lizard person.
You got to be good enough also to like convince the psychologist of this. But the
This is
other
also
thing
like
is,
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
and like Corey said, there may be
these
even
people-
brain scans they could
Yeah,
identify.
it's-
especially with
to me,
schizophrenia,
these
right? There
people-
are physical
to me,
changes to show for that.
the far gone, like the flat Earth, the we didn't land on the moon type, like the Zerka types, like these types, I do believe. Just like honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they're like, hey, if you get caught doing this shit, like just play this route. Because like once again, he went through his whole life, and like I highly doubt he just snapped into schizophrenia. I
Well,
understand
but
there's a-
honestly,
No, you know what? Zerka's a great example.
wait, that
Zerka-
backs the
Zerka-
claim, by the way. Hold
no,
on,
here's
that
my
backs
thing.
the claim that he was
What?
normal up until this.
no,
He was a
here's my thing.
surfing teacher. Yeah, he was known.
here's
He
my
went to
thing.
surfing school.
Like most people who
And he had
snap
2
with
children
schizophrenia-
and was married. Like,
Yeah, the people who snap with the schizophrenia, I don't know, are like it doesn't seem like they're coming off of like a QAnon train. It seems like they're doing something erratic. It's not that they're killing their kids because it's like lizard people. This seems hyper specific.
No, wait. This sounds like, just so we're clear, like this does sound like
I'm not a medical
schizophrenia,
expert,
right?
no.
So, well, I'm not a medical expert, but like I do have experience like dealing with people with schizophrenia.
But there is another question here, right?
Real quick, Aiko, when it comes to people with schizophrenia, like they will often fixate on a particular like theory of like paranoia. This particular theory of like it can be something as wild as like God instructs me to do this, and now I have to do this, right?
Yeah,
This is
that's
very
like
common.
a sign.
But then you also have like bizarre ones, right? Like sometimes like people will associate things with actors, right? So like Leonardo DiCaprio, I need to meet with him, and then we're gonna like take on like the demons that live under this place like together, and then he's waiting for me at this one place, and I know this because he put devices in my cereal that let me know that he was like shit like this. And when they start going off in this like rambling kind of like theory, like immediate like recognition of like, okay, this person has some kind of like schizoaffective or some kind of like issue grasping reality.
Yeah, I guess we just don't have too much information.
And this sounds like this because schizophrenia often actually does like hit you at a certain age, and there's environmental triggers. So you can be completely normal, and then like you hit that age, or you start hitting these environmental triggers, and it's probably a mix of like genetic and environmental factors. But then when you start hitting those triggers and you start to develop it, it can pretty rapidly onset over the course of a couple of years. And you can have somebody who's perfectly normal, and then like 4 years later, they are fucking gone.
But so there's another question, which is that you have these people like I don't think QAnon turned him crazy. I think QAnon just took advantage of the fact that he was crazy. And this is one of the things that I used to read about a lot back when QAnon was like a bigger movement, and it was that it was like a magnet pulling in these people. People who had critical thinking skills were going to instantly pass it up, right? So the people that it was able to draw in, by definition, were people who had some of these problems processing information.
It's a lot of conspiracy theories.
And it was like, from interviews and stuff like that from the early days of QAnon, it was like halfway started as a joke, but it also became a method of weaponizing mental illness and getting these group of people to at least like do what you want. And in this case, that would be voting for Donald Trump, right? Or supporting him in other ways. It got to the point where it backfired so badly that in the 2020 campaign, the letter Q was banned from Trump rallies because they understood how crazy it made them look. You couldn't have a Q on your T-shirt. You couldn't have it on a sign. You couldn't have any of that stuff.
That's
because they
censorship.
understood. Yeah. So the group of people that did QAnon, they definitely had some political motive in mind, and they were sort of weaponizing mental illness in a way that I don't want to say it's new, but it's a way where social media has made it scale in a way that it never did before.
Well, it's interesting you say that, right, to me, and I'll tell you why it's interesting. And, like, I didn't know we were going to get on the QAnon thing, but so this is kind of what the Republicans and the right have been saying about the left for years, right? And whenever it comes to QAnon, y'all are just willing to be like, oh, look, they're crazy, they're all schizophrenic, like yada yada, critical thinking skills, et cetera, et cetera. But when the right does that, and they say something like, oh, I don't know, dysphoria or something, or like then all of a sudden those people we don't want to call this
dysphoria. He's just trying.
Yeah, I'm just saying. It seems like it's like oh, this is an actual mental illness, but we're gonna credit this whole movement to like a mental illness and not them be like, oh, they have their own reasons for thinking this, but we're gonna go, hey, this other one, we're just gonna enable this. I agree, Aiko. It is different. One of them's blatantly taking advantage of mental illness and enabling that to continue and spread. The other one is just like, oh yeah, I guess they can throw in some conspiracy theories out there.
No. You can
tell me what's the difference here.
You can downplay it all you want. QAnon was like the anonymous for the right side. That's what it was. It was the whole like against Antifa or whatever it was. And their whole thing is that
there's a lot of people against Antifa, bro.
It's a whole flat earther.
It feeds into paranoia specifically.
Yeah, it feeds into paranoia. The whole basis of QAnon is that Donald Trump is risen to fight fight the deep state run by the lizard people and the flat Earth.
Oh, here we go. Listen, you're combining.
That's
Listen,
what
I
QAnon is.
to wait.
No, a lot of that iconography that's popular now came out of QAnon, even if the people who are doing it just as a joke and they don't really believe it. But still, it came out of
They built a
QAnon.
cult out of it. It's just like
I mean, it's just like the birds aren't real thing. Come on, birds aren't real.
that's part of the.
I agree. It started out as a joke, yeah,
a joke,
but it
bro.
became
It's a joke.
weaponized, yeah.
You guys are also getting conspiracy theories.
And birds
mixed
aren't
up,
real.
Just to be clear. Like
That's what I'm
QAnon
saying.
was very specifically about like rings of pedophiles that exist within the government.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, and Donald Trump was
uncommon
going to come for the deep state.
Well, yeah.
In 2017, there were going to be mass arrests.
called the
you know,
Storm, and Trump was going to
Yeah, the Storm.
arrange this, and
Yeah, but when
and
you
it
start
never
getting into
materialized,
Pizzagate-
and very much like every conspiracy theory, it
it
adapts,
morphed.
it morphs and adapts to accommodate the fact that its predictions never come true.
So then my question then becomes, the QAnon stuff started getting filtered on Twitter and on other social media and stuff like that. Then there was a big debate as to whether or not that was politically biased, that they were doing that with QAnon. And then, of course, Elon comes in and he makes it so that QAnon is not banned anymore and so it can go all over the place. And so I'm not going to say is okay with what happened, right? That these two... Yeah,
Hey, friend, your sound cut
It's
out.
cutting off. Yeah.
my sound cut out?
There you
Yeah,
go,
yeah.
you're good.
For some, yeah,
Am
now
I,
you're
am I
good.
back? Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
I don't know what happened. Yeah, go ahead.
Has
Yeah,
happened
it
once.
was probably Elon Musk trying to stop me from talking about this. No,
He does
it was.
that.
So I just want to say that he's very much against the idea that certain kinds of speech can be dangerous, right? But this is an example of a certain kind of speech that is dangerous, and so that I'm not in this moment saying that Elon was right or previous Twitter was right. I'm just saying that's another conversation to have, is that, we all know what memes are, right? But memetics as a field is about certain ideas repeating in a way that causes people to act on them. And if it's designed specifically to deal with people who are, or to manipulate people who are mentally ill, that sounds really dangerous to me.
You also have to be careful not to expand that, though, right? Because, like, in my opinion, QAnoners have like more evidence for their beliefs than people who believe in rent control. But I'm not about to stop people from expressing that belief on the internet.
If people start murdering each other over rent control, I might consider it.
I would argue that they're gonna start doing some really bad shit because of their belief in rent control.
Yeah,
could
and then we'll
argue.
have to
I'm
deal
sure
with
you-
it.
I'm sure, Lactoid, you
Like vote for
could
Kamala
argue
Harris.
that.
Worse.
Exactly. Elon Musk is also the same person who thinks cis is a hate.
Yeah, that's right.
Is
That
a
was
slur.
hilarious, by the way.
So he is willing to ban speech. It's just speech that he doesn't agree with.
Yeah,
Wait,
what a
is it not-
surprise!
is it
What
not a slur?
surprise!
Have you ever heard it used not as a slur though? Tell me
Yes,
that it's not.
absolutely.
Yes.
That's an
Literally.
organic.
I'm
maybe
going to
it's
assert that
very-
cisgendered is
I'm a cis
ableist.
man myself. I'm a cis man myself.
I think it's
I
an
never
ableist
listened to
word.
anybody
I
refer
I'm
to
a
it
cis
as
man.
a
That's a
obvious
different
slur.
thing.
They're like,
I
it's
am a
just
cis
these
man.
cis white male slur. That's what it sounds like.
I literally referred to myself as a cis male earlier today.
I don't believe you. If you did, get
You're
out
a
of the circle.
self-hating cis male, all right?
Get out of the circles immediately. Like
I'll
I
show you my
think that if you want to
little
make me use a term to refer to myself, like, don't make it something that's so hard for somebody with a lisp to say. Okay, like cisgender.
We're not
Yeah,
okay.
the
That's
ableist,
fine.
completely.
We're not making you say anything. Of course, you can say.
now, but just wait.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Right. Any second now. Right. Yeah. It's
Unironically,
own.
no, hold on.
He has
You're
his-
saying this, but unironically, like when I was in college, which I know is like the hive mind for like left wing thought or whatever. I get it, but like there absolutely were like classes.
Not where I went to
and
college.
sure, but the 95% of these fucking colleges, there are like groups and classes and stuff where they will ask you to like identify if you're cisgendered. And it's like, initially that was a very difficult word for me to be able to say. I got it down pretty pat now, but like, Jesus.
They also
ridiculous.
ask you for your name. They also ask you to introduce yourself.
They might ask you
and
for your
give us
pronouns now.
details.
Because
they ask you-
the likelihood. Okay, here's the reality. Like, I also don't have to identify if I have 10 fingers every single time I introduce myself.
There could be a class where
Despite the fact that
do
there are
that
people, there are people sometimes who have less than 10 fingers or more than 10 fingers. Like the obvious
Fewer than 10
solution
fingers.
here, fewer. Okay, The obvious solution here is just to
Less
like
fingers would be like Trump. They're really short.
sure. The obvious
What's that?
solution here is just
Cheap
to make
shot.
assumptions. And then like if they're wrong, like, oh, actually the assumption was incorrect. Here's the correction. Okay, and then we move on, right? That's the obvious solution as opposed to have to like burden society with like me having to put in an extra word whenever I identify myself.
Lactoid.
You know
we
how
don't
much
have to
time
go
is
down this
wasted?
route.
I had millions of hours, right? Of just,
oh my god!
every conversation, millions
Most
of
of the
hours.
left
Lactoid.
literally
Also-
agrees with you on that. Most of the left
also
don't give a
the-
shit if you make a mistake the first
to
time
put
and
in
you correct
up
it.
to USB 3.0, right? If you put in the USB wrong, right? Like if you flipped it, then you got it wrong. You couldn't put it in, and you have to flip it, right? You have to flip the USB to get it into the computer, right?
That's a good
How
point.
many people, like across the globe, got that wrong? They go to put the USB stick into the computer, right? And they don't do it right the first time. Think about
The answer is
productivity
50%.
loss. Think about the 50%. Think about the
Yeah,
productivity
and in a world
loss
in a world
over-
where 50%
Oh.
of society is trans, maybe you'd have a point.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, no, but my point is,
He couldn't say what
I already fucking. Oh my god, Lactoid.
No,
I don't
he's just
even know why you're doing
advocating
this.
for a
This
new
is like
protocol where it
conservative-
doesn't matter.
This is fucking conservative catnip, right? Oh my god, the pronouns, right? Like he brings.
pronouns
it
are
in
always
because it
correct.
Makes them so happy. Lactoid. I literally already agree with you. You already know I agree with you on this. We've talked about this previously.
My only point was that the
Everybody
hive
does.
mind
Everybody
universities
does.
don't necessarily always agree with you. I
It's a
understand,
straw man.
that you
Most-
guys. Hold on, I understand that you guys are like portraying yourself as the reasonable left, right? Because that's what you guys do. But what I'm saying is that, like, if you go to one of these, go to colleges,
Listen,
go to American
I have a
universities.
Mickey
and
Mouse.
you will
Listen,
see
I have a
the
Mickey
other
Mouse
side.
voice. Okay, sometimes when I go to when I go to like a fast food place or whatever, I'm talking into the speaker. They will assume that I'm a woman because of the way my voice sounds. It happens sometimes. I mean, I'd say that maybe less than 10% of the time, but every once in a while it happens. And I don't freak out. They see me and they see my big ass beard, and then they're like, "Oh, sorry, I thought you were a woman." And that was it.
I could, now that
Nobody
you're
gives a
saying
shit.
it, I
Yeah,
could definitely hear that, like a deep,
Yeah.
like one with a deep voice.
yeah.
Actually,
I have a
kinda hear that.
sultry, feminine kind of,
Sultry.
beautiful voice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I
I
hear that.
don't know. The one thing that I hate more than a fun fact about myself is if I have to say my pronouns first. Okay,
Oh my.
it's much
That's
more
the
I'm not
obnoxious.
gonna lie,
What?
I kind of agree. I was in a college class and I had to like specify my pronouns, and like I have like no problem with like any of that stuff, but like I don't know, it just kind of bothers me that we have to like guess or something now. Like I don't know, it just
Guess what?
like not assume people's genders and stuff like that. Like if it's like specific to you, then that's just who you are, and you just like make that clear, and it shouldn't be
I think
anything
everyone
further
agrees on
than
that.
that.
Is there anyone in this
Not
panel
colleges,
who thinks that you
though.
ought to clarify pronouns the first time you meet them?
Wait.
We all
You
think that's
guys
dumb,
are
right?
being the reasonable left. I get it, but what we're
There are
saying
a lot of
is
people that
that
are
you
like that.
obviously don't understand how far left. Like,
Yeah, Prime is
some
far
places
from
have
reasonable, all
gotten.
right?
And-
But
Your voter base is made up of these psychos, okay? And I understand that you guys are pretty reasonable, but like we're just complaining. We're
No.
complaining.
No, but
Those
hold on,
psychos
hold
are
on.
outside of the DNC protesting.
No,
okay?
Iko, no, that's not
We
true.
saw
All
them
right.
a couple weeks
Okay,
ago.
a lot of the fair.
Well, I will
Probably
give
a lot
you-
of them are,
I-
but not all of them. Okay,
because they hate
No,
Democrats.
but they're definitely
That's not
voting
true,
Trump.
Iko. This is why this is not true. I like you say, just in your own scenario, right? I've had situations where I've been out in sales and like we've been at like a store and I've gone and I say something like thinking I'm talking to someone, I'm like, oh man, I've talked to them on the phone, and they immediately freak out and they're like, oh, I'm a sir, or vice versa. I'm like, sir, they're like, man, oh my bad, and I just like go, they're like, oh, I can't believe it, and they're just going off and off and off, and I'm like, bro, and I finally what I've just started usually doing this happens like, I don't care if you're a fish. I'm just trying to save you some money. What are we trying to do here? Like you know what I'm saying? Like let's get this going. Like you're wasting my time or you're buying. And like it is a waste of time. That's what it is. Every time someone's mad, it's a waste.
Guys,
Yeah, but the people who freak out most about that are cis straight men who just don't like being taken for a woman. They're the ones who freak out the most.
The insecure males.
Absolutely. Yeah, and the most insecure ones. Guys, I hear you once again. Like, look at the reaction from Lactoid. Look at the reaction from Gibbs. Like I said, conservative catnip. When you talk about pronouns, they can't help themselves. It makes them
Insecure
very
males.
happy.
All right, I'm gonna say more. This
So
is
we're
more
gonna
conservative
move-
catnip. Real quick, this is more conservative catnip. This
Here
is
we
about the
go.
black community, okay?
Mm.
Because Prime,
We gotta spread it around.
I'm
everybody
gonna
gets something.
make a general observation. I've been watching recently on YouTube these videos of this gas station clerk, and he'll film himself
Oh, it's the
fucking with
black
people,
culture.
and he's like in a black area, okay, like entirely black area, and one of the things is it's relatively innocuous, but
Is he white?
No, he's Indian, I think.
Okay.
All the stereotypes, right? And they'll come in and they'll like ask for like a Swisher Sweet or something and a lighter, and he'll give them a pink lighter, and 9 times out of 10 they will freak the fuck out and start like yelling at him and demand a blue lighter or a green lighter or like some kind of like, and he's like, and they're like, what the fuck, like what, like who do you think I am? What do I want this fucking lighter? And like they're throwing the lighter back at him. And then sometimes some of them, not most of them, but some of them will like get violent and start like like destroying the store.
Yeah.
If they don't get
So, you know what that's
the
called?
properly colored. That
You
I
know,
would agree
they-
is a little bit of fragility, maybe. Okay, all right.
I
That's
agree.
fair enough.
That's called gender. That's
lot
called
of it.
gender affirming care, gender affirming equipment, right? Like they want their gender affirmed. You give them a pink, right? And it applies to them that, I mean, am I not a man? Like, do you think I'm anything less than a man? And they think women are less than men, right? And so to correct that, no, I need a blue lighter because that proves I'm a manly man, right? Yeah. So
no, there was
get
one
it.
dude though. There was one
100%.
fucking dude. This older dude, he walked in and like the dude like threw him a pink lighter, and like he just picked it up no problem. And the attendant was like, is that, are you cool with the lighter? Is no any problem with that? Trying to like goad him, and he's like, it's just a lighter, man. Like just give me my smokes. It's like, hurry up, I got a bitch in the car. And I'm like, that's a fucking man right there. Like, hurry up, I got a bitch in the car. I'll take whatever lighter you give me. Like, hell yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, I agree with
Anyway,
that.
let's go back to suicide. Happier topic. So I wanted to refocus the conversation on people that we can all agree are mentally sound, right? Mentally sound individuals. Doopy's gone, and it makes me really sad.
No, it's Corey.
No, I'm here.
Oh, it's Corey's gone. Oh,
fuck Corey.
Doopy, you're back. Oh, Doopy's back. Now Corey's gone. That also makes me sad.
Wait a minute. I don't think I've ever heard them both talk at the same time.
Oh god.
Good point.
I'm still here. Just the StreamYard for crash me. I'll be back. 1 second.
But in any case, I wanted to like refocus the conversation on people who we believe are mentally sound, and whether they should be able to end their lives. I think, from like I say that I'm a social libertarian, right? And that people should be able to do what they want with their own bodies, right? If you want to ingest a drug, go ahead. We should warn you against doing that if it's dangerous. But if you'd like to do so, then off you go. So if I have that standpoint, then I feel that it should be fine for a person to take their lives. And let's say they're already convicted at this point, right? That they should be able to take their lives. But it feels, and this isn't separated from my logic here, right? It feels wrong because it seems like they're cheating society of their punishment, right? Like, hey, we convicted you of this, and now you're somehow escaping the crime, and it also feels like, on the other end, as a societal note, that prisons should do something, right? Because while I am stipulating this person is of sound mental health, from the prison's perspective, they don't know that, right? They see a person trying to hurt themselves, and so that sounds like a person who is not of the right mind, and that happens all the time. You can go in healthy in prison, and that changes, right? So it's difficult to see how, from their perspective, they could allow this, right? Because if any of you think that a person who is mentally disabled shouldn't have access to be able to end their lives because they're not of sound mind, then how should the prison even know at that point, right? So it feels like they should intervene. I don't know. These are my thoughts. What are your thoughts?
No, I agree. I think a lot of people that kill, that murder people, a lot of the times they try to get out of it by just killing themselves. So if we just start to make this a common thing where once you go to jail, you can just kill kill yourself, then jail doesn't seem so scary anymore. So I think the scary part about prison is that you're forced to live there, you know, and like face your punishments and stuff. Otherwise, I wouldn't care. Like, I also agree, like, we spend a lot of money on keeping these people alive who don't really deserve to be alive. But on the other hand, it is a punishment. So that's my only argument.
I think that I totally disagree with that. Though it depends. I think that if you have like somebody who's in prison for life, right? I think we should give them like a suicide button that just seals off their cell and loads it with gas or something. They kill them, right? Whenever they want. But I also don't think that we should be imprisoning people for life anyway. I think that if somebody's done something bad enough, they want them there forever. You should just kill them, right? Like, because otherwise it doesn't make sense to pay for them, like, at all. Like, why not just kill that guy? However, I think that, you know, the average prisoner is maybe there for 10 years, 15 years, or something, 5 years. These kind of people, I don't think we should be encouraging them to kill themselves. I think that we should. I don't think that the point of prison is to like punish somebody. Really, I think that's like part of it. But I think that we should be focusing on rehabilitation if there's any possibility that they're going to get out in the future. Right. So the punishment is taking away their ability to move freely, right? To just do whatever the fuck they want. But I think that the other side of it should be, hey, you're also forced to do things to make you a better person, to go to therapy, to go to learn a skill, to do something so that when you get out of here, you can build a life for yourself, right? I think that if you think of the time spent in prison as the punishment, I think that just seems twisted to me. Not twisted. That just seems backwards to me in some way.
Yeah, I don't see how it's them killing themselves is like like they're escaping like their punishment. I mean, not that I'm an advocate of the death penalty. I think that, but whatever. People advocate for the death penalty for a reason because like they see it as a punishment. And so, like if they want to, let's say, take punishment in their own hands by again ending their own lives, I don't see, at least right now, like why not per se. Or I'm curious how would you approach of, let's say, a prisoner goes on a hunger strike. Okay, they stop eating and drinking. Would you just start like force feeding them and like start force hydrating them?
That's a really good question. Is that to me or is that to Ghosty?
Well, I guess to Ghosty and maybe to iCow because.
No, I wouldn't. I mean, because at least with that, like, you are suffering. Like, if you're gonna starve to death, that's like a pretty.
You really want this punishment aspect. That's really critical.
Well, I want prison should be a deterrent. So I don't want people to just see prison as like something that they can just, you know, leave at any time, basically. So I just want there to be a deterrent so that people at least
get out of life free.
Fear something. Yeah, like fear something for like doing something.
Most people fear death.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, you're not just
I think
like
the deterrence isn't going to apply to schizophrenic,
the fucking void to
So,
who knows
do I say it again? You sound a little low, friend. I don't know why.
Oh, sorry. I was saying that, like Corey said, most people do fear death, right? Even if they're religious and they think God is waiting for them or whatever. Still, dying is like very scary, right? You're not just leaving. They're not just leaving prison and it's like easy. Like if that's the decision they're making, I'm sure that's also very difficult. And at that point, well, then if they're fucking gone, then what do we care? We're no longer. They're not a threat to anybody anymore. We're not paying for them anymore. So like whatever.
These are like mass murderers, though, that often kill themselves anyways.
Ghosties gonna like. I want the person to be punished, and I want them to live out the punishment. That would be the like. It's a personal thing. Why do you care? There's no like negative. Obviously, agreed. But like the idea would be like, well, no, I want this person to suffer for the crime they committed, and like, yes, death is scary, but it does seem like easier than like living out your days.
Okay,
how does deterrence work against a schizophrenic though? That's the question.
I want to clarify first. Ghosty, would you be okay? Like now, prisoners, they have access to killing themselves, but it's specifically through like they gotta roast themselves. They just go into a burn pit. Is that good enough for you? They get the suffering and they die. Is that good enough for you?
Something like that, or maybe even just like something public.
Okay.
I don't know. So me and my
that's what I'm talking about.
I've talked about this before, and I've had this. Me and other people have talked about this before, and we had this idea where like instead of like life in prison or the death sentence, so it is like your life in prison, but every day like one cell either fills up with like water or like sets on fire, and you don't know who it's going to be.
Kill prison on Earth.
It could be like totally random. I don't know. Like I just think we need something more
like, what's the purpose
to like stop pedophiles and like because it's scary.
I'd say we bring gladiators back.
Lactoid asked what the deterrent would be for like schizophrenics potentially, right? So this person, like once again, for me it would be the recommendation that if anyone sees a sign, then they know that this could potentially lead to something. Then they would go get checked at like the earliest sign, or like the friendship would check at the earliest sign.
Oh, hold on, you're not gonna hold on. Just to like be clear on the schizophrenia thing, you're not gonna know it's a sign. Like you're just gonna suddenly start thinking.
Yeah,
right. So like I lived with a girl who had schizophrenia. She would just like be watching a show, and she'd be like, "Oh," she would stop it and turn to me and be like, "Hey, see, this is what they mean by that." I'm like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "They're telling us that this is what's going down today," and you're just like, "No, this is just the plot of the show." She's like, no, the hidden message here, every X letter means this, and like she wouldn't think there's anything wrong with that, and like I could be like, "Yeah, let's go get you committed," but how are you gonna go commit like an adult? Like to like whatever.
There's a
like
process.
if she right.
There's
so
a way,
one time, the police even showed up for something that went down, and they were talking to her, and she was like, "Hey, well," she's like, "Well, do you have any conditions?" She's like, "Yeah, I'm a paranoid schizophrenic." And they're like, "Well, do you take medication?" She's like, "No, I don't believe in the medication." Yada yada. Well, here's the thing: what do you do in that situation? Well, I guess sometimes you should be legally required, but it's also like, what right do you have to like force this person to like take this meds? Like, she's not a danger to anybody generally, right? Like that's like whatever. But I guess like she could be if she's like crazy. So like. I don't know. Like, it's not like something they're just gonna know.
Yeah.
Like,
and that's the scariest thing. It's the scariest thing with mental illness. Like, you don't know what's happening because the organ that you use to sense what the problem is the thing that's experiencing the problem.
The alternative would be to like bring back the wards then and keep them in wards. If that's like, if we're gonna argue for like this person didn't know what they were doing, should we allow them to kill them? Then just keep them in a ward. If they committed a crime.
Well, to be clear, that's what we do for people who have been convicted of a crime, or like not convicted of a crime, but if people are found not guilty by reason of mental defect or insanity, like they don't just get let go. That they absolutely do get committed after that, right? Especially if they've like killed somebody. And in fact, in some people's opinions, like it's actually worse to be held in these facilities as opposed to going to like a Gen Pop prison, because in these facilities, like they're much more regimented and you are pumped full of drugs.
The whole argument should be like, should those then exist, right? Like, should the wards exist for the?
They need to be better.
Heinous crimes, when you say better, right now you're talking about like these are people who committed heinous crimes. Now you want better quality treatment for them, which is Gibbs's argument of these people shouldn't be treated better because these are going to be through like tax dollars.
Wait, hold on. Before we get
that's right. That's goddamn right.
Connected all the trains.
But before we get to that, like Ghosty, I think it's an interesting assumption you're making. Well, first of all, I think lots of things you've said here have been really interesting. We're learning so much about Ghosty. She's usually very quiet, and we know now because she's fucking bloodthirsty. She wasn't sure how we'd handle it.
Her and Gibbs are related.
Yeah,
I'm just saying gladiatorial games.
Her and Gibbs are related somehow.
But anyway, Ghosty, I think it's an interesting assumption you're making. So, like you said, right? Like among these prisoners who would be killing themselves, these are the mass murderers, right? But why would that be limited to them, like the worst of the worst, right? I think, and maybe my understanding of prison is correct, so someone can correct me, but death row has its own separate like section, right? And I think they have like they're like solitary effectively within that section, right? Like their processes are different from like the rest of the population. That's my understanding. I could be incorrect. But like everyone else, let's say I'm convicted for, well, not me, right? Because I wouldn't do this. I'm not going to be a stereotype. Lactoid still is a stereo, right?
The last thing I would do. I don't need a stereo, and I don't want to lose my license.
Listen to all these white rappers. He needs that stereo.
White rappers influence them. That devil music, actually. Yeah. So So he steals a thing, right? Something that a white man of his stature would steal, and he gets sentenced for a certain number of years, right? Well, he's in prison like everyone else is, right? And he's suffering American prisons, which, as we know, are often horrible, right? And for people like, and this is a serious thing, sexual assault is a thing that happens, right? People suffer, right? Some people are like tortured by other inmates on a regular basis, right? So it was a person's going in there for theft, right? But they're suffering a lot of torture there, right, at the hands of inmates or at the hands of guards. So that's the thing that happens. And then they decide to kill themselves. So a person who's just stolen a piece of equipment, right, costs $10,000, doing 2 years or whatever the fuck the thing is, right? And they're like, I can't do 2 years here. This is too much. And they kill themselves. Is that okay?
No, I said in my opening statement, people who can, like prison, I see it should be a rehabilitation. So like people who aren't serving life or are on death row, we should be protecting them from killing themselves. And also me personally, I don't think any non-violent crimes should serve in prison. I think they should have to like we said, I don't know what his ideal system is, but I would see something where like basically you can't profit. So you basically like work almost for free. You have like just enough to like, I guess, eat and stuff, but you can't make any profits for like whatever that certain sentence would be. Yeah. That would be everything for nonviolent crimes. Violent offenders, in my opinion, should be the only people in prison. So.
Okay. All right. Well, let's work with that. So Lactoid, of the criminal mindset here. He does a violent crime. He assaults someone, gets in some sort of confrontation, and like Lactoid's a big guy, right? He likes to say that I'm a big guy.
I'm 11.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to have a big guy mindset, in my opinion. Anyway, but he like uses his big guy strength, and he like ends up fucking the other guy up, right? Maybe he deserved it, maybe he didn't. I don't know, but he fucks him up.
He deserved it.
But
okay.
But the courts see it as assault, and he serves prison time for it, right? Now, Lactoid isn't actually going to do it again, right? It was just a confrontation, and things got heated, and someone got fucked up. But he's not a danger to society. But Lactoid is exposed to the same prison environment that those other people are, right? The really bad ones, right? The career criminals. And he decides he can't take it. But he's a violent criminal. He's been convicted of a violent crime. Would it be okay if he took his life or someone like him took his life?
I still, as if he has a sentence where he's going to get out, I think we would have a duty to protect them from killing themselves. Probably.
Where's the line then?
Because like jail is so awful where like you could probably drive somebody to want to kill themselves, but outside of jail they might not want to. So if we're putting them in these situations, I mean they kind of put themselves in in that situation, but they are going to get out. So their lives are kind of the responsibility of the jail at that time. But like if you're going to be in there forever, then I feel like we should, I don't know. It's hard because it's like the people who fear death, I'd want to force them to stay there. And then the people who don't feel death, I'd want to be like, okay, you get the death penalty. That's how I feel. Okay. They're criminals. They're pedophiles, rapists, and murderers. These aren't like regular people. Like,
yeah,
they're not sending their best.
So like like the suffering component is really important for you. So like if the pedophile spends a year, because you said yourself, if I heard you correctly, like jail is so awful, so you can see how it can push someone to want to kill themselves, but you don't want them to kill themselves. But then it's like you don't want the horrific actors to get out of you want them to escape prison. So if the pedophile spends 5 years in jail, okay, and then kills himself, is that permissible for you?
Well, I think we have a real big problem with how long pedophiles serve in the first place.
But like, so basically, do you want the maximal amount of suffering, as in like pretty much 5 years, 10 years, and then they can kill themselves, or they need to serve out their life sentence? Like if they convicted at like 18, 19.
There is an episode of Star Trek I should be unsurprising to anybody that I'm going to bring up Star Trek. I do that sometimes. And there's a Chief O'Brien. This is on DS9. Is accused of a crime, and so they can't really like give him the sentence that they want to give him because he's not part of their society. He has to get back on the ship and go. So what they do is they put his brain in a prison where he lives his entire life in this like brutal, like, you know, he has to break rocks every day and do all this other stuff. But his entire experience of living a life in that prison happened in like just like 10 seconds of time. So to him, it was an entire lifetime. But then when he finally dies of old age, the program ends and he wakes up. They've given him the appropriate amount of suffering.
Yeah.
That's not a bad idea.
That's what Ghosty wants. That's the world Ghosty wants.
Yeah. So you that is your guiding principle. Like,
Does that cost them? That's the real question.
For those horrific criminals. Like,
like maybe I could see like a time limit. Like maybe after you served like 30 years, then you can kill yourself or something like that. I don't know.
Jesus. Okay.
Even cows. Yeah.
Well, I just don't see the purpose of prison as being punishment.
For the heinous crimes, I can get that.
Well, wait. What if you knew that they were going to hell?
Well, hold on. Y'all are looking at this all wrong.
Don't you trust God to like put them in wherever they're supposed to be?
No, fuck all that. Let me tell you what's going on. Y'all want the most.
It's not based on facts. It's just based on faith.
Listen, you're sitting here going, we want the most suffering. You know who's suffering the most? Well, we have to wait 33 years for them to die.
Taxpayers.
This is bullshit. I like the public execution thing. We can bring that back. Big fan of that. But this like wait 30 years for the author and stuff. No, let's just get it done tomorrow and like it'll save society that's suffering.
So my feelings on this are complicated, right? Like Lactoid and Doobie have been here long, and Corey's been here definitely long enough as well. To hear my rant on this. Aiko, you've heard them too. You've definitely heard this as well. My rants on...
Before you say that, I just want you to work this into it, okay? We call our prison systems the Department of Corrections. That's all I want to say.
Fair enough, okay. But you've heard me go on my rant about the 2008 financial crisis, the Great Recession, right?
Yeah, I know what went to jail.
Yeah, about the people who... in terms of damage, cause damage on a global scale, like they, like all around the planet, devastation, lives destroyed economically, then also actually because people commit suicide from that crisis, right? And those people, one, they just walked away altogether. But in a just society, there would be some sort of punishment, I think, right? And if the punishment fit the crime here, well, it can't because of the scale of the devastation that they wrought. But if we tried to, well, then it would look a lot more like Ghosty's recommendations, right? Like in terms of damage, right? Like an individual person who like has like assaulted someone, right? Like who was killed, or he was a mass shooter who killed 20 people, right? Goes to the mall, like kills 20 people, American style, right? Had he a rifle, one of the rifles that Lactoid has, and manages to kill 20 people, right? Because, Second Amendment. But that person does far less damage than what they did, right? It's globally, but just far less damage. So how do we balance those scales? So I hear Aiko, right? I have the opinion of that I do want people to get rehabilitated, right? And for them to be corrected, right? Yeah, the Department of Correction. I want people to be corrected. But also, I also want a level of retribution. I'm fine for a level of retribution. And that retribution seems unlimited for people who've done nearly unlimited amounts of damage, right? More damage than any other human can physically, with their hands, physically do in a lifetime. So, shouldn't they be punished? Shouldn't they suffer for what they did?
Yeah, but it's not about... Here's the thing, is you're not Again, this has to do with like what we talked about with lactoid, that when you make a law, it's a shorthand, right? Because the implications of that law go far beyond whatever individual instance might have inspired that law to be created, right? And so when you create a system that's designed to punish, let's say, the worst of the worst, right? Like in my heart of hearts, I want them to be punished too, like I do. I want them to have, and O'Brien's like torture device. But I acknowledge that if we set up a system for them, based on them, everybody else who lives in that system is going to live with that too. So I'll give you an example of who does it right. I think you guys all know about this, Norway, right? Norway has incredibly low recidivism because they treat their prisoners like extraordinarily well. It's more like a dorm than it is a prison. And their recidivism rate is really, really low. Some people are angry because Anders Breivik, who's that guy who killed like over 100 people. You guys remember who that?
Yeah,
he's in that prison system, which means he's not receiving the torture that Ghosty would like him to receive. However, it's not about him. If the system were just about him, I'd say fuck it, like put him in a dungeon. But the fact is that we're building a system for everybody who like falls foul of the law, and as a result, your society benefits tremendously when the recidivism rate drops as dramatically as it did in Norway. And yeah, there's the occasional asshole who Ghosty can't enjoy his suffering. But I think the benefit on the other side, which is all the normies that are going to prison and might turn to a life of crime if they were in an American-style prison, because that's what it teaches you to do. Instead, they're in a system that can make them more productive, and when they leave, they never come back.
Well, hold on, but I don't fully buy in. I hear what you're saying, right? And there's wisdom in there, right? So I'm not completely pushing back. But within the judicial system, like built into it is the ability to like
you can differentiate,
like, categorize, differentiate these individuals, right?
I understand.
And so like Ghosty was saying, well, this person's a mass murderer. Well, okay, the mass murderer, like now that we've identified you, this person gets to suffer this amount, right? Through whatever thing that Ghosty can come up with, and she's
you know what that reminds me of? That reminds me strangely of Bush v. Gore. Right. What happened was they tried to have an interpretation of the law that would only apply in this unique instance and could never be used as a precedent. And it specifically said, you cannot use this as a precedent. We're differentiating. We're only using it for this unique circumstance in history. You cannot make this a precedent for anything else. Then after that, a ton of cases used it as a precedent. Like you can't, that differentiation that you want to make a special law just for Anders Breivik that affects nobody else. First of all, it's wasteful.
Well, a category.
Yeah, sure. But the problem is, first of all, it's wasteful. It might be that other people fall into that category that you cannot foresee, right? And there's no real societal benefit outside of the Schadenfreude that you get from knowing that he's suffering.
I think retribution actually is
the fact that he sees multiculturalism growing in Norway and he can't do anything about it because he's in this prison. That's pretty torturous to him.
No, fuck that. I know we're at the end, so I'll end this here. But like, no, I think there is and we can maybe debate this again some other time. I think there is a subtle benefit to retribution, to knowing that punishment has been dealt. That like there was great. I don't know what they call this, but I'm just going to use this phrase, psychic damage to the country. That no one's went to jail for the great crime that was the Great Recession, right? Like people talked about this was a political discussion all the time. No one went to jail. Obama, the failure, did nothing to try to rectify it.
But I agree with you. These people should be going to jail. Yeah,
and this, I agree. I know you agree, but I'm just saying that like society felt there was a loss, that they lost something, right? That injustice was done and that it was never corrected. But like, so like having them punished in some way, at the very least, some sort of retribution. And they weren't thinking about like, hey, these people, they need to be corrected. And so like, when they get out, they'll know not to do this. No, the people wanted them to suffer, but the suffering that they caused across the country. Right now, they may not be like the ghosty inner torture rooms, right? But at the very least, they wanted them to have some sort of punishment, and they felt like the country failed them, and the country was worse off with this loss, the psychic damage having been done. So yeah, I think there is a some sort of a I don't know the words. I don't give these types of words, but there's some sort of healing moment. I don't know that happens when we know that justice has been done.
Collective healing or whatever.
Catharsis.
Yeah, some sort of healing. Yeah, catharsis. Catharsis. Yeah.
I agree, but there is some catharsis in like seeing wrongdoers punished. Although I would argue that class of people live a lifestyle that's so high that even putting them in a Norwegian prison would be, they would consider their lives over.
Yeah, I don't care. I want them to suffer more than that. Fuck that.
Well, okay,
but you know me.
Well, a special law will send those particular people to Ghosty, and she can just like handle it. Whatever happens to them.
Yeah. So
our house is big enough to accommodate them all, so we can,
they'll never find them in there. They'll never find them in Ghosty's house.
I just want to ask.
I live in a 2-bedroom apartment. Okay, just want to clear this up.
For sure.
Look at that internal. Like, what is that? A dumbwaiter behind you? Like that looks like
Wait, what? Oh, back here. That's a window.
a window into another house. It looks like it just keeps going.
This is her guest house. That's what she's telling us. Sorry, but you don't say last year.
This is the Cambridge house.
So Anders Breivik killed 77 people.
Yeah.
And he injured 319.
Yeah.
He was sentenced to 21 years.
He'll be in life for prison. The way their system works, he'll never get out.
And they were kids. A lot of them were kids.
Yeah, he is suing multiple times. So he's already won several lawsuits in which, like, he said they were being too mean to him, I guess, by not giving him an Xbox or whatever the fuck they do.
PS3. PS3 rather than PS2.
Yeah. The torture, the violation of human rights is incredible. But I don't know, the idea that we're ever going to declare this person to be fully rehabilitated, I think
he won't be. He will never get out.
Right, it's a farce. And so I'm fully on board with the idea of you do XYZ crime, you're never getting out. Like, it's just you're
why are we never getting out? Why are we doing never getting out? Like, why do we want? Okay, you've done XYZ crime.
He empathizes with Anders.
This is bullshit. Listen,
we've seen the line.
He's a streamer too. The guy who shot Reagan, he's a streamer.
I just sitting here going, I'm hearing what y'all are saying, and y'all, I get the punishment idea.
You want to shout about?
But how are we going to sit here and go, hey, we've done XYZ crime. It's so heinous. We're going to lock you up. And now the taxpayers are going to pay for you to keep living in perpetuity.
What is
the logic there? How does that help anybody?
Yeah, so I the argument
that's not helping anybody.
It's not about specifically.
I told you how it helps.
Yeah,
I told you. The
law. You know what helps? Maybe it was cathartic. Maybe we give one of the victim's kids the option to shoot the guy in the back of the head. We just give it. That would be cathartic. I think that guy doesn't need to exist anymore.
Well, that's another thing too. It's asking the victim families.
Solution I have. If we're going to have the system that we have now, right? I'm going to say, fine, you can kill people, but you tell the jury that if it turns out it was the wrong guy, then now you're going on trial. I wouldn't say murder necessarily. We'll call it manslaughter. That whole jury gets charged with manslaughter if it turns out. If you did that, no one would ever.
They have to be the lawyer.
That's ridiculous.
Hey, Gibbs. Let me reason you through a second. Let's say an alternate reality where.
That's my point.
Because I agree, the taxes are a concern here, which is why one of the reasons why I don't like to see the death penalty because of how expensive it is. It's more expensive than life in prison. Actually.
It's ridiculous.
But what we could do is, let's say that exception. There's a 13th Amendment has a very specific exception, which allows for slavery for the punishment of a crime. Right, very specific. And as a based originalist, I believe that the prohibition on cruel and unusual punishment should be interpreted as to what would be seen as cruel and unusual at the time of the founding. So we could absolutely like have chain gangs on the side of the road of these murderers and pedophiles and stuff, like building the roads, building our infrastructure. We could replace all public workers with just like rapists on chain gangs, with like shot callers, where if they like stop working, then we zap them, and like
Suicide
that's
Squad
just
collars.
like that's just their life now until they die. We can get so
We
much money
should-
out of this. I'm dead serious. We
Yeah.
get a lot of money, and
Yeah,
there's a,
you
and
know
there's a,
what?
and there's
In
a
that
deterrent.
case-
There's a deterrent effect because every time you drive by the highway, you see these like frantically working pedophiles like getting zapped whenever they take a break.
Yeah, well, in
Right,
that
like,
case, why don't we just go?
And
Why don't we
it'd be
just
like-
hold on, hold on.
But
No, hold on.
You
know
just
what?
lied
I'm
to
actually,
three of them.
I actually am okay with that. Except let's go one step further and let's just go full 40K and make them like servitors, where they're just like brain dead automatons. You've given up your rights to society, and now you're just a computer program in a human shell to do whatever.
I mean,
how
then
about
we
we
just
just do
build
that? Like,
robots
at
and
that
kill the
point.
people. I mean,
Yeah, we don't like. They don't like. Then we can just make use of the bodies. And we don't even
all
need
I
their
know
minds.
is Gibbs doesn't want anyone to suffer. That's all I'm seeing, which is an amazing thing.
I don't want one thing to suffer. My wallet. That's what I don't want to suffer.
I think if we go and we can end it after this. I think if we go with Lacto's idea, it's interesting, right? But it would go farther than that.
Mirror.
It would actually go much, much, much farther than Lactoid just said, right? Because during that time, we had chattel slavery, and the methods they would use to control the population there was the most brutal torture. Right. So basically, if we're saying what was commonplace during the founding of the United States, well, that opens up the floodgates. There is like no end to that, what you could do to a person, because there was no end what they could do to black people at the time. And it was, yeah, that was reasonable.
It's my least favorite amendment, frankly.
Which one?
The one prohibiting cruel and unusual punishment, the 8th.
Oh, I wasn't sure. I didn't.
What?
No.
I'm dead serious.
I
It's
thought it was
like
the one
we're
banning
gonna
slavery.
We're gonna put we're gonna like seriously, we're gonna have like an amendment where like we like intentionally like handicap ourselves, where we gotta treat like we're weenies. We gotta treat these like horrible people with like kid gloves. Oh, we can't leave them in a cage too long because then they might get lonely. This person raped 18 people. What? This is where we're at now.
Give him the Pope's pear. That's what he needs.
I thought you meant. Oh my god! Oh my god! I don't look that up. Don't look up what he just said. Please don't do that to yourself.
I'm doing it now.
But don't do it. You don't want to find out. Anyway,
That's what we should do to
I'm not
all
doing it
our
on stream.
Look up the thing I just
Don't do it on
said.
stream.
no, that's fine. Anyway, yeah, I thought you might have meant like the one, banning slavery. I was unsure. I was just
No, I'm
that's
fine
why
with
I-
that one. That one's pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, I like
Gotcha.
that
All right, we can end the stream here. Let's hope. Oh God. Thanks all for being here. This has been a lot. Guys, follow the channel if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe if you're on YouTube or if you're on Twitch. Consider helping us out. We only got one sub today. Consider helping us out if you haven't done so yet. We do need your help. New month, and it's cheaper. So consider helping out the channel, please. We do need your help. We can't do this without you. Subs to the channel, gift bits, or gift subs to help keep this channel afloat so I can do this. Do need your help. Okay. Let's go. We're gonna go around and thank all these amazing individuals who shared their time. Lactoid, thank you for coming. This was another great conversation. Honestly, Lactoid, this is a banger week. And it wouldn't be so great if we didn't have you, to spar with, to contend with. So I appreciate you, friend.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you having me on. I just wanted to just say two quick things. The dude who killed his kids, if you look him up, his kids look pretty normal, but he actually does kind of look like a lizard, which I think is kind of interesting, right? Like, sometimes people are like I think a spirit animal, right? Where it's like you look at them and like, oh, that person looks like a turtle, or that person like looks like a bird. For me, I think it's a dog. I think that that's my spirit animal, but this person is absolutely a lizard. So I think that's interesting. I also want to say that the 13th Amendment is fantastic. It's actually one of the based amendments. I'm cool with it. I seriously. So just want to make sure that's absolutely clear.
As based as prohibition.
Innocent people should not be slaves. innocent people should not be slaves. Okay. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
He's so much fun. Let's go to our friend Ghosty. All right.
Yes.
We finally have an idea of what her tender mercies look like. Making me-
I didn't know it would be so controversial. Like, I don't know, like fuck violent criminals and pedophiles and all that. Like, I just think I think a lot of criminals, this is one other thing I want to bring up. I'll just end it on this. A lot of times when these criminals, they try to, like, serial killers and stuff, they want to make a name for themselves, mass shooters. I don't think we should ever release their names in the media. We shouldn't tell people, like, we should tell people a crime happened, you know, and the families can know their names, and if word spreads, whatever. But we shouldn't be putting their name out there on social media, on the news and everything. They get off on this, and lots of times they go to jail, they find God, and then they do all these, like, documentaries and these jail phone call interviews, and they get Netflix things like Chris Watts and all this. It's sickening to me. It's disgusting. I don't want these people to enjoy the rest of their lives, and that's how I feel. And yeah.
What about the ones that have to knock on doors and say, "I'm a sex offender, I live near you," like those public lists of names?
Well, yeah,
Do you want that?
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously, like, their names should be out there. But the people who, like, do, like, school shootings and stuff, lots of them just get off on, like, having their names out there, like the Columbine shooters and stuff like that. I don't think we should release their names. Obviously, sex offenders, like, yeah, we should know who those people are. But yeah, I think the whole jail system just needs to be reformed. All of it, the whole criminal justice system and jail system probably needs like
more burn
a big
pits.
reform.
More burn pits.
Also less suffering too, because I think there's a lot of unnecessary suffering that goes into the jail system for nonviolent offenders and people who are like drug addicts or just like you know, even like some like gang violence stuff. Like, I think there's like a lot of reform that needs to be done in the whole system, and mental health in general, which is also tied into this case. So yeah, thanks for having me. Ghosty, spelled with a 6, and I'm on YouTube.
Ghosty, thank you for sharing all of that, friend. Okay, yeah, we'll I'm just gonna leave this alone. Thanks so much, Ghosty. We're gonna move past it. I don't want to get on our list, right? Corey,
You don't know what's on the other side of that
of the window. It might be the window to hell over there. Actually, it's an expansive house, right? Room for all kinds of things are there. Thank you, Corey, for being here. This is a lot of fun. I like it when people say things that make you go, right? I like your reactions. Your reactions are very strong, right? And then when you jump in and try to spar with them, it's a lot of fun. So thanks for being here, friend.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I definitely was not expecting someone's guiding principle to be like maximum suffering. I did not peg Ghosty's guiding principle. Yeah, I want maximum suffering.
She looks so sweet.
Who did you peg as that? Who did you peg as the max suffering person?
Well, I checked. They don't peg anyone yet, but I guess that's you. But yeah, as always, this is great and super appreciated to be here. And also super entertaining to see. I think this is, again, like background number 12 for Ghosty. And given that, I think we've established now that she takes requests. Given what we've learned today, I'm requesting, like, next week we see the torture chamber that she clearly has somewhere in her house, of the non-sexual variety.
Oh God.
Well, I was just going to ask, what happens if the prisoner likes it?
Yeah. Well, that's next week's topic. But yeah, you could find me on Twitch, which I'd be CoreCam84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube, it's Corey Campbell. Doobie, Ali, iCow, Rich, Gibbs, Ghosty, Lactoid. Always a pleasure. Love you, Prime.
I think there's a certain cohort who will like the Pope pair for a little bit, until they don't like the Pope pair, because in the end, everyone hates the Pope
Nobody
pair.
likes the Pope pair.
No one likes the Pope pair. Let's go to our friend Admiral Gibbs. Don't look it up.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, friend.
Thanks for having me. These are always fun. I enjoy them every week. I just want to remind everybody that a round of 9mm hollow points steel jackets are $21 for right now for 10 of them. So $2. We don't have to worry about if they like it too much or feeding them or anything else. Solves the problem every time. Maybe we spend $4 to do double tap. I don't know. But yeah, regardless, that's kind of where I'm at. If you like what I have to say, Admiral Gibbs everywhere. Oh, Lactoid is a terrible promoter, by the way. What is happening tomorrow, Lactoid?
Look, I was saving it for you, Gibbs.
Oh, well. The whoopings are going down tomorrow. The whoopings are going down tomorrow. You're going to get to see Papa Gibbs and Papa Lactoid and somebody I don't know, Hand, Destiny, whooping. It's going to be a good time. So check it out. We're going to be on, I don't know, Kick, I believe, is what I think we'll be on.
Anything but Twitch.
Debating?
Good times.
Not Twitch.
What are you debating?
Court packing.
Court packing. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. And I'm definitely pro court packing. So
Lactoid, if you're streaming that,
is Destiny pro court packing?
You'll have to tune in and see. But we're gonna get some. Probably gonna get some. Disappointing arguments from him, I'm sure. In terms of his position on this.
Gibbs and Lactoid, you cannot stream that on Twitch.
I know. Yeah, you can't. Oh,
okay. Because you said it was going to be on Twitch.
Everything
no, I said everything but Twitch. Everything but Twitch.
Sorry. Yeah, everything but the kitchen sink.
Yeah, I wanted to give you guys that heads up.
My headset cut out there. Sorry, guys.
Don't worry. Yeah, we know. But Aiko, thanks for coming through. This is a lot of fun. I love it when you participate, Aiko. Because you have so much to say about things. So I like it when you do that. So thanks, friend.
You say that like sometimes I don't participate.
But, funny that.
Yeah. Hold on. You know what? I hear that from you, right? But I feel like Corey is even worse offender on that, and you never give him shit for it. So I don't know. I don't know how that goes.
Corey is wonderful and beautiful.
I'm the second nicest person on this panel, right? I can only ever be the second nicest person because you always have Corey.
I think Corey participates in general more than you do. I think he does. I would say so.
I've always had an idea. You know how it doesn't happen here, but you know how on the Discord, when you're doing Discord video, you know how the frame lights up on the outside whenever you're speaking? There's got to be some program that measures that so we can see total talk time for each person. It'd be super interesting.
I could just game that and just have some white noise in my background. I'll win.
The way to fix that is to mute people when they're not talking.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, but the goal, yeah. So I'm just saying, I think mine lights up more than Corey's. That's all I'm saying. All right,
because that's maybe mic issues.
Corey, you and I have.
I go when you have both your mics on. Does it count for double the time?
Yeah. Hey, at least I wasn't the only one today, right? Ali has joined the club. Yeah.
Ali, thank you so much for being here. We didn't get to hear much from you, but I guess you were busy, honestly, because you've been moving. I'm glad you safely managed to get from wherever you were to wherever you are now. Thanks for being here, friend.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm from Michigan to Massachusetts, so I'll be out here for a while. I am exhausted. That drive was fucking long. But thanks for having me. I didn't want to miss the panel, wouldn't miss it, and I'll be more energetic next week.
Wait, hold on. What state are you voting in this year?
I'll be voting in Michigan. So I gotta go back. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ollie, we gotta have a conversation.
Yeah, I didn't want to lose your vote.
Yeah. And recognize that Kamala supports the genocide. So keep that in mind.
Listen, man, I had a debate with that on Wix, but we can talk about that after Doobie.
Okay. Doobie, friend, love you. I wish we had heard more from you, Doobie, because I actually really want to hear your thoughts on everything. Really,
yeah,
I appreciate you.
Yeah, that was I got pulled into some nonsense for a bit. I had to threaten a pedophile guy. Actually, while I'm here, I might as well say it. There's a guy who's pretty active on Discord called Xerxes. Pretty active in great debate communities like God versus atheism communities. We caught him. Turns out he was grooming a minor for a couple years. Ironically, that ended a few days after she turned 18. I had to deal with that for a bit. But just FYI, if you see the guy around, Xerxes, now he was an atheist at the time. Now he's a Catholic again. So congratulations. But yeah, if you see that guy around,
we don't want to.
Damn, Maiko.
Bad guy.
We don't want to bet.
Kind of par for the
Okay.
course. Seems kind of par for the course.
Thank you, DB, for
I'm
handling that.
excommunicating him. Okay, personal like.
Thank you, DB, for
Giving
handling
myself
that. Much appreciated. That does sound important indeed. But yeah, we appreciate you being here, friend. Do you want to say anything to the community?
Fuck you guys. But also, I run the politics server on Discord. Discord.gg/politics, the best and biggest politics server on the platform. I think we're just under 90,000 people now, so that's cool. But yeah, that's super fun.
I've never seen it not full of people.
What was it? I just wait for DB in chat for the politics Discord server. Okay, so that's it. Ghostie's getting tired. She's got a long day of torturing people tomorrow. She's got to be fresh-faced for all the terrible things she's going to do to people tomorrow. So, which way, we'll end it there. Thanks, everyone, for coming through. I'll send you off to, even though he's probably going to sign off immediately, right? Just because we want to support him for tomorrow, I want to send you off to Lactoid, right? Everyone, sign up for Lactoid's community. I've been in Lactoid
that is an endorsement of everything Lactoid stands
Correct.
for.
Thank you, Brian, for eventually, like, you finally came around.
I think he's
It's those
great.
negotiating tactics.
I think Lactoid's fantastic. I sign off on his winning personality.
I think you honestly, you probably
I
sign
need to
off
go
on
on there
half
again.
of what
It's been a while since I've been.
half of the things that I say, actually, I think.
I'd say that too. I think we actually have more agreements than we have disagreements, you and I.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're out, and that's done. Thanks all for all of that. Yeah. You can leave if you want.
Nah. So wait. So Prime. So like, I can't vote. Okay. When it comes to voting for like the president primary, foreign policy can't, like, it doesn't even come into play. Like, I just wouldn't vote at all if that was the case. And no, like, most people on my side just wouldn't vote at all, which doesn't really benefit. I do typically vote Democrat. I like the social policies. So in terms of like living here domestically, I would prefer But
that's the thing. We never threaten. No matter what it is, we never threaten to withhold our vote. And if we never threaten to withhold our vote, if they know they have a vote, they don't give a fuck about.
I feel like that happens a lot. I mean, they protested the DNC. They said they weren't going to vote.
But people like me. People like
me. Did you see what happened with the DNC? They were walking around. They were like plugging.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, how disgusting liberals are. They're vile individuals. I know. I saw.
I'm out, y'all. You'll be good. I got some stuff going on right now.
Have a good one.
Yeah.
But
I just don't know if I can deal with another 4 years of Trump.
But that was the DNC. You saw that, right?
Yeah.
See, the DNC, even then, they don't give a fuck about us.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
They don't give a fuck about the genocide. And the DNC had did you hear about this? The Zionist group, right? Yeah, this is a real thing. There's reporting on it and everything. It's like it was a group that wanted to say that you can be a Democrat and be pro-Zionist, right? And they had like a catchy phrase. They are the Zionists, right? Like a lioness, right? And they got shirts. Their shirts. They have shirts with this. It exists.
Wait, but do you think that Trump will fix it more than Kamala would, or?
I don't think either one's going to do anything. That's
so then why would you withhold your vote then? If neither of them are going
to prove his stance.
No, not just to simply prove a stance. No, I think that Kamala actually. This is a gambit that Kamala can be pushed. If there is a close election,
that's AOC's argument,
and there's likely to be a close election, then and she's looking for votes. If there is a movement that's saying, "Hey, we aren't going to vote for you if you don't do anything about the genocide," right? If there's a constituency that has an ask, then there's an opportunity to get a concession.
Yeah.
Right now,
what exactly do you want her to do? I'm not super versed on all this. So
no worries. Right? We want her to follow the law. Simple, right? Follow the Leahy Act. Leahy Act says that if there is a each country that we send military aid to, we have to do an assessment, right? A humanitarian assessment to make sure they're not breaking like humanitarian laws. They aren't following this act. Well, the State Department did an assessment and said, like, oh, everything's fine. Amazing. Hilarious, right? We want them to do the same thing, treat Israel the same way they treat other countries. When they are doing, violating human rights, then they get their funding cut in terms of military weaponry and assistance. So that's all we're asking. Like, condition the aid to Israel to require them to not violate human rights law. That's already in American law. All you have to do is follow that law. Very simple. But anyway, yeah. So, but to the larger point, yeah, if there is no ask, if there's literally zero ask, no pushback, then she has your vote, and there's nothing that you can get from her, right? So you have to condition your vote at some point. And if there's any time to do it, if there's any time where it's not vote blue no matter who, it has to be when a genocide is taking place and Democrats are supporting it. It has to be then. If not, then literally, no, it doesn't matter what they're doing. It doesn't matter what they're doing to whoever they do it, right? So I don't know. I feel like there's not an unreasonable stance when we're talking about genocide. Lacto, what do you think about that? Actually, I'm actually curious because I know you're not a Democrat, right? But I did
vote. But yeah, I mean, look, I voted Libertarian both elections in the past, in 2016 and 2020, and even this coming elections it's going to be tough, right? But I can completely empathize with with this idea of like no, fuck you. Right, I get it. Like, because there's some issues where it's just like you're so bad on this that it's like get better if you want my vote. I get that thought process, and I'm probably not 100% with you on the Israel-Gaza situation. That said, like, especially as this has been like continuing to go along, I don't know. I'm not as super like pro-Israel as I was at the beginning of this. So I don't know. It's definitely I see the argument.
I'm glad you have that movement. And I actually would really like to talk with you and have a discussion to see where you're at and focusing on that. But what I'm asking you is, considering my argument, whether you agree this is a genocide or not, right? But like, if it is the case that it's a genocide, right? If it is the case that, Democrats pretend like they give a fuck about human rights, right? If all that is true, and we have an election, and this is like the point where citizens have the most ability to exercise power within the political sphere, right? Would this not be the point in time that you would like condition a vote? To say to a politician?
Yeah, okay. While it's ongoing, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. It seems to me afterwards, after she's already elected, she has the entire political apparatus, right? U.S. military-industrial complex behind her, saying this political inertia, saying just do what was being done before. Right? There's no reason to change. She has donations, like multi-million-dollar donations that tell her, hey, just follow the status quo. Right? So how do we change her mind then? If she won't change it now, we can't get her to make any sort of concession now. Why would we assume that she'll make a concession afterwards? When she's already there, she has our vote. So.
Well, that is AOC's argument, right? AOC, this was in the context of Biden in 2020, but she says the same thing here now, which is that with Biden in office, you can push him into doing certain things. And I think the Inflation Reduction Act was an example of that. There were a couple of items in the American Rescue Plan that came from the squad. He's basically, what she was saying is you can do deals with them, you can push them a little bit to the left, whereas she says that Trump is unmovable. Like there's.
But that's not my argument, That's the opposite of my argument, though, right?
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I thought. Oh, okay. You said. That's her. AOC's argument. I was confused.
No. Yeah, I said that at the beginning because I thought you were going somewhere else with this. But I'm just saying now what AOC is, You're just saying that you have most of your leverage before an election. You have no leverage until the election, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that they asked for was that Biden convey to Israel that he wants a ceasefire, and Biden did that. But now they have a different demand, right? My question is, once you get to the point where, okay, it's election day, like the leverage time is over, now it's time to vote, are you saying you need to show them how serious you are by denying them the presidency for a term so that next time they'll listen more? A kind of like accelerationism, you know? Or
Not an accelerationism. No, that's not a kind of accelerationism. The acceleration is I'm hoping things will go bad. I hope Trump loses the election. I don't care if Kamala wins the election. I hope people can understand the difference there.
Sure.
And
we know those two things coincide.
They happen to coincide.
Yes.
But it's not of my concern that they coincide.
Right.
It's not about accelerationism. But if it's like how I wish the black vote was actually mirrored more of the Latin vote. The Latin vote is much more split between the Democrat and Republican Party, right? Like, if you want to get the Latin vote, which is you shouldn't call it the Latin vote because it's so varied, right? But we're just going to use that for this moment. If you want to get the Latin vote, you have to go to them and make concessions and have an ask, right? When it comes to African Americans, we are ignored continuously. The Democratic Party will come to us every 4 years, right? And say things will be different. It's fucking like an abused spouse. Everything will always be different every 4 years, right? They'll give us the moon, and then afterwards they will ignore us. They do it every time because they know they have our vote. They know they have our vote. They know we're locked in. I actually and let's not repeat this. But sometimes I wish there were a lot more black conservatives, right? Because there has to be a balance. There has to be something to gain, but there's very little to gain from the black community because they know they have our vote. So if they know they have the anti-Israel vote or anti-genocide vote, really, right? They have the anti-genocide vote. Then what is there to concede? Just like they never concede anything in the black community. How the black community, even under Obama, we got ignored, right? Then we'll get nothing. We'll get very little there, and it's not as if we have all the time in the world, right? Like the Inflation Reduction Act, which came the third year of his presidency, I think, right? We don't have all the time for Kamala to change her heart. The genocide is happening now. People are losing their lives right this second as we talk, and not just losing their lives, being mutilated and being starved. Because as the different organizations have told us, there is starvation happening, actual starvation happening in Gaza at this second, and now it's expanding into the West Bank. This conflict, right? So we don't have all the time in the world to wait for this. So there has to be an urgency, and if this isn't the point in time, when will it happen? When will it happen? At what point will the Apex money be less persuasive to Kamala Harris than this moment? I don't know what to tell you. It doesn't make sense.
So what do you think the response is to members of the squad, particularly Muslims, that have endorsed Kamala already? Let's see, it was Tlaib? Was it Tlaib that didn't? And then everybody else did, Omar did, and Presley has.
Well, Rashida Tlaib is the only Palestinian, interestingly enough. Yeah. So, I don't. People have different political calculations. I could disagree with their calculations, just like everyone can disagree with mine.
So, let me ask you this: if there was a deal that could be made with these protesters under the table, if it was said out loud, then they would lose a lot on the other side, right? A lot of support. But if they said under the table, listen, we're going to pressure Israel, this is the plan, we're committing to doing it in February 2025, would that be enough? Or would they have to do it now out in the open for everyone to see?
It's a tough question because I can't work on information that I don't have, right?
Right.
There has to be, I'm not asking for much. People, please understand, I'm not asking for much here. I get the political realities that Kamala faces, right? People act like I fucking don't. I actually do. I get that. I'm asking to some signal that there will be some differentiation between her and Biden on this specific topic. But she, again, when given the opportunity, when asked, right, she says no. There will the Israel's safety will be guaranteed, right?
Yeah.
I won't change from status quo. We heard her DNC speech, right? I loved her DNC speech. I was so fired up by her DNC speech until we got the end of the DNC speech, where she goes on this section talking about how Israel's safety is our priority above all else, right? And also, yeah, Gazans, we want peace for them at some point in time, I guess, right? And we're gonna push. Hey guys, we're gonna push for ceasefire negotiations. We're gonna really push hard to get the ceasefire done. The exact same line for the Biden administration. The Biden administration, who's already stated that Netanyahu is sabotaging those negotiations, and the United States, who knows that Netanyahu's pushing us for a wider war with Iran right this moment.
And he's collaborating with Trump too, because Trump has apparently illegally made. No, Trump has illegally made phone calls with Bibi, apparently, and telling him to delay a ceasefire until he comes in.
I don't think he even needed to make that. I don't think it was a pointless thing to do. Even if it was illegal, it was pointless to do because Netanyahu has been sabotaging these
Hatch Act or Logan Act. It's one of those.
They've been moving the goalposts. Hamas has actively agreed. They've actively agreed to a deal, guys. In case you don't know that, Hamas has agreed to a deal. Israel gave terms. Hamas agreed. They agreed to a deal. How many of you have heard that? They agreed to a deal. What happened afterwards? Israel changed the deal.
I heard it, but to be honest, I heard it from you. So,
please,
a week or two ago.
Then don't just believe me. Look it up.
Yeah. No. I'm saying you're wrong. I'm saying you're right. The point that you're making is that we're not being told by the media about this stuff.
Yeah. So it's not like Hamas hasn't been trying. Israel does not want the deal. Israel, Israel has two lines, right? They have their English-speaking political line that they say that we can understand, but then Hebrew, they say literally completely different things. They'll do it on TV, right? Yeah. Because they know this is not going to get out to the wider American public. And they talk about how they don't want this ceasefire deal. How they know the ceasefire deal is being sabotaged. This is like an open secret. Netanyahu's own negotiating team.
And the polling in Israel says that the voters want a ceasefire, desperately.
Why do you think they wouldn't want that? Why do you think? What's up with the changing the deal or whatever?
Because they continue to do what they're doing and expand and garner more land.
It's real quickly, just based on Google. Both Netanyahu and Trump deny that the ceasefire was ever talked about. There doesn't seem to be any evidence about that. Just to be clear.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I think my theory is Netanyahu's in the middle of a criminal trial. And one of the things that's delayed all of that is the wartime stance. And if they get back to a normal footing, his trial continues. And he's been losing multiple major decisions along the way in this trial. He very well may be guilty. And I think he thinks that as long as he's a wartime leader that he's untouchable.
Yeah, to make it more clear for you, Ghosty, he is on trial, I believe, for corruption. One good thing about Israel is actually they take corruption among the political leaders very seriously. They actually charge their top political leaders, unlike here in the United States, where presidents can do anything they want,
right?
Or even anyone like senators, right? Even below that, right?
Absolute immunity.
They take it very seriously in Israel. But because of October 7th and the attack, right, and they're in the war, those rules, from my understanding is that those rules have been suspended, right? And so his trial is not moving forward. The moment this ends, he's back on the hook. And Netanyahu is not popular within Israel, not because of the war, right? That's a different thing. Because a lot of them support the war.
Or they think he's prosecuting the war. Right now, what they're mad at him about is that he keeps trying to use force to take back the hostages, and it's mostly resulting in dead hostages. And the voters are not happy about that.
Yeah, but in any case, he's not popular, so he doesn't have the support. The thing that's keeping him protected is this war. So he has every reason to keep this war going. Even members of his cabinet, some members of his cabinet don't support the war and would like it to end because they realize this has been a failure, a military failure. They cannot get rid of Hamas. Right? That was their stated goal. They can't do it. It's not possible. Military leaders across the world have said that. That's not a thing that's possible. But still the war continues. And again, the other part that I said, there right now, Israel is trying to drag the US into a war with Iran. They've been trying to do it for decades, but like they've literally attacked Iran, not once, but twice now, I believe, right? Twice. They've attacked Iran. They assassinated a Hamas leader in Iran. Who was that Hamas leader? That was the leader of their political arm, right? The guy who was in charge of the negotiations. Israel assassinated the guy who was in charge of the negotiations for Hamas. Does that sound like a group that's willing to negotiate? Like maybe they did that, and that within Iran. So they're trying to start a war with Iran, and then the U.S. will fight that war for them.
Right, because Iran like funds Hamas and all the other couple groups, right? That spring off of that.
Yeah, I mean they do. Hezbollah, they fund those, yeah.
Yeah, it's a great balancing act. Israel's hoping that the Sunni Shia conflict will be greater than any conflict with them, and so they do what they can to like keep that stuff going.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I feel like my position isn't unreasonable. There's a video, maybe I can send it to you guys. Where by this guy Baden Panada, he just made a video that like almost completely sums up.
He's a little,
that guy is actually
there.
Unhinged, just so you're aware.
I've never. This is my first video I've ever seen.
You should look into that guy.
Genuinely
unhinged.
There's lore. There's lore.
There's a lot of lore behind that guy.
I don't know. I don't care. Not for this. Because he has. I don't care. Because I'm saying that he like within this the confines of this singular video, which is all I've ever seen of this guy, he's like almost exactly put my thoughts into place. He says that Kamala Harris is the second person, bears the second most responsibility for this war, but that's nonsense. That's not how the U.S. Constitution works, right? She has like no power as a vice president. So that's why I disagree with her. But like the way he like talks about the conflict is, I agree with that. And the urgency. Guys, this is a genocide. This is a genocide. This is a genocide we're talking about. And if this is not the moment, then when is? What is too far if it's not a genocide funded by American taxpayer dollars? Those are American, literally, they find pieces of the bombs and it has the US flag on them. So at what point, when does it end?
We have people going and signing bombs, right? So it's like they're going over and they're signing, like going over there and signing bombs.
Seinfeld going over, signed a bomb. Yeah, like other like
we have senators. We have senators and politicians. Yeah. It's not even actors. It's politicians that are going over.
And Chelsea was famously against that kind of aid going to foreign countries. Like she
was bullshit. Yeah. Famously, she is a bullshitter. But anyway, that's how I feel about this. Yeah, and I don't think it's unreasonable because it's a fucking genocide. Guys, this is the moral question of our time. This, right now. This is it. The moral question of our generation. Right this second. What side do you stand on? It's a genocide.
I just think with this particular issue, I just have a hard time because it's just been going on for so long and it's so deep. And I don't know. I'm also just like...
Hold on, none of that matters. I hear you. Okay. There's a lot of history, right? Here you go.
Yeah.
Right now, there's a genocide, though. We can work on those other political issues, but we have to stop the genocide right now. It's not that I'm saying that.
How is it? Can you? Oh, I'm like actually like, what is it? Like, what is Israel doing? That's called that's genocide. Are they? Like, I don't know what's going on. Are they starving them on
anything? Like,
What?
have you not followed anything? That was like a genuine question. Do you not
Like
follow
like
anything about this?
very very lightly. Like I
Yeah,
don't know what they're
I mean,
doing.
like,
There are
they've,
some
like,
videos that I'm sure Prime and Ellie could
Yeah.
send to
Yeah.
you, but
They've, like-
it has to do with the
Are
fact
they like bombing, or are they actually like keeping food from them? Are
They've
they like
devastated.
all of
They've
them, all of
devastated
they're doing
Bahrain,
all of that.
everything.
But basically, what it
Yeah,
is Israel perceives that there's, because of all these tunnels that run underneath Gaza and stuff like that, that they need to be able, in order to get to the terrorists, they have to get to these precise locations that are underground, often underneath hospitals and schools and places like that. And their philosophy is whatever is in the way between them and Hamas is an acceptable like casualty of war.
Hold on.
And so they're dropping these massive bombs, way larger than they need to, in order to like achieve whatever the mission is doing. This is a 10,000-foot level, very broad thing. I know there's a lot of details you guys can add,
Like,
in it, but I'm
well,
just
the
saying
fact that they're lying about like where those tunnels, like every time they say, "Hey, there was a tunnel under this hospital," right? When you actually like, "Hey, let's find evidence of." These
yeah, I'm
tunnels
just
under these
telling you
hospitals,"
what
it's not
their
true.
message is.
He's just giving the overview.
argument that they're
Yeah.
making. That's all.
Okay,
I'm not
fair
saying I
enough.
agree with it.
Yeah,
I'm just
fair
saying their argument is that there's a bad guy over there. There's 50 children in between us and that bad guy, so they got to go.
Yeah.
That's essentially the reasoning that's happening.
Yeah, they are starving the population. Like I said, like actual factual starvation is happening. You can find the photos of emaciated Palestinian children. Palestinian children are like drinking water out of puddles on the streets because
they're
there's
finding
no.
water and mud like underground. Like they're digging up and there's just like water and they're just like drinking that.
They're eating animal feed. That's all that's left, right? So the things that would feed to their cattle, that's what the Palestinians are eating right now. There's like 8 trucks that are supposed to go into Gaza. Like, not Israel's doing it, but all the people in Israel who support starving the Gazans are literally standing in the way, having parties on the highways where the trucks used to enter Gaza, right? They're having parties there, so to keep them out. There's trucks that have been there for weeks. Literally, food inside that is rotting. That's how long they've been there, and Israel won't let them through. Now, Israel could just like move those civilians easily. They know how to do that. Trust me, they've done it before to their civilians. They could move those civilians, but all of a sudden, the IDF, Israel Defense Force, can't manage it. They just can't manage it. And so, all that aid that would go to feed those people right now is outside. Israel controls those borders. They can't get it any other way. Israel just bombed a water it was either water treatment facility or water reservoir facility. They and we know this because they put it on TikTok. They put their crimes on TikTok, right?
All over Twitter.
They wired explosives on this center that gives water to 100,000 Gazans, right? And they blew it up. They have blown up almost literally, like the bombing has slowed down because they're running out of things to bomb. They've bombed out complete neighborhoods. They bombed out all the universities. Why the universities? They bombed out every university in Gaza. They've destroyed nearly every hospital in Gaza.
Are they doing this to get the hostages back? Or like if they gave the hostages back, would it end? Or
that
they're
would
killing
be
the
the
hostages
claim.
actually by trying to get them out forcefully.
Yeah, they've been killing
That's
the hostages.
most recent thing that's been happening. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
but the line is to get the hostages back. That is the line. They're saying, "Oh yeah, we're trying to get the hostages back." But again, the Hamas agreed to a deal. Hamas agreed to a deal to return the hostages. Right? We will return the hostages if you stop this war. And then they changed the deal. This is a genocide, people.
I can only imagine what will happen to them if they ever give up the hostages.
And they don't know who.
Nothing.
Yeah. And they don't know who Hamas is, so it's like every military-aged man is just basically Hamas, and then there's women in Hamas too.
15 and up.
So 15 and up. So it's just like when Israelis are like the propaganda is like, well, no, if Hamas stays in Israel, we'll never stop seeing terror, and it's like, well, you're never going to be able to actually. So like, in order to get rid of Hamas, it's essentially just getting rid of Palestinians.
They're doing systemic sexual torture against people they suspect to be Hamas, which is again anyone military age, right? There is a prison, right? There's a prison there where they were taking Palestinian men, and they had this little courtyard. They had this metal spike, a metal like a pole, right? And they were forcing the anuses of Palestinian men on this thing. They were doing like the sexualized torture and straight up rape. We have footage of that. Footage of them dragging prisoners off to the side in a room, and then like the guards like trying to cover up for the camera, and then raping prisoners. They're doing that right now. So like, yeah, I don't know. The moral question of our times, guys. Like, what side are you on? The moral question of our generation. Are we gonna pass this, or are we gonna fail this test? So I don't think it's unreasonable. All this to say, I don't think it's unreasonable to withhold your vote. Sorry. Yeah.
I think that's fair, especially before an election. Like,
Lactoid. This is sorry.
I think Lactoid agrees you should not vote for Kamala.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
But Lactoid, what I actually want to know is like how much of like the things that I've said like filter to like conservatives, right? Like how much have you seen of like the Israel
say it's all lies.
War? Yeah. I want to know how much do you hear about that in conservative circles?
conservatives hate Israel too, right?
Depends on how far conservative they are.
No,
depends on how
It's
far
horseshit.
There is like,
Okay.
well, hold on, just to be clear, like Nick Fuentes has like repudiated Trump and is actually beginning rallies against him and is organizing political like movements against him specifically because of Trump's stance on Israel. Fuentes believes that he's like a puppet to like, global Judaism or whatever. Yeah.
If you're far enough right, you're going to agree with the people who are on the very far left.
But like, there is actually, I think horseshoe theory is actually probably this is like the issue that I think exemplifies horseshoe theory probably more than anything else, because you have like the left, which is like super like critical of Israel, and then you have the right, which is very critical of Israel for perhaps a little bit different reasons, right?
And of Jews.
For very different reasons.
Sure. But then you have like, I think you have the center, which is like mainstream Dems, which, they will go up on stage and say like Israel has the right to defend itself, but like, please don't do it so much. Please, it's an election season.
Please don't be mean about it. Please don't.
We're not going to do anything. We're not going to do anything to stop you. Don't worry. Yeah. But like, please, like, there's that. And then you have the Republicans, which are Israel has the right to exist, and we will make it happen one way or another. And we're going to send an aircraft carrier to make sure that it happens, because
that's what the Democrats. There's no difference then.
The Dems actually did that too. Yeah. So maybe that was a bad example.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
But like
Democrats and Republicans are the same. But go ahead.
Yeah. Among the like standard like Trump conservative, there is little to no criticism of Israel.
Doesn't affect them. They don't care. Why would they care? They have no skin in the game, realistically, right? Like for like Democrats to be like a lot of minority groups that like then would be able to appeal. Like, so I had this discussion on with me and Lethe about like on TikTok there was the progressives, the pro-Palestinian progressives, and then amongst the black pro-Palestinian progressives there was a dispute where anyone who said they were pro-Kamala was then like commented on saying, well, if you're pro-Kamala, take the pro-Palestine like shit out of your bio, and then there was a whole fucking like beef there. And damn, I'm not gonna lie, I completely lost how I was tying that in. So
you're good.
Well,
I just to be clear, I because you guys have been talking about like I understand that you're both in agreement on this. I'm not where you guys are on this, okay? And I wouldn't categorize it as a genocide personally. I do think it's a war, and I think it's a counterinsurgency operation. What's starting to bother me a little bit is where it's a counterinsurgency operation, and my concern is becoming to the point where I don't see an end, and I'm getting a little bit concerned if there is no intended end. And that's kind of the concern I'm beginning to have. So
would that make it a genocide?
I don't think it would make it a genocide, but I think because I don't know. I don't think the intention is there to wipe out the entire peoples. I'm
It
just a
doesn't
little,
have to be
I'm a little
wipe
bit.
out.
But nobody can articulate a desired end. That's the problem.
That's the
because
problem.
the desired end
Yeah.
that's not being articulated is the final solution, right? I don't see any other way this could go unless you accept a two-state solution.
Well, so the problem is, like, the stated goal is like shattering Hamas, which I agree with. I think Hamas is a
Yeah, I
terrorist
do too.
organization. Now, and I condemn them for all the memers in chat. Absolutely. The concern, though, is that, like, we're running into an issue that the U.S. just didn't run into in Iraq or Afghanistan. Now, maybe a little bit more Afghanistan, but I wouldn't even say in Afghanistan as much. Which is that Hamas is, like, wildly popular with the people of Gaza, like, in a way that, like, maybe the Taliban was in the areas they controlled, but not in the cities, right? And in Iraq, it wasn't the same either. Like, it's a very different situation.
Well, why? Yeah, people always say that, and no one ever seems to like
The
understand
US
or explain why.
The U.S. also
yeah.
we did prosecute those two wars much more responsibly.
Yeah. So what I was saying earlier is like you like not for nothing, like, as just like a white, like, conservative, you don't really care what's happening in the Middle East. It has no effect towards you.
I pay for it.
But amongst,
of course, I
yeah.
care.
Well, I mean, you pay for it, but I mean, like, you pay for everything else, so it's like,
I know.
He never shuts up about it.
Yeah.
I never shut up.
For, like, on the Dem side, for, like, the minorities, it seems like we had that to band together. So, like, black people seem to really care about, like, issues that seem to be affecting minorities, and they seem to take up and hold up for them, which is why, like, when you're in conservative circles, I just don't see why they would even have this conversation. And then why, like, I can understand why you're like, well, I don't see it as a genocide. I just see it as a war and an insurgency, because you're like, well, Hamas is terrorists. And so you're like, boom. Do understand, like from my side, like, I'm going to say from my side, but, like, Israel would be a terrorist state. It's not like, so in my mind, I'm like, well, you're just calling one group terrorist, the other group isn't terrorist. It's all optics. Because, like, one group is like, well, they went in and they caused terrorism and they shot up civilians. And it's like, well, the other group is bombing them, and that just looks cleaner. Or it looks like more like, I don't know, patriotic, that they're using bombs instead of, like, going in and, like, shooting up people.
No, I understand the framing. There's going to be a disagreement in framing. And, not to get into the whole, debate. I do think that history is important to look at here, and I think that, looking at the totality of the circumstances, I think it was, I forget who said, and maybe it was Netanyahu who said it, I don't remember, but there was somebody, I think it was Netanyahu, who, a famous quote, who was like, he said, what was it? If tomorrow the Arab world lay down its arms, there would be peace, and then if tomorrow Israel lay down its arms, there'd be no more Israel, or there'd be no more war, and then there'd be no more Israel. And I think that when you just look at the history of, like, the consistent invasions over and over again, now obviously I'm not going to deny. I'm not going to deny. Yes. You have you have instances of Israeli intelligence and Israeli operations that are pretty fucked up, and you even have some instances of Israelis of Israeli military attacking U.S. forces, which is I
think the USS Liberty, I think it was,
which is fucked up. And there's
like
definitely
consistently lying to our presidents.
And there's Israel, literally the Mossad, like their intelligence agency, they spy on us all the time. It's like an open secret in Washington that their spies infiltrate us all the time. And it's just
APAC
like,
funding every.
That's just okay.
I'm not sure. I'm not super sure on the Mossad claim. On the APAC claim, I will. From what I understand, that is true. That there is a little bit. I have concerns with Israel. I'm not saying that, which is part of the reason why I think I've moderated my position. At the beginning of this, after October 7th, I mean, I think I did a couple streams on this. Like, I was very much just like, go in and do what you have to do. I do think it's as obviously as I've learned more, but then also as the war has taken shape over the time it's been going on, I think it is probably more complicated than I think you realize what you want to do.
I think a lot of people realize that, like, this idea that we have, so Israel's supposed to be the most intelligent, like, army, the most powerful army, and the most moral army. Yeah, and it took a year and they still couldn't beat a bunch of dudes in flip flops and sweatpants. And it's like, well,
we lost to Afghan farmers, sheep herders, and Vietnamese rice farmers. Like I understand, like
counterinsurgencies are tough.
Counterinsurgencies are incredibly tough. Now, I don't think that Israel is the most moral army. I think it's I think honestly the U.S. military is kind of up there in terms of being the most moral army, just in the way that we conduct warfare. We are incredibly precise with our weapons. We minimize casualties to a level that other countries don't. Right?
So, like every politician, that's just like Israel is just the greatest country on earth.
Well, they're not in terms of the way they prosecute the war. But I think the U.S. might be, but they don't have to be the most moral, in my opinion, for me to define it as a war, right? It's a counterinsurgency.
Lactoid. Let's examine that, because I've heard a similar quote. I don't know if it was Netanyahu who said it, but like that quote you were going with, I've heard something similar. Right? But let's examine it, right? If the Arabs were to lay down their arms, there'd be peace, right? If Israel were to lay down their arms, there would be like war, no more Israel, or something.
There'd be no more war. If the Arab world laid down his arms, there'd be no more war. If Israel laid down his arms, there'd be no more Israel.
Yeah, no more Israel, right? But like, let's examine that line. Is Israel what is Israel? Israel, as is defined by certainly Netanyahu and the people who agree with him, is a Jewish state. It's a Jewish state, right? It has Jewish characteristics, right? For Jews. And to do that, it needs land, right? And the land that, unfortunately, some Palestinians happen to be on. And they had to move. The character of the state, right, of Israel is in opposition to the Palestinians, the Muslims there, right? The Arabs there. And that has been its guiding light. Yes, if that violent ethnic cleansing, occupying force laid down its arms all of a sudden, then yes, there would be a reaction. But if Israel actually either agreed to a two-state solution, right? Like a viable version of a two-state solution, or better yet, honestly, a one-state solution, right? Where like we were done with this Jewish character, where it's not even Israel then. It's not the idea of Israel. It's something else, right? It's Prosville, right? Prisville. It's a new country, and that country, if that laid down its arms, that country would be fine. That country would be fine. The occupations, what I'm saying is the reason why, they talk about how Israel is surrounded by enemies, right? And that's why they have to defend it. Well, why are they enemies? Yeah. Because of what Israel keeps doing. Israel keeps the occupation.
They were attacked immediately upon declaration before any of this happened.
Yeah, hold on.
Well, declaration of what?
The state of Israel.
It was a claim. Okay, so this is like the biggest argument, is that Palestine never even existed. Okay, you have a group of people that are living somewhere under an Ottoman Empire. This Ottoman Empire loses a war, and now you have another group of people dictating who gets to live on the land that I'm currently live on. It's an invasion to those people, regardless of the fact that there was like no paperwork or the British mandates or whatever it was. Maybe the people that were currently living there felt invaded. And so like the argument for like, is this a genocide? Is this not a genocide? Ethnic cleansing, so on and so forth. 6 or 8 years ago, Palestine was on Google Maps. It was on Apple Maps. You could type in Palestine, it would locate. They removed Palestine completely, and it's just like Israel. And now they're reduced to like people don't even like it's Gaza Strip and West Bank. So you remove the ethnicity of these people. They don't have a claim. They don't have a culture now. And then you're consistently pushing them out in small, like their lands are getting smaller. Their people are dying out. It's like, if it's not an ethnic cleansing because they're not saying, their intentions isn't to do it, but all their actions are like pushing towards one thing.
I mean, I can see an argument that maybe like putting just like starting Israel there in the first place was a mistake.
Yeah,
but like
that's the argument. Yeah.
At this point, though, I mean, they're already there, and I honestly can't see anything but a two-state solution. I don't know. Like, it doesn't make sense for me.
someone who's all pro punishing mass murderers and like taking things into consideration, right? Like you're just bringing in.
There were a lot of Jews there in that area.
Where?
In that area,
fine.
Historic Palestine.
Yeah.
Jews have
when-
always lived there.
I know.
Jews have always been
but
there.
there was a lot. So there was a mass immigration of them into that area where they set up shop, where they set up homes, where they began to live, and when the state of Israel was declared, and almost immediately, I think it was within a few days. It was very quickly. They were invaded on all fronts, right? With what intention? To drive them to the sea, to get rid of them.
Yeah.
And
Why?
Look,
Because the people of the land knew that the intention of an Israeli state would be to expand
Yeah, it
and to
wasn't.
garner more land, and they knew
well, we
actually-
can't do that. We can't. They might get
can't you
bigger
do
one
that?
day, so we got to kill them all now. Is that the
No,
is that the
actually,
concern?
Your confusion is that like it wasn't. You're assuming like Israel like itself didn't exist, right? Because there was no declaration, right? Israel didn't exist, and so now it does exist. So now is the beginning of the history of this.
No,
of
I'm
this
factoring in
conflict.
I'm factoring in the history beforehand, before it
So
existed.
well, hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying, and then I'd love to hear. Right. So then a few days later, they're invaded, right, on all sides, right? But before then, there was a history. Before then, it was made clear, right, that there's a shift in this area, that Jews are now in charge of this area, not Israel, right, but this area. There was conflicts that happening because of the British mandate, right? Before that was happening beforehand. There was already conflicts with the people. Right? And then Britain decided to like fuck off, like, okay, we're done with this, and good luck, guys, right? And then everything went to shit from there.
You mean after
the British.
King David
Well, I know the,
Wait,
the
and I mean,
Zionist
not-
project goes like back to like the late 1800s, right?
Well,
So
but
it's been
not-
going on
yeah,
for
I
a
know.
while. I understand.
Not for
But I
nothing.
mean,
in terms of Zionism, so like you have this group of people who are looking for a land to be safe, and they want to declare land and declare it as theirs. They're looking for a place to be safe. The world at this point hates them. They picked the most hostile location in the world and said, "Hey, we want to set up shop
I'm
here."
not-
Wait, no. That all that plays in the context, because you're saying, well, no, as within days of setting up shop, they were attacked. Well, yeah, no shit, they were attacked. Look where they fucking set up shop. That's obviously they were going to be attacked.
I'm not talking about the predictability of the attack, and I'm not saying that like I'm not necessarily justifying.
No, that plays in because
but
they
it
use
doesn't.
those attacks
It
to justify
doesn't.
that they're being attacked.
Well, it doesn't.
That's what it is.
But not necessarily. If I go into a neighborhood that happens to be violent, that doesn't mean that somebody can shoot me. If I happen to go to Gaza, or if I happen to go to that one Israeli music festival, and then Hamas shows up and beheads me, yeah, I understand that like being in close proximity to dangerous areas has like a risk of me being attacked. But
Like,
that doesn't
if you
necessarily mean.
willingly-
Hold on real quick. That doesn't mean that like
Yeah.
I deserve the attack, or that in any way whatsoever that's justified. What I'm
It's
trying
not
to
a
do is trying to
deserve.
say is, yes, when you have Israel, when you have the state of Israel now, and they're attacked on all sides, like that's a critical moment, because what it demonstrates is what is the intention of that attack? It is to kill. It is either to drive them all out or to kill them all. Right, one or the other. There's no other. There's no other reason why they attacked them.
Wait, no, they're trying to drive out the state, not the people. The people were living there before. Now the people are trying to form a state within the land and claim land. Those are two different things. So it's like, yeah, I'm not going to sit here and say that
but
like,
how much
they
do you-
deserved it, but that's just what the situation
But
is.
you know how human beings operate, right? Like, how much do you trust people who feel like they've been oppressed for decades, suddenly having all this land that Jews lived on? And you're going to make this distinction that individual Jews have their rights, but the government no longer exists. So there's nothing to protect those individual Jews from anybody who wants to attack them. Do you certainly you don't trust Hamas, which is the current government, to run an operation that would protect the Jewish minorities there? So
what's this framework?
At this point we're so far
This is the
gone.
framework that was just set up. This was
What are
the
you talking-
framework that Ali just set up.
I don't understand.
That they only are against the state, they're not against the people.
Hold on,
So if the
I
state
thought
goes
Ali was
away,
talking about the past. I thought you were talking about like in the initial war, long before Hamas.
The
Wasn't that
initial
what you were
setup.
saying? Yeah.
yeah. So what do we want now? What do we want? Surely two-state is the only possible.
That we're too
I don't-
far gone at this point. I'm sorry. Like neither side is going to agree to just a two-state solution. It just doesn't work.
Okay,
I
okay.
think
Then we're
two-states-
talking about a genocide risk, no matter what, because there's nobody to look after obviously you can't trust Israel to look after the welfare of Palestinians, and I'm not convinced that if the Israeli state disappeared, that the only state that would be left would be Hamas, because that's who's in charge. I don't think that they would that they can be trusted either.
We could solve this if we had like a peacekeeping force. We're saying, okay, we're going to create an interim government. With an interim government, either within a two-state solution or honestly, I think the only thing that's actually viable is a one-state solution. But we have to go in deeper description on that.
Israel, this whole experiment started as a creation of the UN. And I think one of the big mistakes, I mean, first of all, the whole thing was a mistake, but one of the big mistakes after the initial mistake was pulling out and just letting Israel like do whatever the fuck they wanted. It should have stayed an international zone for like a century until they had it worked out.
I mean, agreed. Agreed. Yeah, sure. But right now, Israel doesn't get to suffer the consequences of his actions. It can do whatever it wants, right? Like, unlike everything else. Today, well, yesterday, and from my perspective, the U.S. or maybe this was earlier, I don't know, but I got reported that the U.S. seized Venezuela's plane, right? Their presidential plane. Did you see this? Right, Maduro's plane got seized in the Dominican Republic. This was a story, right? And part of this story, right? It was a statement from the U.S. State Department, right? And they said like this is a statement, right? So everyone to know that no one is above the law, right? No, like everyone can face the consequences of their action, something like that. They said, and I laughed out loud. This from the U.S. State Department. Israel suffers no consequences for anything it does. Zero. And when Israel asks for more money, we give Israel more than they even ask us, right? Israel asks for a certain amount of money, and then we like increase the amount to show how desperately we're in their corner.
And that money will go to AIPAC.
Well, the money goes to AIPAC and it goes right back to them. So
and it goes back.
Wait, so I count the problem I have with the two-state solution is there is no other state. Right, so it's like Israel or Palestine has literally been reduced to a section of like the West Bank and then a section of Gaza, and then both of these have been just fucking destroyed. So there is really no two-state unless you chop up half of Israel and give it and then call it Palestine, which no Israeli or Israel is not going to contest to. So the unfortunately it's just like there is no two-state solution. The only solution that's on the board is Israel. Like that's like.
But I feel like the only way to make any prognostication on this is to ask what are the surrounding countries going to do, because Israel has been rather successful at getting its neighbors to recognize Israel as a state, to basically turn its back on the Palestinian people, until Saudi Arabia and Egypt and Jordan and those countries get involved and can unite for something. As long as they're not doing that, if they're all getting bought up by AIPAC and the government of Israel,
it's not even just bought up. It's just like if the
kind of indirectly.
If the surrounding countries decide to actually do anything and engage in war, like they are, now you are concerned. Like, does America join? And if America joins, it's a whole.
Engage in war. We don't need them to engage in war, right?
No, we would just need them to not stand in opposition of those countries if they did unite.
We don't need them to be a political pressure. Hey, so Ghosty said something interesting, right? And she said something that many other people say, right? Well, true, the Israel, maybe it was wrong for Israelis to come in and take the land, but at this point, they're there now, right? And so I guess we just have to, we'll have to work around that, right? Because they're there now, and what are we going to do about it? But that logic never works the other way, right? I mean, the Palestinians are on the land now, right? But Israel has a solution for that. They move them off the land, right? They bulldoze their houses.
Right.
They, by gunpoint, they like drag them out of their homes. They bulldoze their houses, or they'll just like steal their
They
houses.
fund Americans to move to Israel and take over houses.
And then Israelis or Americans, literally just they're like fresh off the boat from America, right? They're like they have like a New York accent, right? And they moved into Palestinian houses. That's the thing that happens like right now. That's another dimension of this. But in any case, right? But still, there's a solution that the Israelis have been using the entire time, right? It's to simply move the Palestinians. Well, if that's the case,
and if the Palestinians do it, they're terrorists.
If that's on the table, then we have to maybe the 1967 borders, right, of Israel, of like the U.S. and Palestine, Israel-Palestine borders in 1967, right? Like we can go back to that, and those borders, right? Like everything has changed. So basically, Ghosty, just try to help you visualize this. They've been filling in the map, right? They've been filling the map with more Israelis, right, with more Israeli settlements, and they've basically broken up Palestine into two pieces. That's what Ali was trying to say, right? Now Palestine is broken up into two pieces, and they're discontiguous, and it makes it so like when you look at it, okay, well, how do we have a state for Palestine if like these things don't even connect, right? We can make a connecting configuration that would just require that those Israelis who moved there, right, with the purpose of taking the land, they left the land, right? They moved somewhere else. They move somewhere else in Israel, because if they can do it one way, right, and they're continuously making more settlements, so that more people be convinced of what you were saying before, Ghosty, right? Because they'll put more and more settlements in Palestine and the West Bank, right? They'll put more settlements there, and then at some point, someone else will say in another 20 years, well, I mean, those Israelis are there.
It's not the kids' there fault. Now. It's not the kids' fault. The parents bought the house there and built the house.
It's
there.
not the kids' fault.
Born there.
Yeah, they were just born there. Yeah. So what are we going to do? They're there now, right? So at some point, we can just move them back out. If they can do it to the Palestinians, we can do it the same way.
Well, but they're still in Palestine, right? Even if Israelis.
Nope, there is no Palestine.
There's no Palestine right now?
No, Palestine doesn't exist as a country or an entity anywhere. It's to Gaza Strip and, West Bank. So because Ghosty's like, well, they still live in Palestine. To exaggerate the point, there is no Palestine currently.
What he's trying to say is that Palestine doesn't actually have a state, right? It's like there is no. The thing that people call Palestine, you can't even call a country because they have so little power. They have no control of their borders. They don't control taxation, except I guess in the Gaza, maybe the Gaza Strip they do.
There's no free flow of traffic. They can't.
There's no free flow of traffic. Yeah, no. Israel decides goes in and out. Right, they even control the electricity.
It's a military state, like
of Palestine. Is what he's trying to say. But like, what you're saying, you're talking about Palestinian land, though. That's what you're trying to say.
I'm looking at the map now, and I guess it would be really hard for Israel to accept that. But like, I guess if there could be some kind of negotiation to give back Palestine some land and then make them an actual state.
Well, then you have the refugee issue where there's like 6 million refugees like across the world, and they want the right of return, right? So it's like, where do you bring in all those people? How do you bring them in? Are they allowed to come in? There's a whole if it was as simple as like, well, yeah, just give them some land, but that's like the issue that we're having is that there is no land, and then there's a bunch of people, and then Israel keeps taking land. And, it's just all, Hamas is terrorists. We have to get rid of the terrorists. Terrorist is like the hot word. And so since there's terrorism, they can't have a state because their state is run by terrorists. And so, yeah.
I think most of Palestine, and maybe I'm incorrect, so someone can correct me on this, but I think most Palestinians live outside of Palestine, right? There was a massive refugee crisis when Israel, ethnically did the initial ethnic cleansing of Palestine. They threw these people out. They thought they were going to return. They were wrong. And lots of them are living in refugee camps, like in Lebanon, right? Lebanon.
Yep. A lot of them in Lebanon. And the argument is like, well, why doesn't Lebanon give them citizenship? It's just like, if you look at Lebanon, it's this tiny country with 6 million residents already, and even they don't have good enough lives and jobs. You can't just integrate another X amount of million people into that land. What is anyone going to do? So it's like you have these countries that are supposed to take care of the Palestinians, but it's like Israel creates a conflict where there's a bunch of refugees and now other countries are meant to take care of them because they're Arabs and Muslims and they should be taking care of their brothers, but it's like you caused a huge conflict and issue.
I'm looking at this site right now, and so I guess when you guys say one state solution, this site is kind of comparing it to like the Native Americans and the European settlers that came here and then made America a country, and then Native Americans still kind of like they run their own, like, you know, they have their own police and their own districts and everything that's like kind of separate from America. So is that what you're looking
You mean like
at
reservations?
in Israel? Like you want there to be Israel and then the Palestinians live there, but they have their own separate.
No, I would want citizenship for Palestinians, but the reason they can't do that, the reason Israel doesn't do a one-state solution is because then if you include the Palestinian population, it then either matches or overcomes the Jewish population, and then now they won't have like political power anymore because the vote.
Well, and there's also just like a lot of tension, right? Like.
Well,
I would imagine.
But I'm saying the reason a one-state solution doesn't work for Israel is because, like, if you do accept
even the Israeli Arabs that are already Israeli citizens are gerrymandered to all get out. They should be like a third of the Knesset, and they're like an eighth.
Yeah. So it's like so the issue with this conflict is
they need secularism, but they're never going to get it.
The huge thing with this conflict is that like you have the Jewish people who had the Holocaust happen to them that are searching for this like land, this safe land. They pick a land through like or they get a land through or through a British mandate. These people move to the land, and now they still don't find safety because the barbarianism of the Middle East. Right? They keep attacking us. They don't want us to have peace. They just want Jews out of their land, which Jews were already living there, as Lactoid pointed out. They then like now, anytime an attack happens, whether it be like rhetoric or it be like an actual attack, it's like anti-Semitism, and it gets shut down by like, well, you're anti-Semitic if you're not pro-Israel or if you're like pro-Palestinian. And like it's just you can't have a conversation because it's always referred to. Well, no, you just don't want the Jews to have a space. You want the Jews to have a country. You don't want the Jews to this. And so you can't. I
hear that. I do hear like that too. But I honestly think the main issue is I just don't know what the solution is. I don't know if anybody knows what a solution is. Like where both sides are happy.
Well, hence the conflict. You're probably not going to have both sides be happy, and it is going to be like one versus the other. It's just a weird placement for, I think, like the Jewish people, because if it works in Israel's favor, that Palestine just doesn't exist and they succeed and that it's all their land, I don't see a world where they don't have continuous conflict with neighboring countries. And so that's really
why I said it's got to be a one-state solution. Mm-hmm. I think that actually people laugh at me when I say this. It's a
only way it can work.
Never happen. Well, the South Africans would have told you the same thing. South Africa was actually trying to do something similar. South Africa was trying to create they're called the Bantustans, right? Where they were trying to create these like separate nations. Like, oh, these are the nations, right? Where they're like putting Africans there, right? And like that can be your land, right? And we'll just take South Africa, right? Like this is a problem that we've seen before, right? Where a state is trying to be of a certain racial characteristic, but we can just say no. We can say no, and say that you guys have to come up with some sort of joint solution. If the Palestinian people they're such amazing individuals. They're such amazing. It's such an incredible society from everything that I've heard, right? But they're looked at as the savages here when they're the ones responding to their lands being stolen, right? The people being killed. Literally, like you gotta understand, like people in the occupied territories, right? In the West Bank, settlers come out, and Jewish settlers, they come out and they literally hunt. They hunt Palestinians. They come out just for a lark, and they go and shoot them. This reminds me of the Jim Crow South. We're like, yeah, we're a bunch of white guys. We all look like Lactoid. And we're bored today, right? And
Yeah, I
so,
mean-
let's find a black guy. Let's just
Israel's
find
like,
a black guy.
yeah.
Let's lynch a black person. This is just like a thing that we do for fun.
Okay, I a lot of things have been said. I do have to go to bed though, so I can't fight you guys too much on this. But
No worries. I'll use your image for like horrible things after you leave. Don't worry, we're good. But thank you, friend. Thanks for coming through. You're fantastic.
peace.
Night.
Take care, Lactoid. Be well. Keep healing.
Oh, you know it. Absolutely.
Stop doing all those criminal acts that I keep.
I can't believe we didn't ridicule him.
Thank you guys so much for tuning in to today's episode. I'll do the non-lazy thing. Give me 1 second. All right. I know how much you guys love that conversation and talking shit about Israel the whole time. I don't know. There's really not much more to say other than what I said, which is, yeah, there's definitely two sides to this argument, and it's not as simple as it's a genocide, right? There's a lot of moving parts, and I will say though that there needs to be with Israel and with Ukraine, there needs to be something done just to end that, because it's there's a lot of people being killed, a lot of money being spent, and it's fucked. So yeah, I don't know how to stop it, but I think America really does need in both situations. Most people are going to hate me for this because most people support one or the other, but I think in both situations we got to cut back on the amount of money we're sending. In my opinion, at the very least. That's not even necessarily to comment on the how the justness of the wars. It's just I don't know how much longer they're going to keep going. An endless war, like we saw in Afghanistan and in Vietnam, it's just not something we can support forever. I don't know. Maybe that's a hot take, but yeah. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. For those of you who gave bits, subs, and follows, really thank you. And for all of you who were active in chat, really appreciate that. Even if you disagreed with me, I always fine with that. Lufira, happy birthday, Kayla. Happy birthday. I hope it is going to be a fantastic birthday for you. So, Lufira, thank you for being such a solid member of this community and coming around, and you're active in chat all the time, so I appreciate that. And yeah, I mean, for all the rest of you too, I notice the names, and I notice the thoughts and the arguments. So I appreciate those contributions as well. So before I let you guys go, tomorrow we're going to be debating Destiny. And Feder, of course, thank you as well for your bits earlier and your general terrible dad jokes. I don't know what I'd do without them. Before I let you guys go, tomorrow is a debate with Destiny, and it's relatively big because he is he's just a very large streamer. So we're going to be debating the efficacy of court packing. I'm obviously very much opposed to court packing, and I'm going to be debating Destiny on this. So that should kind of give you a hint as to where Destiny's coming with this. There's going to be some other smart people that are going to be joining me. A couple of whom I've hand selected. So if they disappoint me, if they disappoint you guys, then they disappoint me. And if I disappoint you guys, well, then it's already my fault anyway. So, but that should be good. But as you know, we can't have a Twitch stream with him. So we're going to be on YouTube for that. So I'm going to figure out the streaming for YouTube tomorrow during my lunch break, because I also work up until the time of the stream. Streams at 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Central, guys, just so you guys know. And I work right up until it. So I'm going to have to make some magic work for getting the details figured out beforehand. So, but anyway, it's still going to be fun no matter what. And it's going to be hopefully entertaining for you guys, and hopefully informative. And I really hope that perhaps in a perfect world, he would come around on this issue, because the proposals of court packing by Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are reprehensible, to say the least. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and raid on out. We're going to raid on out. Does anybody we know streaming right now? There was some people I knew beforehand. Is it a surprise partner? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Just come check it out. You'll see. It's gonna be entertaining. Don't worry. And if you can't see it, the recording will be on the internet, so you guys can go on and laugh at me if I make bad arguments, or applaud me if I make good ones. He will match tone. Do with that what you will. Good luck. I've been following him for 12 years. Maybe. I don't know. He's been pretty fucking. I'm he does not watch me, so this is not to like rile people up or whatever before the debate. This is just my opinion. He's been like pretty unhinged lately, just in terms of like his rabid like pro Democrat Party like stances, and the shit that he said about that one firefighter that got killed at the rally. I mean, I don't know what to say. You guys can, and this isn't just like a situation of me like clipping it out of context. This is like with the full context, like some pretty horrific shit. So I can see him being pretty aggressive and trying to make this about Trump and trying to make this about January 6th, even though it's, like we're gonna say like, oh, like court packing is bad. Oh yeah. So, but what about compared to January 6th? Now we're having this debate again. That's what I'm worried might happen, and it might happen. And this because it just seems like time and time again, like right now with that sort of like lefty Democrat political sphere, like it's very much about January 6th right now, and any conversation about politics will lead back to that. So it's probably going to happen. I know he's going to bring up McConnell holding the appointment, and we have a response for that. So, yeah, it's not Rob. He's been blacklisted, which is, I have thoughts about that as well. That's all. I think that is part of the unhingedness, in my opinion. But because Rob's fine, seriously, Rob is a fine dude. I don't know why he's blacklisted, but he can talk to who he wants to talk to, I guess. I don't know if I'm big enough to get on a blacklist, frankly. Like, oh, I make stupid arguments and he hates me or whatever, and then he forgets my name. And then, maybe, I don't know, maybe. It would be impressive. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I gotta fucking go to bed. All right. Thanks, guys. Thank you for all the support and all the love. For those of you who do, just find me on Lactoid TV on YouTube if you want to watch tomorrow, or if you want to find the recording of that debate, or really the recordings of my other debates, because I post them there as well. It's obviously not as fun as when you're in Twitch, because you guys are interacting with me in real time and I'm able to bounce ideas off of the chat and everything. But I understand life is always more important. So, yeah. Catch you guys later. Thanks. We're just going to raid on out into Gorps. Yeah. Peace.
I think you're stupid and you should